everyone. Once y'all join, I want y'all to let me know if you can hear me. I'm just doing a new mic setup. The theme for this live is culture vultures. I know I touched upon this in a previous chat. Let's see if wait till we get someone in the room. Hey, is that you?
So, it's a volume basically.
Can you hear me? I guess you can. Hey, if anyone can hear me, let me know in the chat. I'm trying out a new mic setup. Can y'all hear me? Probably not. Yes, you can. Hey, can y'all hear me? Type in the chat. I was just trying out a new mic setup. I'm gonna try to see if I can get that to work again. I don't think it was allowing anyone to hear me. I think y'all can hear me now. I can see my avatar kind of going. Let me try to test my mic one more time and my audio controller. Hello? Can y'all hear me? It looks like y'all might be able to hear me. Just type in the chat if you guys can hear me. Hey, whoever just joined, can you let me know if you can hear me in the chat? Hey, whoever just joined, can you let me know if you can hear me in the chat? I'm trying a new mic setup. I'm just trying to make sure that this works. Good, thanks. Okay, good, because I got some like new equipment. I was going to be in tears if this wasn't going to work. So I wanted to the theme of this live is about culture vultures. I know I've made a community post about this. Just I've had, I think the reason why I chose for this to be an actual live stream topic, and I think we're going to probably go off script too. We're going to change this into something different eventually. And this might be a short topic, but I've had some thoughts about the culture vulture topic, and I want to kind of go. I'm going to pull up the topic. I think I'm pull up the definition of what a culture vulture is. So I think we have them nailed down. Or a cultural appropriation, cultural appropriation. So cultural appropriation is defined as the inappropriate or unacknowledged adoption of an element or elements of one culture or identity by members of another culture or identity. This can be extremely controversial when members of a dominant culture appropriate from minority cultures. I think just by that definition alone, um, they are culturally appropriating the cultures from these other countries. They are by definition culture vultures. So, um, and I just, like I said, I had to just think about this for a little bit and figure out, you know, these people are so obsessed with culture, but um they're not willing to reinvest in their own. They're uh infatuated with these other cultures that they don't even really know about. They just know, hey, I'm attracted to the women. Hey, these women seem to be more submissive. But they don't really care about the culture specifically. Um, it got me to thinking. It got me thinking, and I was like, are these? Wait, I've read a book from Dame Dash called Culture Vultures. Are these people culture vultures? And I was like, I think they are. Um, so like I said, I started going to digging into the definitions, and I'm like, you know what? They actually are culture vultures. Um, so so that's one thing I think I'm going to continue to bring up in like future live streams is like these people are not just culture vultures, but they are appropriating the other cultures. Now, some people have gone over there and long to other countries and learned the language. Some people have um, um, learned the culture. They respect the culture. They actually have moved over there and they've integrated themselves in that to that said culture. That's fine. But I think the majority of them um, have not, and I think even the ones that have, they are foreign. First of all, foremost, they're foreign to that culture, and they're only picking off that culture because it benefits them. Similar to someone who appropriates a hairstyle, someone who appropriates some type of element of a culture. They don't really want to fully immerse themselves in said culture. They just want to kind of pick it apart for the things that might seem cool or things that might seem fun, or things that benefit them, for them to be able to sample and use. So I think that kind of puts a pin in Passport Bros. They are culture vultures. They are culturally appropriators. Um, but they want to kind of move around and act like, oh no, I'm leaving my culture because my culture is ruined. My culture is terrible. Not taking the analysis that, you know what, you guys played a part in this culture being the way it is, and we're seeing that with the Passport Bros going over to different countries and ruining said cultures of those countries. So, um, I think we were going to have another. I think we're waiting for Zed to join. Um, so if y'all are listening, you're more than welcome to join the panel. I think we're still waiting for some more people to join. Let's see. But I'm trying to think of some other hot takes I wanted to talk about besides culture. The Passport Bros being culture vultures. Um, the I think one hot take that I think I took from the previous live is that um, once we started to expand the panel a little bit, and a little quick segue, a little shameless plug. We're trying to set up the women's um, panel. I think that's going very well. I think I've developed some topics. We've got at least 4 or 5 people confirmed, so that's on the way. Um, but from the previous live, someone made a great point and about how the women that they are. It seems like a lot of guys are having trouble, um, choosing a woman because it's like almost like the woman has to be perfect. Or some of these people, as we discovered on the previous panel, they're just takers, and like takers are like ultimately going to be become, if they aren't already, they're gonna become malcontents. They're not happy until they get everything on their terms. they're a lot of, as we discussed in some of the previous panels, like a lot of these dudes are turning dating into a pissing contest. And those guys are never going to be happy because they're always trying to one up their friends. They're always trying to one up the guys that they see. They're always trying to one up the woman that they currently have. But it got me thinking, because I think OB made a great point to one of the other panelists and said, like, hey, if this woman was so great, why didn't you get with her? And I think he mentioned something about how she maybe might have not helped him in a certain situation. It seemed like financially. That's fair. That's fine. But it got me thinking, and I'm like, I think one of the problems with men, I think there needs to be some analysis to be done on this, is I don't think they really want a woman in their life. I know some people, Sexy Red, they will claim, Sexy Red TV specifically, they'll claim that, hey, these guys don't even like women. Okay, that's fine. I want to raise them another theory. I think some men, it's not to say that they can't be in healthy relationships, but I think a lot of times, like male culture, certain types of male culture or certain subcultures of male culture, they're encouraging men to like, they're almost like programming men to like want a piece of a woman, not the whole. So a lot of these guys who are takers, I feel like I really feel like they don't want a woman in their life consistently. They just want to be able to take. They're like almost like Fearless. If Fearless was, if he didn't go overseas, I don't want to make this super personal, but if he wasn't married, Fearless would be a serial, I don't know how to say this. He would be like a serial, a person who's serially sleeping around, because he's concerned. He's super concerned about ROIs and converting, getting women in bed. But like I said, it got me thinking. I want to go back to the point. I think a lot of these guys, they only want a piece of a woman, and that's why they're struggling. It's not to say that they can't find a girlfriend. It's not to say that they can't find a wife. It's more so that they, and I think the statement came from the last live. This guy said, OB questioned this guy and said, like, why don't you, if you have this woman who's an ex who is reaching back out to you, and she was such a great woman, why wouldn't you get with her? And he said, because the guy who she's with, who's I guess, I don't know if this was the one eye guy scenario, but he was saying that the guy that this woman was with was corny. I think that was it. He was corny, and he wasn't willing. The guy was giving up his soul. The guy was giving up everything about him to be with this woman. I think that's probably egregious, probably an overstatement. But it got me thinking, and I was like, this is why I think that there's a lot of guys out here who just want a piece of a woman, and these are the ones who really just want a physical relationship. They don't want an actual relationship. They just want to be physically involved with one woman at a time, and or multiple, and leapfrog from one to the next. And it's because some people, and it's no shame, they don't want to be givers. They don't want to give up. They don't want to submit to someone else. They want someone to submit to them. They're not really let's put this in this guy from the chat, EC. Yes, and this is exactly it. And this is what I really want more in the dating world. Is like, I just want people to be more honest. And listen, no judgment. Everybody struggles with this. I struggle with this. It's hard to have sometimes hard conversations, but I joked around in my dating life and said, we really need to just have an app called You Already Know What It Is. Because Tinder, I think, shot and it failed, because it has this reputation of, oh, it's just for hookups. Well, some people might have that experience. That might be people's reality. It was not mine. It has never been mine. It's everybody that I run into feed or swiping on me in Tinder, they're looking for, I would make jokes and I would say, they're looking to get married. They're looking for someone to watch their dog. They're looking for someone to walk their dog. They're looking to be celibate. They're looking for a serious relationship only, marriage only. I think the quality of the people who are just trying to sleep around on Tinder for hookups, maybe I haven't found good quality out of that. And I haven't, like I said, my experience hasn't been for hookups. It's just been like people who are looking to date for marriage or want serious relationships. But this person EC makes a great point, is these people don't want to be honest. And that's why I said, like, I think we need a new app called, like, you already know what it is. And it should be straight hookups. You cannot come on this app looking for marriage. You cannot come on this app looking to date for a serious relationship. It should just be straight hookups, nothing else. And or Tinder should make a branch of Tinder, because they have like Tinder BFF. They have like that might be Bumble BFF, Bumble Biz, and Bumble Date. And I think Tinder might have like a second one where it's like you can do speed dating or whatever the heck. But Tinder needs to make a new branch where it's like it should just be a sneaky link Tinder portion of Tinder, so that these people who don't want to be honest, they can all go there, and there's no shame about it. Because like I said, I think these type of people that EC's talking about, they're fucking it up for the relationship discourse, because they're jumping onto these relationship conversations, and they're trying to pretend like they are, oh, we're trying to find wives. It's like, no, you're not. You're just trying to find a sneaky link. You're just trying to find a cut buddy. You're just trying to find a friends with benefits. That's it. You haven't posted a woman on your socials in like ever. So that's what I want. I've said it on previous panels. Like, I want people to just pick a lane and stay in it. Stop trying to go over to Thailand and go to brothels, and but jump in these conversations talking about you want a wife. That's not true. So again, EC is he's bringing up a great point. We need to have, this is something that I think I want to talk about for people who just joined. I posted a community note saying that I'm trying to assemble a women's panel, a women's only panel live stream. I think we have 4 or 5 people confirmed for that. We got some heavy hitters in it too. And I think the thing that EC is bringing up, this might be like a sub question that I think I want to talk about. I want to ask the women of like, how, just about the culture of the state of dating, and is it easy to figure out what their intentions are? Because what EC is saying is completely true. There's a lot of people out here that only want sex, and women will say the same thing, that, hey, there's some women out here who only want sex, and I'm like, I wish they would come my way, but I don't know where to find them. But I think that ship has sailed for me, honestly, sadly. But so, and I think it was best for me at this point. With the goals that I have, it's just gonna throw me back into the belly of the beast, and I'm like, I don't need to be in there anymore. I don't want to be there again. I'm trying to learn from mistakes and trying to not relapse and not go backwards. It's about going forward. So I wish I would know what Valeria is laughing at, but cheers to you for finding your someone on Tinder and having like a long relationship. That's awesome. This was probably about me wishing I could find people who were on demon time on Tinder. I'm telling you, let's just address this. I think I've said it on a previous panel. When I was fresh off my divorce, let's just be honest here. I was on some demon time. I was, and this is what I want to address from the previous panel too. I said people like Fearless, who are like ROI addicts. I'm just taking women on dates, but I'm so concerned about the return on investment, because I don't know if she's going to use me. So I'm going to give her 3 options: an appetizer, a dessert, or a soda or a drink. And I'm like, I think that's whack. But I think they should just be honest. Like, if you are so pressed to sleep with a woman in 3 dates, like the people who come on and they're just verbal about it, saying, hey, how many dates do I got to go on to sleep with you? I think that's disgusting. But what I said in the previous panel was the people like Fearless, who are just like, they're not necessarily, Fearless isn't, from what he said on the panel, we don't know him in real life. From what it seems like on the panel, he's not directly asking these women explicitly how many dates I need to go on to sleep with you. He's just going to set the parameters and lower and fix the costs so that he doesn't overinvest, or he doesn't invest a significant amount or even a decent amount to even get to know this woman, because he's trying to get her in bed before he even does that. So what I said on the previous panel was like, he asked the question, he said, well, the women will sleep with Pooky immediately, but they're going to make a good guy wait. And it's like, well, we've addressed this on many panels. First and foremost, the good guy, she's giving true intimacy. She's not just, pumping and dumping that dude. She's just not smashing that dude and dropping him and throwing him to the streets. She's actually trying to invest in that guy. But what I tried to say on the previous panel was, is that anybody who's concerned about the fact that Pooky or Ray Ray or someone else that is not in the a long-term interest, a serious interest, that they slept with that person sooner than them. When you say that, when you think that, when that's your agenda, you are a Pooky. And let's just be clear. I think we have to all. I want to say, and I forgot to say it. I was listening to the replay, and I was like, I want to say is anytime a guy or woman, let's just fixate on the guys. Anytime a guy says, "I want to be slutted out," I want to go on a hoe phase. This, that, and the third. You are basically, in my opinion, this is my definition. I'm gonna define that as Pooky activity, because you're not looking for a serious relationship. No judgment, but if you want to be slutted out, then you can't come back here and talk about, while you're still doing that, you can't come back here and talk about why women need to choose better, why that you can't sit here and pretend that you're looking for a serious relationship. I'm losing my points. I'm trying to figure out one that's a really smoking gun point, but I'm like, I think we as men should just be honest and say, hey, I'm in my Pooky phase right now. That's essentially like I'm in my hoe phase, because I think it's weird that like some of these guys will like, they'll be actively looking for a hoe phase, but they won't admit that they're Pooky. Hey, what's going on, Alex? I think that they need to admit that they're Pooky, and we need to like release the shame of that, because I think that they've beaten Pooky to a pulp. And Pooky might not be a bad person. He just might be someone who's just not relationship seeking right now. So I think that like I said, I think we need to categorize all guys who are not relationship seeking in the moment just as a Pooky. You're a Pooky. It's not saying that you're a lifetime Pooky. You could if you stick that lifestyle forever, but it's just that you are at that moment you're a Pooky, and I have to bring that self back to me. And like I said, like when I was fresh off my divorce, I was looking at Tinder. I was like, yo, I'm hearing the reputation. This shit is just hookup city. Yo, I want to. I'm like, listen, I'd love to go off a hoe phase. Listen, let's go even deeper. We saw the movie, not the movie, the TV show Insecure, and we saw how Lawrence had his kind of like coming of age story, and I was like, you know what? I want that for me too. So it didn't happen, but I was like, essentially, I was looking for a hoe phase. I went on I dated a couple women, and the women were like, yo, you've been married for a minute. I think you might be due for a hoe phase. And I was like, I was kind of like almost, you can't see me I'm not on camera, but I was like kind of like putting my, figuratively speaking, kind of putting my pinky to my mouth, like, oh, really? Oh, because it's kind of like a shameful thing to talk about, because you're kind of admitting like, hey, I want to kind of be a whore right now. I'm open to being a whore. I'm open to being slutted out. It's hard, even as a guy, I think, to kind of come out and explain that, because you don't know how you're going to be perceived. So what I'm saying is I'm bringing it back to myself and saying like, I can't sit up here and say that I'm holier than thou, that like I've never wanted. I've said on multiple panels on Zed's channel, I'm like, yo, I would be lying to you if I said I wouldn't have wanted a hoe phase. I think the ship might have sailed for that. Sad but true. But what I'm trying to say is bring it back to the point was like, anytime a guy's in this hoe phase, he wants to be a Pooky. He wants to sleep with a woman as soon as he can. He wants to be slutted out. He does not want anything serious. And we've got to stop allowing people like Fearless and other guys to kind of be promiscuous, but also not want to associate themselves with Pooky. They are Pooky for as long as they want to be promiscuous. So that's a little bit of story time. Let me see what other. Oh, we got another little comment from Valeria. Passport Bros, like, I see. We might need like a whole topic of like what a Pooky is, because I think they try to portray Pookies as they're poor. I want to expand that definition. Like, that's just me. I will take definitions and I'll expand them. So yes, Pooky might have been someone who, traditionally he might have been someone who's like low income, or he's a hobosexual, or as Bourbon Bougie would say, a pest that wants to nest. But I'm going to expand that definition. I don't care. You could be a high value Pooky. Like, you could be someone like Fearless who claims he makes $200,000, but he's so concerned about why does a woman sleep with Pooky, right off the bat, but then she's going to make me wait. You want to be a Pooky, just say that. But to get back to your point, or is Floyd a new Pookie? I think he's we need to create different partitions of Pookies. There's broke Pookies, there's homosexual Pookies, there are high value Pookies, there are temporary Pookies. They're all Pookies. Pookies are not looking for serious relationships, and they don't have to be low income. They can be high income. They could be CEOs. They could be very rich men. We need to expand that definition so that we can start, so people can pick a side and stop trying to straddle the line like Fearless. Let me see what else to talk about. I think y'all might have missed me talking about the cultural appropriation. I'll just circle the wagon on that one. I made that the topic of today's live stream, even though like we're gonna move to another topic. I felt like there wasn't a lot of meat on the bone for this specific topic, but I just wanted to kind of like drive home the point that like I think not only are Passport Bros culture vultures, I think they're cultural, which is basically your culture, someone who culturally who's appropriating someone else's culture. They're cultural appropriators. I want to read that definition. It says, just Googling it, it says cultural appropriation is the inappropriate or unacknowledged adoption of an element or elements of one culture or identity by members of another culture or identity. This can be especially controversial when members of a dominant culture, ding, 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 culturally appropriate from minority cultures. That last sentence right there is a smoking gun. It's got them bound, and it's locking the cell, putting them under the jail. They can't get away from that, because I think that's one thing that's like kind of funny about like the Passport Bros is like they want to act like, oh, we're not culture vultures, oh, we're not appropriating culture. Have you seen the definition, guys? Yes, you are. Because you're coming from you're coming from a very dominant culture to a lesser culture, for certain perspectives, and you're really taking advantage of that culture a lot. In most cases, these guys don't respect the culture at all. They don't really even venture out to see the culture or learn about the culture. There are some some people who are actually doing that, like BA. I think he moved to Brazil. He's been there for a few years. He's learned the language, but the average guys, they're not learning the language. That's to think that the average guy, Passport Bro, is going to be learning a language, or the average traveling guy who's a whoremonger is going to learn a language. That is hilarious. That's not going to happen. Let's see. Trying to think of what else to talk about. I wanted to kind of circle back again, saying like we're going to have a ladies only panel. I'm really excited about that. Yeah, thanks for posting that link. I should have been posted that, but let me pin that. And feel free to join the panel. But I really want to take it back, and I want to say, hey, I really appreciate the last live. I think it was peaceful. I think that I loved how we had Femi kind of bring a lot of information regarding the Pop the Balloon guy. I think she really smashed him to smithereens in terms of like coverage of his situation, and kind of like dropping information in that fireside chat or live stream of the last live stream. But I really love that last live stream. It was really peaceful. We had a lot of information. I think I was driving home from work today, and I was like, I think we're starting to kind of continue to peel back the layers of this onion that is the Passport Bro, and we're starting to see like it's rotten at the core. These guys that we've learned from the last couple of lives, they are in a very serious bad situation from a retirement standpoint. They I think as OB and some of the other, they are jeopardizing their SSI, or they're jeopardizing their SSI, they're jeopardizing their 401k or just retirement. It seems like they are not doing the homework on what it takes to actually retire in those countries as a native citizen. It's I was driving home from work, and I was just like, women would never do this shit. This is only a man thing that like you could convince men to be like, listen, take 5 to 10 years and just travel the world for just for sex tourism and for women. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. But God bless these guys. Papi Rico, join the panel. if you can. Because like we're gonna get off script. Like I said, I didn't feel like there was a lot of meat on the bone for this main topic, but I just, I wanted to get the conversation started again. I wanted to drive home the point that like, yo, I want to nail these guys I want to nail these guys down to pause. Let's use some better words. I wanted to really close the book on these guys about them being culture vultures or appropriating other cultures. They want to, and if you look at all the way back, if you roll it all the way back, I said on a previous panel that like when this Passport Bro stuff became viral on social media, it's like they had this almost buttoned up to a T. It was almost like the devil had written it itself, because they wanted to like pretend like, oh, these are high value men. These guys are well to do. It's not that they can't date in the States. It's not like they're striking out in the States. It's not that like they're not desirable. It's just that they're tired of dating in the States because like the women are just so hard to deal with and they're just unbearable to deal with. And it's like the whole country? What? It's almost like 10-year-old logic. And I think I made a jokey joke on one of the previous panels a long time ago saying, listen, these guys are kind of like the adult version of the children that run away from home. I'll be honest with you. I was a little mischievous kid. I was a knucklehead growing up. I threatened to run away from home. And my mom, she called my bluff. She was like, you know what? Go ahead. And I packed my bags. I walked outside, maybe got like a little bit up the hill, and then I was like, you know what? I want to come back. So like, these guys are kind of like the adult version of the kids who want to run away from home. I was probably like, I don't know, 6 years old, maybe a little bit older than that, just slightly older than that. But these guys are like like I said, they're like the little kids that ran away from home, but they just have enough money to actually do it. Okay, one more post. A panel about this is a nice little post. I'd have to figure out how we can do it. If it's gonna work for this audience or whatnot. I do like that idea of a panel. I don't know where you're from, Will, but they have this organization called the Gathering Spot. And I don't know if the Gathering Spot has any type of like social media panels or anything like that, but that would be awesome for like that would be right up the Gathering Spot's alley. I know they're in Atlanta. I know they're in like some of these bigger cities like DC. Oh, what? I'd love for this is a different Rico. Papi Rico, we're gonna try this out. I know you. Okay, he left. I thought this was old Uncle Rico. I didn't know that was Papi Rico. But hey, others, feel free to join the panel. We're gonna be kind of like, yeah, I feel the same way too. Zed, I didn't hear an interview, but I want some other people to join the panel. I think we've kind of talked and beat the cultural appropriation one as a dead horse. Like I think it had just a little bit of meat left on the bone. If anybody wants to join the panel, kind of like play contrarian to that point, fine. I'd love to hear some other opinions, but we don't have to just talk about cultural appropriation. We can talk about any topic. And to be completely honest, if y'all know where Brittany's at, if y'all know where Maya's at, let's bring them back to the panel. I want them to bring them back to the channel. I don't know whether they haven't been on the lives in a minute. I'm gonna be all the way honest with you. I'm really hankering for another Passport After Dark live stream. We had one with Strictly Travels, Brittany and I think Timothy joined a little bit into it too. So it was a great little panel. It was very entertaining. But I'm not gonna do that by myself. So that's one thing I would love to do. We need a sequel to the Passport After Dark. Maybe there's a better name for it. But if y'all, one thing I did want to say is I appreciate it on the previous panel. I need to kind of like listen to it again. I was just reading this post. I really want to believe you guys want change. Ali, what do you mean by this? Um, I want you to explain what you mean by this. Expound on this in the chat. And I want to say this. Maybe you don't hear every single panel I say this. I say like, listen, all of us we go hard against the Passport Bros, but this is an anti-Passport Bro channel. But we want to see Black men happy. And we're trying a lot of times on these panels, and we're going to start, I'm putting together a women's only panel. We're going to talk about the state of dating. We're going to talk about the state of men. We're going to talk about what do they feel like men can do to get out of this dark place and this rut that they're in. And we're going to talk about what are things that women need to do to improve in their opinion. I'm just going to be a moderator. I'm not going to be really giving my opinion, but we're going to also do one from a men's only panel too. Let's see. So Will, I'm speaking to, I think I'm speaking to your point. Is like, I'm really passionate about the relationship space. I think my introduction to this kind of stuff was Madame Noir's Ask a Woman, Ask a Man, I think it was like Ask a Black Woman, Ask a Black Man. And I think my critique about that channel was like, they never really posted shit. It might have been like quarterly, it might have been like semi-annually, it might have been like a hot streak for like a month or two, and then they would go ghost. But I was thirsting for content, and I think eventually I moved on to like Eight at the Table. They're kind of toxic, but they have some good information every once in a while. I think the women bring some great information. The guys, every once in a while. But then eventually I kind of came over to Lapeef, and Lapeef, that's when I kind of got introduced to like Lapeef Network and what's that guy, the fat black dude with the beard? I forget, Anton Daniels. And he's really problematic. But to your point, but just let's see, what? No. So I think I'm not going to. I see what you're trying to say here, Ali. I understand. I'm not trying to. I don't. You'll never see me pick at Floyd for him, whatever kind of mental health issues he has. But I'm sorry. Um, he's a loser. If you take him and Austin Hallman, I don't know if Austin Hallman has anything going on mentally, but all these Passport Bros, for the majority, you'll hear me say on these panels, I'm going to exclude BA. I'm going to exclude Flint, but a lot of these Passport Bros, they're fucking losers. You can't convince me otherwise. And I think at one point that I didn't get to drive home on some of the other previous chats, because I think I forgot about it, was like, these guys are so fucking consumed about culture, and they're going way over the top with it. It's like, guys, why are you so concerned about the culture and the state of the culture? They're only focusing on one subculture, and they're trying to like magnify that up and say, like, oh, the whole black culture is like sexy reds. No, it's not. Maybe your reality is, maybe the women who attract you are that you attract are sexy red type of women. I can't say the same. But they're so fixated on culture, and it's like, you don't need to, and not just dating, but family. So they, as you saw with Fearless and Ronan on a previous panel, maybe like a month and a half ago, they're like, oh, everybody needs to have a kid. More people need to have kids. And what else were they saying? Women need to be submissive. Women need to be making people's plates. And it's like, no, maybe the woman who you need to be with needs to make your plate, because that's the type of person you are. I think that's kind of weak, but every woman doesn't need to be making everybody's plates. There needs to be different there's gonna be different households. Everything's not gonna be homogeneous. And I think that's the problem with these dudes, is like they're not gonna be happy until the whole country is homogeneous in terms of family, and that's never gonna happen. I had a hot take like today, and I was like, I can't wait for us to have a time machine, because we need to ship these Passport Bros up to the back to the 1920s, the 1940s, 1950s, and they're gonna go throughout time like Marty McFly, and they're gonna realize, I'm not happy in any of these any of these centuries. I'm not happy in any of these time periods. I'm gonna go, and they're gonna come right back to current day and just bitch and complain like they currently are. And they're gonna act like they didn't learn what they learned in those other time periods and realize, you know what, you guys got kicked out of every time period. None of these people wanted you. None of the women wanted you. None of the dudes accepted you. None of the cultures accepted you. Hold on. Yeah, Zed, feel free to come in. Wesna, I'm rambling. I'm trying to get off my hot takes. A lot of times after these panels and just throughout the days, I'm just like, oh, I have a hot take. Oh, I forgot to say this. Damn, I didn't say that. I'm saying that now. I'm getting them all. I'm getting all of them off my chest. One of these days, I'm gonna like learn how to like chop these lives up, because that's one of the things. The next steps I really want to do is I want to be able. I know these lives can be like 3, 4, 7, whatever hours. You know, we've had some that were like, we had one that was like 24 hours, several months ago. But I want to chop these up so that people can listen to them, kind of like how the Shannon Sharp show does. Listen, I'll agree with you, Wesna. I've done that in previous panels. I didn't do it today. I was busy. And like I said, this topic was it didn't have. I feel like it didn't have a lot of meat on the bone. But what can help is people like you jumping into the panel, and we start chatting about stuff. It doesn't have to be Passport Bros. It could be whatever. But all I'll say to that is, notes or not, Wesna, a panel of one is brutal. So because you can only have so much content. This is not like the State of the Union where it's like, yo, I'm willing to talk for a whole fucking hour or 2 hours, 2 hours straight. This is not a stand-up special where I got like 2 hours of material. So yeah, I get it. Take some notes and read from them. That's easy to say when you're in the chat, not saying shit. Hey, what's going on, Zed? Thanks for joining the panel. I needed someone else up here. Oh, okay. So Wesna is Papi Rico. This is what I can't stand about you guys, and this has nothing to do with Passport Bros. Sorry, I'll give it to you in a second, Zed. Yo,
oh, no problem.
Come onto these panels with your real name. So like, I don't think OB is in the chat, but when OB, and I know he had a previous screen name before that, when he comes back to these panels, I have to formally apologize to him, because a lot of times people in the chat, they will go by aliases that are not their real name, or like Papi Rico is Wesna. You can't tell because he doesn't have a screen name. He just has a little W. The least you could do is just have an Abby, so I can say, oh, that's Papi Rico. Let me see this private chat. Let me read this.
It's okay. Ignore it. Go
okay, cool. So what I wanted to say is that I want to address two things. Is that first, listen, I'd love for y'all to have Abby's in the chat so we can know. Two, if you're people like Papi Rico, just have Papi Rico as your screen name so we don't have to play this song and dance. Thirdly, and finally, Zed, do you want Papi Rico on the panel?
You know what? I do not mind, because right now I want to start from clean slate, and the reason I banned him is very something very specific to me. So I don't mind him being on the panel. Okay. And sometimes, to be honest, he seems to defend Black women better than the Black men do.
So Papi Rico, feel free to join the panel again. I think, like I said, when you first joined, I had some reservations. I was like, listen, this is the guy that Zed kicked. Should I be adding him to the panel? It doesn't feel right. So no, it has nothing to do with race, I think. So this is a trash comment. But feel free to join. I want someone to join the panel. Zed, do you have anything to chat about?
Yes, and
hold on.
I will jump off right away, because Ali had said that he was offended when I called what's his name, Floyd, pathetic.
Oh,
He shouldn't, because you treat it. I don't know if people realize, treating special what did you call him, special need person, uh, as if they are, as if they are like children, is actually condescending, and it's not good for them. And here is the problem with for Floyd. The passport bros are not telling Floyd, you know what, Floyd, stop traveling. You are special need. Or they are not telling him, Floyd, stop attacking Black women. You are not, you are a special need or whatever. The only time his special needness is brought is when people like me, with Black women like me, criticize him. Then all of a sudden we have to treat him with glove hands.
yeah.
With kids, glove. Sorry, go ahead.
And that's what I can't stand about the passport bros is like they want people to leave them alone, but they don't want to leave other people alone. It's like Floyd specifically, or Austin Holmes specifically, they're gonna throw all the shots, they're gonna fire off all the arrows, flame arrows. But then when you come for them, when you start critiquing them, when you start telling the news, reporting the news on them, then they want you to back off. They don't want you to be critical of them. They want to say, oh, so no, don't say it. So don't say anything. He's special needs. He's got some issues. He's got this and that. That has nothing to do with the fact that he's still a loser. That has nothing to do with the fact that he's a misogynist. That has nothing to do with that he's aligning himself with a group that, if he wants sympathy, come back home and stop repping the fucking stupid passport bro group. That's how you're gonna get my sympathy. I'm not backing down to these losers. I think I don't know if that's what Papi Rico, the kind of behavior he wants to kind of defend, but
no, I don't think so. I think here is the thing. I was watching Floyd's live either yesterday or the day before, and he started, all of a sudden. I mean, right now his channel is like begging 24 hours a day that like he does no content. But people were like, his subscribers were like, give us some content. It can just not be just begging. So he kind of tried to change, to give them content by attacking. He started saying that, American women vaginas stink.
right.
And I'm like, okay, here we go again. But of course, because the passport bros are Black woman haters, and they asked him, what is the race of the women whose vagina stinks? And of course, he said Black women.
Yeah.
And here is the thing that made me angry. Two things. One is Floyd has said that he doesn't like dating Black women. He doesn't even want to approach Black women. So it is like, by his own admission, he doesn't date Black women. But because he realizes that the passport bro space is anti-Black women, he has to lie about dating Black women and associate it with negative. And here is the thing: no one said that, what, Floyd, you are special need. You didn't even know what a vagina smells like. So you start talking about Black women or about vaginas. No one. They were actually like laughing and cheering him on. And
right.
But here they are. They're here attacking for calling him pathetic. And Floyd is pathetic. There is nothing more pathetic than being American and not being able to find employment. There is nothing more pathetic than someone who proudly announces that they do not like taking showers. There is nothing more pathetic than a Black man going on YouTube and lying about Black women.
Right.
So that is more pathetic. And let me talk about this, his mental health issue. I didn't bring it up. Another person asked him on Super Chat, do you have mental health issues? And he said yes. And I asked him, what kind of mental health issues do you have? And he said he has bipolar, schizophrenia, ADHD. And I'm like, are you taking medication? He said no. And I said, that is not good, because the ADHD, at least bipolar and schizophrenia, are you need medication. That is all I said. And for some reason, they claimed that, I was, talking about his mental health in a negative way, which I did not. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I would also say it's like I just had to think about it, and I hate to, go off script. I think people like Papi Rico, we have to always remember that he's a past pro bros apologist. So like, but I want to focus on Ali's point. I know he might not like people talking about medical diagnoses, but I think when he came to the when there was a live that was it was like several months ago, and that Floyd came to this channel, and I think he disclosed that he had different things going on, and it's like, it's not that no one made fun of him for that, but it's good to understand that, like, these past pro pros, and I talked about it in the previous panel, that there's a shield that the past pro bros have where every man is high, and the red pillars, the incels, and the Manosphere guys, they hide behind this, but like you don't really see that they have some serious problems going on. Different and mostly they have different issues going on. And the same thing that Ali said was like, hey, it's not fair that you picked on Floyd and how because he's got special needs. Like, first of all, nobody picked on him specifically for his special needs. No one did that. Most people are probably saying, instead of this guy gallivanting, instead of other people encouraging him to gallivant, how about people encourage him to take his meds or go get some professional help or get some therapy or something like that? Same thing, to the same point, Ali. People like you were coming out once we started to see Austin Hallman's family life and seeing how that was in shambles. And people were saying, "Oh, this is off limits. This is off limits." But he's putting it out there. He's letting you know like how weird his life really is. It's super weird. But that's the thing I find funny is like the passport bros and the passport bro adjacent apologists, they will start coming and start drawing lines about what's fair and what's not. But when it comes to attacks to women, they're not keeping that same energy. Oh, no. Nope. I'm not saying this. Let's read some of these comments. OB, if you're still in the chat, jump on the panel. And other people jump on the panel. This I've been here for almost an hour. Let's see. I just don't like bullies. Let's read this. No. So I want to address this. No one doesn't get to. There's no one out here that gets to be, that does not get to be called pathetic. Sorry, I was fumbling over my words. That was terrible content. But no one is going to be shielded from that. If you're doing pathetic things, you are pathetic. If you're doing loser things, you are a loser. Thank you, OB. What's going on, OB?
What up, bro?
Hey, man, I owe you a public apology. I want to say this now. One, because you apologized to the guys on the panel, maybe 3-4 panels back. I think you were in the chats, and I think you and I were going at it super, super, super late at night one day. I think I want to apologize. I want to make a formal apology to you. I was trying to do it on the last live, but I couldn't. It was almost like the jump rope. I couldn't get in. But I want to make a formal apology because, like, this is what I was saying earlier on this panel. I was like, sometimes you've changed your name maybe a couple times, and it's like you can't tell. I know what your last name used to be, and I'm like,
right.
I think you changed your Avi up too. So I was like, I don't know who these people are in the chat. Sometimes they have little eggs. Sometimes they have little W's, like Wesna, who's Papi Rico, and you don't know who this person is. So you just see people like taking shots at you. So I took some shots back, but I want to apologize, man. Once you jumped the panel, I was like, oh shit, this is that dude. Oh, yeah. I know him. He's a nice guy. He's a cool dude. I actually fuck with this dude. Right. So yeah, I want to apologize to you, man. Sorry about that.
No, same here, man. I think that just kind of happens throughout these things. Just anytime it's a discussion that people hold close, they kind of wear it on their shoulders. It's on both ends. So yeah, apology on my behalf.
Yeah.
So
yeah, go ahead.
What about that new Austin video?
I need to watch it, man. I was saying earlier on this panel that like you and Buck Travels were dropping a lot of dimes. You did mention Sunshine Soldiers. I saw one of his like viral videos like last year or something like that, but I have not really followed him closely.
So I didn't watch the video, man, but every comment he got on that video, they're calling him out. Like
Damn,
his
I need
own
to watch
people
it.
are finally starting to wake up to it. If it says 33 comments, I just looked, and
Shit.
if there's 33 comments, 27 of them are just saying like, "Dude, you a lame. You don't
Oh,
have game.
hey,
The white guy has more game than you." And then a lot of people like, we don't even want him on this page. The white guy. It's just, yeah, they're
this is
going at it, man. A couple, he
yeah.
didn't even respond to him like his normal or try to delete him.
Oh
He went to,
yeah.
yeah.
He loves deleting some comments. Yo, keep dropping dimes about like people that I could follow and whatever. I'll watch his live. I've been slacking. I haven't watched any Passport Bro content in the last few days. But I definitely wanted to like get this live back together and for us to talk about some stuff. And it doesn't have to be purely Passport Bro stuff. We can definitely go off script. But yeah, I need to watch that live because I'm like, I'm dying to get some to see what's going on. And
I know. I don't even think you need to watch the live. I never watch his lives. I just literally go see what the comments are and move on. See if people are waking up to the bull crap.
yeah. I was saying earlier in the chat, I don't know if you on the live that like I was giving props to you and Buck. I was like, yo, we are starting to really peel back the onions about this Passport Bro stuff. And we're starting to realize all the stuff they were saying in the beginning, like, oh, these guys are high value men. They're well to do. It's not like they're struggling to date in the States. It's all a lie. These dudes are absolute losers. Ali, I said it. They're pathetic. Yeah, I said it. They're screwing their retirement up. Yeah, I said it. They're screwing their SSI up. Yeah, I said it.
Right.
So we need to say this stuff because what people like you, Ali, I don't know if this is you, if this is accurate or not, but it sounds like it comes off like you're trying to allow these dudes to just like retreat and lick their wounds in peace. And it's like, no. We get to call them out with all the talking. We've said it on previous panels. It's like, if these dudes would have left and never said and not created the attention-seeking behavior that they did, I wouldn't be on this panel talking. But since they've done it, no, we're gonna instead of going high, we're gonna take it to the floor. So
and I agree. And that's something again, like I'm saying, Papi Rico when I hopped in, he was just saying, well, I'm gonna try to work one more year and then I'm gonna try to retire. And that's
right.
the funny thing about it. Austin, you're doing your thing. But as I said on the last panel, they're all getting American dollars and waiting until they're 55 at the youngest to try to go over there. But they cheer him on to do it at 20 years old when he should be building.
Right.
And granted, some of them went on the show and said, hey, it's better to get a job, save up, do it this way. But then you turn around and he's not doing it. And you say, well, hey, let me give you $100 to help you pay that rent to keep this channel going a little bit longer so you can continue to drag black women and then USA women just in general. So I find that a little funny.
Yeah, it's like this comment from Ali. He's like, I want to find balance. The problem, Ali, dude, there is no balance. Where's the balance when these dudes are slandering black women and these dudes are shitting on Western culture and they're shitting on black people in general and they're spreading racist Passport Bro memes? Where's the balance? Are we supposed to put up memes about them? Where's the balance? I want you to define what that balance looks like. So you cannot defend. The problem with you, Ali, and the people like you, no offense, is there is no balance to accurately and adequately defend black women in this culture and this climate. You're gonna have to swing some bats. You're gonna have to crack some. You're gonna have to. That's the balance, because they're over here trying to destroy and lower the mental health and the self-esteem of black women. So where's the balance? You kind of have to keep the same energy with them. That's the balance. We're keeping the same energy. That's balance. But,
and not only that, just love for your country, love for your people. Like Austin has a younger brother. I'm sure he tells people, yeah, my big brother's here. Oh, what's your big brother do? Oh, he's on YouTube. You got a 15-year-old thinking that's how life is just because the truth is big brother just didn't want to grind a little bit longer. He's running from reality.
Wesna, like, I'm curious as to why you came to this room. I think you need attention. You strike me as a person who needs attention. But listen, as a gambler, as a former gambling man, I would put some good money down 70%, 60% of these dudes are broke. And I think I know what you would do as a coward. You're gonna straddle the line and say they're not broke. They got enough money to make a trip. They're one little robbery in Thailand away from being in shambles. They are one little thing away from being in shambles. They're broke boys. Period. That's why they're leaving. Because if they weren't broke boys, they could do it in the States, no problem. And we're not talking about Bunny Ranch. To date a woman in the States, it doesn't take Bunny Ranch money. It just takes, you can date on your level. Any guy can afford that. But these dudes, they can't. Who is this? This is Flint. He's changed his name and changed his Abby. Papi Rico's stepping up finally. We'll see how this goes.
Oh man, I think you needed me back. You know what I'm saying? Because all right, so let's make sure this is clear. Most people that travel and live in different countries, see, there's different types of passport bros or different types of categories, right? There's people that go somewhere for a weekend. They don't have the ability to earn money or make money outside of the United States, and they probably only have 2 weeks to 4 weeks vacation. So they go on the weekends. Maybe some of them go for 2-week vacations. That is your low-level person that travels. Low level. I don't care if you call them a passport bro. I don't care if it's a woman. They're low-level travelers. They just got their passport. They can barely travel.
Okay.
Then there's people that actually have remote jobs or can make money remotely.
Got it.
Not those people, right? And some of those people make good money. Some of them don't.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have people that have pensions, or they either Army military pension, maybe they have disability, maybe they got worked in law enforcement, maybe they work for the fire department, I work for a bank, I get a pension. Mm-hmm. I'm 56 years old. I only worked at the bank for 10 years. I only had to work there 10 years, be older than 55, and I can get early retire. So, but I used to work remotely from Colombia because I was making money, right? But there's different levels to the game. But your typical person who will live full time in a different country, your typical person, I can guarantee you, they don't have a lot of money, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know what the breakdown is, right? I really don't know. But a lot of these people are fleeing the United States on their damn pension, on Social Security, because they can't cut it in America. So
Define they can't cut it.
Like, just Google what your average Social Security check is. Google things like, what is the average net worth of somebody? Google things like, what is your average Social Security check in the United States? It'll tell you really clearly. I do that, dude. I look. Sorry,
Papi Rico, I'm going to interrupt. Is that what you're defining? Is they can't cut it because of their retirement not covering them to live in the States? Is that what you're defining it to be?
Yes, there are a big majority of people that live in different countries are there because they cannot survive financially in the United States.
Would you call them broke boys?
I would call them broke boys.
Gotcha.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So
so there's a lot of people. I mean, like, people are bragging about how, like, I don't like people that sit on panels and brag about how cheap it is to live here and there, because, man, if you want to live that cheap, it's pretty sad.
It depends, Papi Rico. I hear what you're saying. I think that if you were to retire, let's just say you wanted to retire in the next 3 years, and you said, hey, I got a nice little pension, I got a nice little retirement, I'm going to move over to Thailand or somewhere else where my money's going to stretch, and I actually love the place. I'm actually going over there because I love the place, and maybe I'm already have a family. I'm just going to relocate my family or blah, blah, blah. Oh. That's because maybe your wife is from that country. You never know. I'm not against that, but I think what these guys are doing is different. They're doing this strictly for a sexual desire.
Well,
that's different.
You're categorizing different people, right? Like, but there are a lot of people, and most of the people, like, first of all, think about it, right? Think about it. If you were married in the United States, I'm actually single, right? Yeah. I'm single. So I'm 56 years old. I'm single. I've been divorced probably for maybe 7 years, I think. I'm not sure. And my point of that is, right, my wife would have allowed me to live part-time in different countries once I stopped working. She probably would have. She's from Vietnam, my ex-wife. But the point is you marry a normal American woman in the United States,
right,
and you have kids,
right,
you know, the probability of you relocating your even just your wife alone is doubtful. If your kids are too young, very doubtful. But even if you just say the kids were of age,
right.
just for you and your wife to agree to move somewhere and live somewhere in a different country, the probability is low that that's going to happen. So most of the men, most of these expat, there are expat couples. I'm not saying they're out, but a lot of time they're single people and males.
On this point, I don't really get this point. So
money makes. Austin doesn't brag. First of all, let me clarify that, right? So I'm, I'm sort of like, just say a spokesman for Austin.
Say an apologist.
He will not. He does not say it's cheap. Believe me, he will tell you the opposite. Ask that question on any of his lives. He is not going to tell you it's cheap. It costs him a lot of money to travel.
You know what? I want to press you a little bit. I heard on a previous panel, I heard you specifically say that Austin has a security detail. Can you confirm that or deny that?
You've never heard me.
I did hear you say that.
Hell no.
It was you.
Hell no. He might need one.
I heard you say it on a video.
Might need one.
Zed, if you got the clip, run the clip.
I'd love to hear that.
I heard you say it.
Nah, never.
I heard you.
You mean a security detail? Like when he moves around, he has people with him?
Mm-hmm. I heard you say this was just before he went. This is just before he went back to Brazil, and I heard that video. Yes, it was.
Oh,
it was.
Dude, he moves by himself. Believe me.
You were on video saying this.
And when he was in Paraguay, when he was going to Brazil, crossing the border, coming back and going back to Paraguay, packing his stuff, he took a damn 18 or 20 hour bus to Sao Paulo. I mean, like he's a friend of mine. Let's just say that, right? So he doesn't have any security detail, and I would never say now.
All I'm saying, Papi Rico, you were caught in 4K. I just need Zed. I just need Zed to run me the clip.
I would like to see that, man.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that.
Anyway,
especially the context around it, because I really don't think I said that. But the point is he would never think it's cheap to live abroad. Like he's going to Portugal next, and he's already saying on lives, that it's going to cost him $1,000 a month just for an apartment there. I don't think he's going to be there at that a month though, but it's expensive. Sao Paulo is expensive as well.
Okay, so
there are expats. There's weekend warriors. There's people that go on little vacations. You could call seriously. I live in Raleigh, right? I live part-time in Colombia. I live in Raleigh, right? I go to the airport, right? Raleigh. It's probably the 20-something largest city, whatever. I'm pretty sure, in the United States. But the point is I go to the airport, and these people ask me why are all these people going to damn Colombia? And I was like, are you serious? So this pandemic, all of a sudden with YouTube and all that has opened up Colombia, give visibility to Colombia and for probably a lot of times negative reasons, right? And even guys in Raleigh are going in groups to the airport and flying to Colombia. I mean, it's crazy.
I'm trying to think of stuff to say. I understand that there are different partitions, different groups of the passport bros, and OB and Flint, feel free to ask questions too. I think that makes, they kind of try to use that to an advantage.
What about the income that's on the screen? Paraguay, gross national income is $5,920.
Wow. Look at that. Wait, what is that? Does that mean your average salary, annual salary? Is that what that is supposed to be?
Right. Yes, sir. That's the average salary. Income, yearly income.
That probably makes sense. No, that probably makes sense, because even in Colombia, right, you're talking around $400 a month, which is $4,800 a year. right? I mean, that's minimum wage, right? I don't know, you know, I don't know. OB 332, you wrote this like really wrong. Like Paraguay gross national income is, I mean, I don't even know what the hell that means. But for average or you have to think about average or medium income. That's more, medium is more the appropriate thing to think about. But just say it's $6,000, right, for your, you know, lower level people. I believe it. I believe a high percentage of people living in countries like Colombia are making the lower range. Like in Colombia, it's probably 5,000 a year.
So I want to ask you this, Papi Rico. I want to understand your skin in the game, because you are kind of, I'm not going to use the soft language. You are an Austin Hallman apologist.
Yeah, I support Austin, man.
Right.
And
so,
he's actually a really nice guy.
I wouldn't go that far, probably. But go ahead. What were we saying?
Let me go back to
the average income. So anyone can do this. I just went to Airbnb.com and Google Paraguay. You can get a 2-bedroom with a nice pool with a rooftop balcony for $30 a night. That looks basically like something here that would cost $3,800. So when he sits here and he says that, oh, it's so expensive, I agree. Traveling is expensive, but the traveling that Austin is doing is not expensive. And he goes to a lot of the cheaper places when people Google this. And when people put this information up, like Jason1234 posted this information that he was trying to sell in his Bible for money, that, hey, I know where you're staying. You just told us the club. So I went to the club. I Googled the closest Airbnb around there. And for the money that you're trying to charge for the book, I could just get the Airbnb and walk to the club. So why would I pay that? He deletes the comment and then puts the person on block. But why delete it? That's just common sense information. Like, that's just, it takes 2 seconds to Google it, just like I just did this.
Yeah. Hey, just curious, OB32. So let's just say a lot of people in Paraguay, because one thing I want to make clear, because I hear these comments. I mean, there's some cheap people. There are some seriously very cheap people living abroad, and Austin has some of those people on his panels, and they're saying about how cheap it is to live in Colombia. I'm living in a 3-bedroom apartment for $220 a month. You know, like, you can live, like, obviously a person in Colombia is making $400 a month. A lot of people. There are a lot of people making $1,000, $2,000 too, but a lot of people are surviving on $400 a month, right? Now, those people that are surviving on $400,000 or $400 a month, they're living in stratum 1, stratum 2. They definitely not in 3, and they're living with their damn families, and they're definitely not eating high quality, and they're definitely not going out much. They're living very basic, like, I would, poverty, but they're surviving. They still have, and they're happy, probably a lot of them. And maybe they get to go out once a month. You know what I mean? So just because
so that's where I want to agree with you and kind of agree with you and just say you're right. So I don't think that's why no one's broke. I think that's kind of language. I can't speak for you, Papi Rico. You seem okay in my eyes. I don't like what you do. But as far as like just overall, if I knew you as a person, I think we would have a real conversation. Go ahead.
Well, just say, what do I do?
I don't like that you're guiding the young people, man, who look like me, and all people for that matter. I care about all people, but I got to worry about me first, especially because we're so far behind. You asked me a question, I'm answering it, but I'll let you go again. Go ahead.
No, go on.
I was just saying, it just seems disingenuous to come on here and sell this to so many young people who want to travel when I really travel and make it seem like it's something that it's not. I think traveling is awesome.
I like it. So let me make sure it's clear, right? I am not the person trying to sell a dream to people. Like me, I want to sell reality, right? Like, so I don't appreciate a lot of people that go on Austin's panel and actually talk to. So check this out. I understand I'm a white man in a black man's world. I understand that, right? And I have no problem with that because I have no problem. I like all races, right? Like I get along with everybody. And I prefer actually to hang out with different races. I get bored with white people, right? And what really pisses me off is when people talk about how easy things are, or people act like a victim, like about like, like victims don't survive. But what I like to talk about is actual. I don't want to make things sound easy, because I don't want somebody going to a different country and then failing. Like that would be awful, right? Like you got to talk about how, realistically how much money you need. You got to talk about realistically, if you're working remotely, how much money should you be earning? I don't care if you get it from pension, Social Security, whatever the hell it is. But if you're young, right, you got to make sure you get your, like, I guess, line things up right before you think you're going to permanently live somewhere, And it depends. Like some people, everybody's different. Everybody has different levels of money. Some people maybe can only afford to go for a weekend, but at least they get a chance to see what it's like to be in another country. Like seriously, like I understand there's racism in America, right? If I'm a black man and I go to Cali, I can guarantee you I don't feel racism, because I date black women in Cali. I know black guys that've gone to Cali, black Americans, and man, Cali's cool. Cali's a great city because there's a high percentage of Afro-Colombians. So, and everybody gets along. There's less race. There is racism, right? There's always going to be racism, but there's less of it there. You know what I mean? But dude, I'm not the one trying to. I do actually want to mentor people on how to do things right, not sell them a fake dream they're going to fail.
Okay, so Jason 1434 was just saying, no, you're basically doing it for clout. And why I wrote, because
what clout? What do I get from it, man? Like I'm just like, for example, I'm friends with Austin, right? Like I'm just friends with him, right? I don't get followers from it. There are some other men who have YouTube channels, have weak YouTube channels, and try to tether to Austin to get more subs and to sell some products or sell consultations. There's supposedly some black men that are on his panels making 250,000 a year, but then they still feel that they need to sell people consultations instead of sharing some of that knowledge for free. That to me is not cool. Like Will's in the chat, right? Will's cool dude, man. Like Will's the kind of guy that would like to share his knowledge, and he's not going to charge any consultation fee to share his knowledge. Why?
So that's the same thing that I told. So from my standpoint, I can see where Jason's coming from, because I've heard you say that you make an exorbitant amount of money. Anytime you're well over six figures, that's a lot. Now, I'm not saying no one can have that, but what I'm saying is, if it's genuine and you want to help people, let's just say it is. Let me not ask you a question, but I'm really not asking a question. Let me actually ask a question. Why don't you do something like a Richard Fain? Richard Fain is 60 years old. He showed people the real steps to get rich. He didn't come from money. He played in the NFL a couple of years, but he admits, when I was playing, there wasn't as much money in it. He knows Deion Sanders. He showed on his YouTube page flying out there because they went to Florida together. He doesn't have Deion Sanders money. He admitted that, but he just said, hey, I got a banker's job. It wasn't exorbitant. I made pretty good, and I just saved and bought stocks a little bit by a little bit. When he said he had a Ferrari, he literally put it on his YouTube and showed people in his garage, look at my Ferrari, look at my Porsche. And he didn't show it sitting in $1 million house. He showed it just in a regular $400,000 house, which he said he didn't even spend $400,000 for when he bought it. Of course, when the economy was better, he probably spent $250,000 for it. Now that $450,000 house, he's able to rent it out or sell it, whatever he wants to do with it. And now he's got $1 million house. But it took him till he was 60 to get it. When you Google the average millionaire in America, the average millionaire becomes a millionaire at 55. Now, does that mean that every millionaire has to be 55 to get it? Of course not. No. But I'm just saying, if what you're saying is true, and I told Will the same thing when he was on here, I said, share the knowledge. If what you're saying, you make 10 million, then I'm telling you how to do it. Reach out, do like the rappers do. Show people what people want to see, and then show them that this is attainable through not rapping and degrading your people. This is possible through, it's great if you can be an athlete, but you don't have to be an athlete, and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah. So let me just like, so like, for example, right? Like I'm friends with Austin, right? And we have just a small WhatsApp group, right? He has 106,000 followers, right? And we got to just say it's a WhatsApp group of 10 people, right? You know, and even on some of his panels, I've shared this information, but I do try to I try to share my knowledge on investing, right? Like, you know, one time I was young, right? And, you know, one of the things I was, you know, I don't know, my father was a businessman, but I'm not going to say he was the best role model, but he was a businessman and he taught me how to hustle, right? And believe me, like, you know, just because you're white, like this guy saying you are a white man in the white man's world. Let me tell you, let me make sure it's clear. My father had a bucket full of pennies when I was young. We were poor in elementary school. My father hustled. My father used to work with the mafia. My mother got shot in the head and got killed. Okay? So not everybody has, you know, the easy life just because you're a white man. So don't give me that crap, man. That's some weak ass shit. When the black people want to say, you know, come at me just because I'm white, that's funny as fuck. Because, you know, I can't come at you because you're black. You know what I'm saying? But the point
So I'm listening to you, Will. The first time I spoke with you, I went on Austin's panel and I tried to explain this basic conversation. And the first question I was hit with was something in the area of, do you get good pussy or something of that nature? Completely off topic. And you argue with it. And granted, you had been messing with trolls all day. So maybe you thought someone was taking a shot who really wasn't taking a shot, but someone was just trying to give that information. So I just want to say not everyone is like that just because you're a different color. And I've had plenty of bouts with you, and I'm still on here trying to get better, trying to improve, trying to listen to you, let you give your thoughts. So now I just want to say, so for the question I asked, you still haven't answered it. I said, why haven't you?
I was answering it, right? But then I just, you know, like I try to share knowledge. For example, like let's say in Austin's WhatsApp group, right? I try to share knowledge about how I invested money. Like let's just say, I don't know. I went through college slow, right? Because my father was he was a businessman, but he wasn't a role model when it came to education, right? And so I went to college still, even though he didn't believe in college. And I took my time, and I graduated in 1994, right? And you know, but I was just smart with money. Like I was just always brought up to respect money, right? And you know, I started right out of college. I got an electrical engineering degree. I started out of college doing computer science, right? Or a computer programmer working for Computer Sciences Corporation. So the point is I started, you know, take advantage of the 401k, investing my money, blah, 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 blah. I was always interested. I was trading stocks when I was in college, right? Like I've always, I'm not saying I'm the best stock trader or anything like that. I don't want to say that, right? But you know, you learn over time, and there's like, I would just say, you know, even listening to like Warren Buffett, right? You know, just and learning from experience, right? So I try to share that kind of knowledge, like, you know, maybe open up a Roth IRA versus, you know, because Austin doesn't work for a company. He's his own businessman. So, hey, Austin, open up a Roth IRA, right? So, you know, give them an advice like that. You know, invest in a, you know, S&P ETF, the VOO, right? Invest your first 10K in there. Boom, 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 right? Like, dude, man, I mean, I don't want to get specifics, but let's just say I'm fairly successful with investing, and I do share my knowledge because I want other people to learn from it. Like just somebody walking around saying, "Hey, man, I'm successful," but you don't share it, or you're gonna say, "Hey, man, I'm successful. If you want to know some knowledge, pay me. I'll give you a consultation." I mean, you know, like I'm not down with that too much.
But you still haven't answered my question. To reach out to the people, why don't you show? No one knows who you are. So to give some type of information and try to reach people, and so many people are being lied to just in the world in general, not even YouTube, not Passport Bros, just lies just in general. Why not, as I said, create a page like Richard Fain where you can be transparent. If you're saying I've made 300,000-400,000, hey, look at my Lamborghini. Look at my house. Hey, let me show you my kid's room that went to school, and I can show you their Duke jersey hanging up in the room. Like, you would reach more people if you did those things. Like, people go to Austin's page because of what he was showing. But then older people who've done some traveling like me, like, I'm going to reveal that if I see you're lying. If you're really winning and you're doing what you're saying you're doing, then I want to see it. But if you're lying to the people, I'm going to expose
No, I believe that too. No. So another thing I do believe in, right? So you're thinking about me a little wrong. Another thing I do believe in is receipts, right? I will never talk about anything that I haven't done or that's not real. I don't need the bullshit, man. I'm successful. I don't need to worry about what I say online. You know why? Because if I got fired tomorrow, guess what? I ain't crying. I don't need my job. You know, I am successful. I used to have 3 Porsches when I moved down to North Carolina. 3 911s. 3, not 1, not 2, 3. I had an Audi, 3 Porsches, and my wife's CRV. I think she might have had a Honda Civic at that point because I bought her a cheap one. People, like, I could show receipts. I'm sitting in this $800,000+ house, right? It's probably if it was fixed up easily over $1 million, right? But so I have the receipts for everything I say. I have passports. I could show you my passports. They're just sitting back there up on a shelf, and I could show all the places I've traveled. I've been traveling since 1996, right? But that can't be 1996. 94, I started working. I guess it was. Well, I don't know. I gotta look. Man, I forget exactly what year it was. I think, but it sounds weird because maybe I didn't work in 94 or start working. Maybe I worked and started in 92. I forget when I graduated college. you get so old, you know what I'm saying? But that's what's good about finding my old passport. I can see my old passport could show me the first place I traveled was, I think it was to Frankfurt, and the second place was to England, and the third was to Thailand. But the point is, I got receipts. I don't, and I think the receipts give you clout. Like, in other words, how can you talk about, like Austin knows, I post on his, I don't care if he knows my salary. I post it in the WhatsApp, right? Like, they know I take a picture of my salary. They see it, right? Because everything I say, I can back up, right? I just won't go into too much more. But the point is I back up everything I say, every place I've traveled. I don't like people that are false, right? So and that's one of the things I like to call people out on is, do they actually? Yeah, let's hear what this says. I want to hear what this so-called, he has. What did he say? Is this the thing that he has? Bodyguards or whatever the hell you called it?
I don't want to get off traffic. I still haven't heard when you're going to create the page. If what you're trying to do is not do that, and I'm telling you how you can garner that respect. And I'm not saying I got all the answers, but this is just common knowledge that we all see. We see how rappers garner that respect. We see how CNN politicians, they even got Instagrams and show themselves getting on their special flights that are paid for by the government. We see, how athletes show their stuff. So, and I just gave you someone in the community who's around your age, who I have a lot of respect for, and I never bash him. And he goes about it the right way, and he doesn't nearly tell me if he's had as much as you had. But it means something to see, oh, okay, so if you do save in the long run, you can have those things if you're willing to sacrifice for it. I still haven't heard when you're going to create this page to show these items.
Wait. Do you want me to go out front of my house and show you how big my house is or something?
I would. If I got it, and I want people to listen to what I'm saying, some type of form. Now, I
got an Audi sitting in the driveway. I mean, if that's impressive, but yeah, dude, I could show receipts all day long. Believe me.
Show an executive page. Let's give someone the company. That's what people do. Like if I didn't want to show my house or my cars or whatever, that type of stuff. I would show an executive, hey, go to Nike, go look under About Company, go look at who the executives are. You'll see my face on it. You should have something like that, right?
I get your point, right? Like, one thing, I don't really like to give the financial advice, right? But we could talk about high level stuff about how to invest and what kind of mindset you should have, because I was talking to Austin about this today, right? Like, to the whole chat, is basically like, dude, man, I've been in Colombia at some of the best hotels. I was actually sitting next to the pool, the best hotel, with a girlfriend next to me and my best friend next to me. And my best friend can makes ridiculous money with stocks now. He's just really smart, and he went to one of the best MBA programs in the United States. But we were literally sitting there, and I was losing 10 to 15,000 a day, and I think it was in 2019, December 2019. No, it might have been 2018. December 2018, and the market was just getting destroyed. And so, me and my girlfriend, we eventually left Cartagena and went to Medellin, and then I started.
So I'm not trying to cut you off, Will. Papi Rico, and I'll let you go back. But all I'm saying is, you still haven't answered the question. And I've been hearing for the last 30, 40 minutes. I'm not over talking you. I'm not over talking you, and I'll be respectful. And this is what happens when you go on Austin's show. Anytime someone just asks for something and give y'all respect, you overtalk them. So as I said, we've been listening for 30 minutes, and you still haven't said you're going to do that, and you just keep saying what you have. So a lot of people don't have that. I don't even make six figures. I'm doing well for myself, and I have an education. You know what I mean? I work a good job, and I'm managing young people, and I'm telling other people maybe take it a step further than me. If it didn't work for me in my industry, supply chain, maybe you become a lawyer, you become a doctor, maybe it'll work for you. When I was in college, I met a woman who was a lawyer who told me, I think you should go into nursing. It's better. This stuff is long hours. That's why I'm here working on my doctorates now, trying to go a different direction. So this is why people think you're clout chasing, because you're just talking about what you got. Having $1 million, saying you earned $280,000, that's very impressive. That puts you as a 1%er. Show it or quit talking about it. And then just quit coming about Black people's faces who definitely don't have that, talking like that if you're not about that.
So I don't know. I guess we could figure out some way for me to prove. I don't know. Austin, I could prove it to Austin, right? But the problem is you wouldn't believe Austin either. So you wouldn't even believe it if Austin saw it. You know what I'm saying? They're just like Will shared it with Floyd something, and showed one of his paychecks, right? Because people like you when somebody's successful, you don't believe it, right?
No, I didn't say that. I just told you I see Richard Fain, and he's around your age, and I got ultimate respect for her. And if Zed wants to pull him up, she can do it. And he doesn't tell me he's made $10 million a year like Will. Will said he makes $20 million in 1 year. After taxes, that's about $10 million, right? Richard Fain doesn't talk like that, but yet I know and I understand finance enough to understand that you can afford a Ferrari and those type of good things and have $1 million house at 60 without doing those things. $10 million a year, that basically automatically puts him richer than most politicians. I don't even think Joe Biden was worth $10 million when he ran for president. Someone can Google and fact check that for me, but I'm pretty sure just according to just Google, he wasn't. Now, if he's hidden something, stolen something, which is possible, definitely possible so. But just based upon common knowledge, what we all know, what he turns in, he wasn't even worth $10 million when he ran for president. So the fact that someone's on YouTube telling me they made $20 million in 1 year, and then after that it makes $20 million, and then tells me to go look at an Instagram page, which he showed me his Instagram, and he did some traveling, and I think that's awesome for a Black man. I think it's awesome for all people. If a white guy does it, once again, I think it's awesome. But as I said, I got to worry about my people first because we're so far behind. We ain't that far removed from segregation days, right? Like my mother, my father, 70 years old, when they were in kindergarten, they couldn't go to school with your parents because of the color of their skin, right? So that's what I'm about. So my thing is, like, when Will comes on here and says a Lambo's successful to you, dude, you came on here and said you made 10 million. A Lambo should be chump change to you in 1 year, and you're not even 50. And if that's not what you're about, then quit telling us to look at your Instagram page and see this traveling business. But I digress. You go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. I wasn't planning on making You could look at you. Why don't you look at one of my Instagrams? I used to flex a little bit on one of my Instagrams, and that's new NJRS4 NJ. But unfortunately, I have to. It's private. I'm not. I'm not.
OB.
I try to share. Have all these followers. But I will add you, baby. You know.
OB, can you hear me?
And you
Yeah,
can see
I'm
my,
your boss.
Yeah, sorry, I was having mic issues. Rico, I don't think OB was asking you to flex. I think he was saying, why don't you try to create a platform to help other people learn?
Now well, that's part of what, like what I'm saying though is like there have been times where we get on the panel, like Austin's panel, just say, and we do share financial advice, like ideas on how to, like how you should be investing your money, start young. You have a lot of time, like just dollar cost averaging, going over just basic strategy kind of stuff. Because believe me, do you think I was making a lot of money when I walked out of college? I was making like $30-something thousand a year back in the day.
I have two questions. One, is Floyd in that group chat? Are you helping Floyd financially?
Oh
with
man,
information?
Floyd. He used to be in the group chat, but then all of a sudden he just dropped out. He used the excuse that
You don't say.
he was getting all these alerts from like from people texting in the chat, but all you have to do is mute. If you mute the group on WhatsApp, you don't get alerted. Now, if somebody adds you, you will get alerted, but nobody was adding Floyd. Hardly anybody was directing comments to Floyd. Occasionally we did, but very rarely. So his excuse was weak, and he just left the WhatsApp group. He just didn't. I'm assuming he didn't like somebody.
So I think kind of piggybacking a little bit of what Obi was saying earlier, I think it's very disingenuous what Austin Hallman's doing, because the average person is not going to be able to have the platform that Austin Hallman does. We've addressed on multiple panels. We've addressed on multiple panels recently that the average passport bro is fucking themselves up for Social Security and retirement. Austin Hallman is probably fucking himself too. If he's not keeping the money he's getting from subs, he's really fucking himself up.
Yeah, well, I would say there's a worse person than that. Like you got that Andre crossing borders, or whatever the hell his name is, and Andre Love crossing border, whatever. I don't know what the hell his name is, but he tries to make it seem so cheap. But like anybody that's on YouTube, you can't look at them as if that's your way out of the United States. You can't look at them as the role model. Like, hey, I'm going to start a YouTube channel and I'm going to be successful and I'm going to be able to support myself to travel around the world. Like you can't do that. Like that's setting yourself up for failure if you believe you could be an Austin Hollerman, or if you believe you could be this Andre, whatever the hell his damn name is, Love Crossing Borders, whatever it is. Like Andre was lucky as hell. I mean, he could talk good too, and Austin could talk good too. But not everybody's successful. It's like saying, hey man, I want to be in the NFL, right? Like you're going to be in the NFL. That's all you need to worry about, right? And you'll be successful. YouTubers are rare to be successful.
So I want to ask you this, Rico. Do you think Austin Hallman is encouraging people to travel and live overseas semi-temporarily or permanently?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if he would be.
Is it yes or no?
If he's promoting people to do temporary or permanently, I would say this, right?
You don't have to give me the media trained answer. Just give me the yes or no.
No, I just don't know. Like, I don't see it that way. I see it. I think I said it to Austin like this morning. Austin is the brand. Right? Because he's a young black dude who took the chance and is successful. He's 25 years old and he's traveling around the world earning money off YouTube.
Okay,
right?
So that's one thing that I want to say right there, Rico. Just in my sector, just with my people, I'm going to always call you out. There's nothing successful about not garnering Social Security, not building up your 401k just because you're traveling the world at 25. Does that mean everyone has to?
Earlier? Wait. Did you hear me earlier? Let's just make sure this is clear, because one thing I do know about is money. Okay, and I watch YouTube videos. I educate myself about money all the time. And guess what? I like to Google statistics on average net worth, average Social Security check, all this kind of thing, average medium salary. I love to look at this stuff, right? And I'm going to tell you right now, the average person, like Social Security savings by age, come on, man, don't talk no bull BS smack, right? Because you could Google it yourself. Why don't you Google it yourself right now? What is the medium savings for retirement per age? Why don't you Google
Not
that?
enough. I can answer that question for you right now. Like I said, I got a master's degree myself. I study. I got a major in liberal studies with an emphasis in stock market investment. So I can just tell you that off the top of my head. Most people don't retire with enough savings, and that's my whole point.
That's a fact.
So if most people who go to,
so let me finish.
So if most people who go to work every day and work 40 hours a week and don't travel the world like that and travel by using PTO or doing their summer years, or they use off-campus studies in different countries, if they don't have enough to retire, then why would you advise a young black man whose mother clearly doesn't have a lot of money? We all seen her apartment. She's a single mother raising kids on her own. The father, that it's been public information that he has multiple kids. So why would you advise him to go travel the world knowing people go to work every day and still don't have enough? So why would you advise him to travel the world knowing that statistic? You say you like looking at statistics. Most people, so I'm just going to reiterate one more time. Most people in America, when they retire, don't have enough to retire.
Rico, answer that question.
Yeah. But you made the comment, right? You're talking about retirement. You were so fixated on retirement, right? So
I'm 38 and I'm focused on it because I don't want to. I want to actually. I travel just like you, Rico, and I've had an Instagram. I've traveled 24 countries. I've been to 27 states. The photo just in this thing is just some bullshit golf photo with me in Oregon playing golf. The background photo is just some bullshit of me being at the salt mines in Utah, and that's even good stuff. It's in the States, but my point is, I've done that. People who've been watching me and talking to me on here, before this avatar, I had me standing in Japan. I can flick it right back to that photo with the same picture. I can flip it to the same picture of me going to Egypt. I can flip it to the same picture going to London. And guess what? I'm not rich by any means, and it didn't take that for me to do it.
All right, so you know, let me think how we can say this.
So to get back on the question the original question was, why would you advise Austin or act like he's winning when he's not? He's just traveling the world and he has followers. Followers don't equate to a lot of money. And if you have a lot of money, you said it yourself, you're not going to be begging for consultations, which he does, or cash apps. So then why do you promote it and call him your friend instead of saying it's a young guy who's a little misguided, but I'm respectful to him and it's nice and I like to see him traveling, and leave it at that? Because that's all it simply is.
So first of all, like the retirement thing, right? So if Austin's 25 years old, right, and he already opened up a retirement account, and he's already funding his retirement account, and if we look at the medium age, like the amount in people's retirement accounts at different ages, right? I can guarantee you, if he only puts this simple amount, $7,000 a year, whatever the maximum is on a Roth IRA, I bet you he'll be probably further ahead than most people his age by 30.
Did you say if, or are you saying that's what he has done?
Oh, he's doing it. Let's just
but the thing is, Rico, like I said, every passport, not
he
every
is saving
passport.
for his retirement. He is saving for his future. So that's
Rico, we get.
So
that.
we're talking about the same Austin, right? Who's came on here and said that he can't get a credit card more than 500. Now he's a six-figure guy who started all these accounts and put it back, and that's on live that we can go watch. We're talking about the same Austin who, when he came back home, we can go watch the footage that he was going to the bank with his mom. And then when he got back in, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I know what he said about his credit card limits. So if he said it, it's true.
He did.
And I know it. Right? Like he's never lied about it. Right? So okay. So his credit sucks. That doesn't mean he's not making money. That doesn't mean like he's not, like he's able to invest his money for his future. Like he's starting.
But didn't the brother just said he came back to the States to get a loan? Is that what were you saying? I forgot what's the brother's name up top.
He
Good evening,
did.
everybody.
He did. And it's public information that he said he told that he came back and got whatever that was when people were doing that scam when they were giving away money for the barbershop. That's
Oh, I
open
don't know if he
information he
did
shared.
that.
And he also, on his last time when he came home, the video with him and his mom arguing with each other after leaving the bank because she said he's in a shitty attitude and all she's trying to do is help him out because he doesn't have any money. All that was on live stream. We've seen all of that. But now all of a sudden you're trying to convince me that this 25-year-old who's an African-American male who actually lives in my state, so I know what it costs to live here and I know what six-figure looks like when you live here. You're trying to convince me that he's six-figure and his lifestyle does not represent that.
I don't know what he makes. I don't care what he makes. I don't ask those questions. It's none of my damn business. But I know he makes enough to travel, and I know he makes enough that he's saving his money, and he's also, his goal is to pay off his damn car, right?
Chris,
Let me.
Chris,
That's
we
all
just showed the
bullshit.
average income. Go
Why
ahead.
is that
Sorry,
hard to
I've been
believe,
talking. Go ahead,
Mr.
boss.
G?
Yeah. That's all. You saying he's doing all this savings and things of that nature, but he can't. He's kind of barely traveling and doing the things that he's doing. Um, here's the thing though. My brother up top, I forgot what's the name. If you wanna hit the thing so we can see everybody's name. I
Yeah,
know
Maroon
that's
Tiger.
Rico. Um, Ob. Okay, Ob. You had asked him a question why. So for the last 2 years, I have been wondering too, like why there are brothers, they were in the military like me. Some of them retired military guys that could be Austin's grandfather. Why do they like worship this guy? You know what? I've come to realize because and it's not originally my own thought, it's somebody else's content, because they said the exact same thing that happened with the plumber guy, right? You remember the Power Ranger, not Power Ranger,
Aaron
Ninja Turtle.
Sloan.
Yeah, Ninja Turtle, plumber guy.
Oh, that dude.
Yes.
Ninja
So
Turtle.
so you guys may be aware of the debacle that came down with him, right? And
That
how
was weird, man. That's awful.
a lot of men, mostly content creators, in Manosphere were trying to. They at first they had embraced them. Oh my God, da da da. The women did it. See what happened is people are looking for a mascot. They're looking for a mascot. They're looking for that person to push out in the front that got some kind of clout to represent the group. And that's the only way it makes sense, because I've been really trying to make it sense. Why will guys who are possibly working and they got retirement account, they're building their life, these are productive men that have done things in their life. Why will they be looking up and worship this 24, 23-year-old, not 25, 25-year-old guy that has nothing but a fucking YouTube page? Because they want to live through him. They want to make him the mascot of passport broism. That's the
I agree
only answer I
100%,
can come
boss.
up with.
I agree 100%, and that's kind of my argument. Why I'm saying I don't understand why. Like I say, man, Papi Rico said, "Bro, can I get it?" We get into these things. I've said some stupid things before. I don't believe he truly feels that way, but I just want to reiterate how people are living, barely making it. It's hard out here. We all make bad decisions. I've made bad decisions in my life. Had to make a U-turn. A lot of people do. So if someone's surviving, kudos to them. But the part that I don't get is why older men support him lying to the people to misguide them if they've been hurt or lost income because someone misguided them. That's my only argument. It's just like the Adrian. I know Adrian Fearless. I can look up his last name again. I forgot it. I know the car factory he works at here in Texas. I seen all of his stuff. I know his wife's an ESL teacher. I know he stays in an apartment. But he comes on here saying, "Oh, I make
Wait. He stays in an
$250,000 a
apartment?
year," and it's like, no, you don't, man.
Wait.
And
He
there's
stays in
nothing
an
wrong.
apartment? Are you serious?
Yes. And I know
Wow.
this for a fact. In
Well,
Frisco,
who
where
you
he
saying that's
always
staying in an
wants to flex
apartment,
his
my brother?
muscles and
He's
say,
talking about
meet me
Fearless.
here,
He's talking
meet
about
me here.
Fearless.
Last time he told me to meet him here, I told him his exact address. I'll just meet you at your apartment. How about that? We don't have to meet at the street.
What the?
He lives in Texas, where there's plenty of land, plenty of new constructions, and I mean, I'm not trying to shame nobody, because I myself, I was in the process of getting me a house or what that. But the way that Fearless kind of, because he got this PhD and yada yada blah blah blah, and
No.
it really with him.
Fearless has a degree. He has a bachelor's degree, and he had
A
a pretty okay
bachelor's
go. I'm not
degree,
even
not
gonna
a
say he had a good
PhD.
job, good
No, he says
typical
he had a
job for a
PhD
working
too.
person class, but he's no $250,000 person. And then he comes on here and sells people about, oh well, when I got certifications, like, sir, I live in Texas, and certifications doesn't get you that. My wife works in IT. And certifications, you really don't even need certifications to work in IT. Really, you just need the experience. And once you get to the next stage, they'll teach you all that stuff. It's good if you have it, if you're in college, but for the most part, get a science degree and you can work in IT, some form of science degree, and they'll get you certifications as you need them. But as I said, that's not to shame Fearless. But my thing is, I wouldn't put your information out there like that, because I don't think that's right. And I think he does do good for people. But if you're going to mislead my people and have young people, and then, like I said, I'm not a racist, but I got to worry about my people because we're so far behind. Now I'm going to say, if you're going to mislead young American men in the wrong direction when I'm trying to make the world a better place, I'm gonna call you out on it. Why should I worry about hiding your bull crap when you're not worried about this younger generation that you're misleading, who has the opportunity to do something with themselves, and they might lose it because they're chasing a dream that you sold them? Like, I don't like that.
Hey, OB. Okay, so let me make sure it's clear, right? I actually went on a panel to argue, like I didn't like Fearless acting like the American dream is dead. Because let me make sure it's clear why I said that. Because he says that he went from making $80,000, then he went through some boot camps, then he got some certifications, and he had, and then once he got those certifications, now all of a sudden, and he has said it many times that he makes $250,000 a year. And anything's possible. Believe me, I work in IT. It is very possible. He did walk that back a little bit on one of the lives, and he said 200, but who knows what the number is? It doesn't matter. If it's in the twos, it's good money, right? And my problem with what he was saying was, where I was trying to call him out, was, you got all these young people, you got all these even different ages, right? Look, he's 50 years old, I think, right? And so he's telling people the American dream's dead, but guess what? He just went through boot camp. He just got certified, and now within the last 5 years, probably, that was the question I really needed to ask him. Like, so how long has it been since you went through boot camp, got the certification to make all of a sudden 200, 250, whatever the heck it is? And so if it was recent, to me, when you're telling people the American dream is dead, and because he said, yeah, for me it's different because I'm 50. No, you just did this 5 years ago, dude. So anybody, a young person, an older person, anybody can do it now. And I don't like telling people that the American dream is dead. We should be telling people on how to be successful.
I like what you just said right there, but when it comes to, and again, I hate that he's beating you. I'm beating you at this too, because we caught centering Austin, but what you just said right there doesn't go in line of the way you sell or try to portray the shit Austin is out here doing. Yeah, it's this authority bias, right? Authority bias. I'm gonna come on here. I'm gonna tell you I got a PhD, or I'm gonna tell you I had 3 barbershop. I'm gonna put this phantom, this fantasy in your mind.
I mean, does it really matter? Like, if he had 2 barbershops, 3 I don't really give a shit how many barbershops.
It does matter. It's a lie.
It's what he's doing right now.
It's a
What is
fake
he doing right now?
profile. Come on,
Come
man.
on, man. Nobody knew who the hell Austin was when he had a barbershop, except for people cutting.
My brother,
So
my
Rico,
brother.
can I tell you this? And I'll share it. I'll go find the video, Rico, in the chat. There's a young, and I shared this on the last panel. So about 2 weeks ago in Dallas, it made major news. There's a young Mexican guy. He cuts all the NFL players' haircuts here. It was an NFL player who came down to Texas, was looking for a barbershop, called this guy up. He doesn't even play for the Cowboys. I'll post the story in the chat. I'll post the link to it. Calls him up. Hey, can I get a haircut? Boy cuts his hair. NFL player spreads the word. Other NFL players start coming to him to cut his hair, like the two twin brothers, or one of them only has one hand or whatever. They show pictures of him. It got to the point where Dak Prescott flew him out to cut his hair. So it didn't start with a Cowboys player, but what he does. The guy explains how he went to barber school. He didn't even pass the barber school test until the third time. He had 2 children by the time he graduated high school. You know what I'm saying? And this is what he's doing. And he has one barbershop. That made national news. Now, someone's trying to sell me that a 19, 21-year-old kid in this same exact area that this story happened owned 3 barbershops and it's not major news. Like, it just doesn't, some things, like, you don't have to know all the facts. It's just common sense. And I'm going to share this link for people in the chat. So that's why I'm saying it sounds like, and the young Mexican guy, and I say Mexican not to be offensive because that's what he called himself. He said, I know when a lot of these NFL players came to me, they were like, this damn Mexican guy ain't go, and he kind of caught himself because he knew he was on the news, you know, want to cut my hair or whatever. This guy's not even saying he makes 6 figures, and he doesn't own multiple barbershops. He owns one. And when they showed the barbershop, it was a very average barbershop. Like, I've been to 2, 3 barbershops in Texas that looks better than that. But does that mean he's a loser, that he's not winning? No, that's awesome. Like I told people, in the Black community, this whole therapy stuff, all that's new. Black men went to the barbershop. That's where they could talk about their wives, not share that information. Staples in their community. Staples, man, mean a lot. We need those people in our community. So my point is just, someone who has a lot more clout than him that made national news is not even claiming to make 6 figures. It's pretty hard to do that in the barber game, just in general. And then on top of that, like, I just want to make it clear that there's nothing wrong with not making 6 figures doing it. It was impressive with him just being a barber at 21. Just that in general. Most barbers like do that at 25, 26, 27, after they kind of figured out life, had some hiccups, and said, I got to figure out something to do. Barbers don't make a lot of money, especially here in Texas. Anyone who's in the comments can attest to that. Most of them sell weed on the side in Texas, just because it's not a lot of income.
You got to do what you gotta do.
Rico, let me ask you a question. You said, does it matter? Do you don't think it matters you come into a travel space? This is a travel space. This is like me going to Google and telling them, I know I got all these degrees and I got
how many barbershops he has. It doesn't matter to me, man.
Listen. No. Here's my question.
I don't have a lot of hair, man. I'm gonna actually shave this all bald.
Nah, see, you deflected, but let me ask you. So you don't think it matters? He comes on us on here. He told us like he speak fluent Portuguese.
Come on, man. His Portuguese is decent. He's getting around, man. You see him on live.
Portuguese is decent.
He's doing okay, man.
Okay. So I watch a live stream. Let me tell you how full of shit Austin is. So he had a live stream with the Go Broad guy, and this guy is Latino himself, right?
Oh, yeah, that dude
of Latino background. He speaks fluent Spanish. That means he was born and raised in a home where they speak Spanish to him. He speaks Spanish. The guy who speaks Spanish is telling Austin why he not that he doesn't like Brazil, but the sort of inconvenience he finds in Brazil is the Portuguese. Austin was like, Austin downplayed the shit like, yeah, man, you know, because I know Portuguese, Spanish was easy for me. Like, the guy who speaks Spanish tells you Portuguese is inconvenience for him. And Austin tell you, because I know Portuguese, Spanish, I was able to get through Spanish. Exactly. Like, Austin is full of shit, bro.
Well, you know what's interesting? I believe that, let's just say, Austin did learn Portuguese first, right? And we know Portuguese and Spanish are close, right? But he did learn Portuguese first, and Austin does claim, and he does speak Spanish somewhat as well, because I speak a decent amount. I'm not like that dude that was on that show the other day. But the point is, I live in Colombia, right? And I speak Spanish. Obviously, I get around. I don't want to pull out the phone and translate, right? But Austin does claim, and I do believe, because he knew Portuguese, it was easier for him to learn Spanish. But you should be able to do the same thing if you know Spanish. It should be easier to learn Portuguese.
But the native, and he's not the first one. Listen, I used to think the same thing. That's only because I'm more my native is more French background.
Yeah, I don't know.
The only people who think that way are people that are not native Spanish speakers, and he's not the only native Spanish speakers I've heard said the same thing about Portuguese. That's because we don't speak Spanish.
I don't know. Like, dude, yo, Mr. G, seriously, right? Like, I've been going to Colombia for over 5 years. I used to start out using my PTO. Then, like what I would do is I would say, hey, man, I want to use my PTO, but I want to be there for a month. So I want to work remotely a little bit. So they would let me work remotely. Like, I would be there, just have 2 weeks PTO, just say, right? And for 2 weeks, I would work there, right? So I would get to be there for a month. That's how I started it at one point. And then eventually the pandemic happened. I was already working remotely, but from my house. And then my management, just say all the way up to the CIO, approved me to work remotely from Colombia. But what I was hoping is, my Spanish is not that good. I've been trying. It did get better the more time I spent there, and I keep on trying to study Duolingo more. And what I was hoping is, if I go to Brazil, if I want to learn Portuguese, I was hoping my Spanish would help me, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm
Hey, Mr. G,
like,
I want
go
to
ahead,
back
bro.
up what you're saying, boss. So I've seen Lord Williams, who is a content creator, who's been to just as many places. He's been to Cape Town. He's in Brazil right now. Czech speaks Spanish. Ace speaks Spanish. I've seen them travel, and they say questions, and people answer back. Every time Austin talks to someone, it's always I gotta say it 8 times, and well, they don't know. I don't know why they're acting like they don't know what I'm saying. So do you think they just pick you a person they don't know in the mall? Like, you're not pronouncing it right, and that's okay. But how are you gonna tell someone who that is their language that they're not speaking it correctly?
See, he plays the thing, and the thing that pissed me off about him too is that he plays in our face, and people embrace the full disrespect. He plays in our face. When he came on here, he had like 2 GoFundMe, one for $1 million, one for 70 some $1,000. He was playing in our face, thinking like we're just that dumb and stupid.
Mr. G, who are you talking about?
We're out here learning languages too.
Mr. G, who are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Austin.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he really think Passport Bros. He came on here. He really think Passport Bros were a bunch of idiots. And to my surprise, some of us, some of us are pretty stupid.
Or just lonely.
I've been learning.
Or
I've
both.
been learning. My background is French. That's my native language, native tongue, as a Haitian person.
Okay.
You have no idea how close French is to Spanish. It is still.
That's interesting.
Now I go to DR. I'm having, and it pissed. Check this out. I go to Colombia. People be like, "Man, your Spanish is so good," and it pissed me off. It pissed me off because I feel like I don't know enough. So for him to come on here, he does. You have to have a lot of ear training. You have to hear that language a lot for you to get it, to speak it.
Hey, Mr. G, and BA comes on this panel too. BA, if you on here, man, come on here. He can speak it fluent too. So it's like, and it's
BA
nothing
speak
wrong.
fluent
Like, I
Spanish.
applaud you for learning, but brother,
He was living in Mexico. BA speak fluent Portuguese. And perhaps and not that I'm saying that if you speak Spanish, it won't kind of help you translate over. But BA lived there full time and things like he already spoke Spanish fluently. Austin is full of shit. I don't know why he has to come on here with a fake profile. I saw his mom try to talk about the 3 barbershop one time. It was comical. His mom was like, yeah, he had 3 barbershop. You know, there was a lady that run it. That lady, I'm like, what?
Right.
It took come
And
back on the panel.
hey, y'all, and I'm just going to share this link if anybody wants to see who Austin tries to portray itself to be. And this barber, I'm posting the link now, and the barber even says on the title, it says, even though I cut Dak Prescott's hair, I'm not a celebrity barber, and he cuts in East Dallas. If anybody's in Texas, you know East Dallas is the hood. So my point is, he may just now be making $80,000 even with all this notoriety. So it's just, it's clearly fabricated.
And 80,000 is good money for. It's
Very
great. You see,
good.
May very damn good money. And
Very
I
good.
see the whole. I'll be honest. You know, people don't come for me. Don't put a hitman after me. I was not the biggest Kevin Samuel fan. Not because I was against him. I wasn't against him, but something about the whole narrative of high value men, six figure, didn't sit right with me, and I feel low key that he was setting a lot of because people thought like, you know, he was, because he was handling these women, you know, verbally. These incels feel like, yeah, that's me, you know, he's doing it for me, but he was setting us for failure. That whole narrative about that six figure, and then this whole six figure addiction, you know, people act like six figure is just like boom. Not
I agree.
everybody can make six figures, man. Like, you know, some people do make it. I'm in it, but
Right.
man, I'm telling you, look,
More money, more problems.
what?
That's partially true.
I wanted to come in and, I mean, hi, Mr. G. Nice to see you here.
Hello.
Hello. And I'm going to, Mr. G and I do not agree on a lot of points, but I wanted to come and, you know, kind of reinforce what you were saying about the six-figure barber. Here is the thing, you know, he said that during the COVID, when the COVID thing was happening, he was like one of the few barbers cutting hair. So that's why he was, you know, making like $10,000 a month or something. During COVID, I was a nurse and I was making a lot of money. But guess what? I was able to pay my master's class cash. So there is something to show for it. But with Austin, what is there to show?
Come on, Zed. He got a Buick Lacoste. The name is even
Is
French.
that an expensive car? Is that expensive car? And it's not even
you
paid off.
wish you hating
like
on
20,
him because
I think it's like
you don't
20
have
grand.
a Buick Lacoste.
Let me go look that up again.
So I didn't know that. But by the way, it's not paid off though.
Facts.
Oh my God!
Guys,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I've never
Mom,
met a young
Is this an
person.
expensive car?
But him and his mom got to share the car, and that's no dig. Like I said, man, people got it. It's hard out here to make it.
Obi,
So I
do
get
you
it.
meet
But my
do
thing
you
is
meet
just,
young
once
men
again, you're claiming
that
all
drive
this
Buick
money,
Lacrosse?
but your mom doesn't even have a car, man.
28 grand.
And here is the other thing. He literally had to use the PPP loan money to go to what is called Brazil.
Yikes.
So how are you six figure, but you could not afford to, you know, to pay for travel money? I do not believe that, you know, the six figure thing. His mom took the life to the next, like to absurd level, saying that he was being flown out by rich people to cut hair. If that happened, we would have known him. He would have been a very, you know, famous barber, because
But Zed, forget the rich people. If you making that kind of money, you have common everyday people that, you know, like this is how barber, you know, is that even you as a woman, you know, you probably got a hairstylist, right? Men probably get more frequent haircuts than women get their hair done. But even your hairstylist, Zed, that either braid your hair or do your hair, whatever, you got her number. You probably have some. She might probably not be your best friend. You probably got some kind of relationship with her. You know, if you ever wake up one day and you say, I'm moving back home, I'm moving back to the motherland, one of these people, even your stylist, maybe one day she might check in on, We've never seen anybody that come on YouTube. He never make a reference to clients he used to like, clients he can remember and know that ever come on and be like, yeah, I know this guy that can vouch for him. Austin is full of shit.
Yep.
Papi Rico, no, he's in on the grift. That's what he's here for. He's here to help.
I'm not in on the grift.
No, I'm saying you're here to help Austin Hallman You're here to facilitate him grifting till the wheels fall off.
I mean, I appreciate, like, I seriously do like the fact that he travels, that he's 25 years old and he's traveling. I think
okay, let's cut the bullshit. Rico, let me ask you this: do you consider Austin Hallman an influencer?
He definitely is influencing. Yeah.
What is he influencing men to do?
Let me think. How can I say it? What would I say? Well, I would say basic thing, right? When you see, like, if you see a younger guy, and it is different because he's black, right? But even a white dude at his age, come on, man. Traveling just to know it's possible. See, one of the problems in America is people don't know what's possible. People don't know how to make money. They don't have mentors, right? At least people see Austin being young and actually traveling, right? And he made, even if somebody goes out and purchases, gets a passport, right? And then they do the weekend thing, they do a week thing, whatever. The fact is, I would hope that he influences somebody.
Rico. Hold on a second. You're saying these things as if Austin is solving some kind of differential equations that's the hardest. They couldn't solve it at Harvard. They couldn't solve it at MIT. And
Right.
he's solving that fucking equation. Quit the bullshit.
Let me back you. Let me back you on this. So someone just brought it, brought it up to my attention in the comment. Jason, Global CZ, who went on Austin's show, when I went on Austin's show, I was kicked off because I started to make points like this, and then I just got hit with, well, do you know good pussy? And then I was kicked off the show. But I brought up Global CZ then, and Global CZ is 22 years old, has traveled more places than Austin, and he's in Nepal right now. And he's constantly makes videos saying about these guys like, y'all, it ain't got to be like this. Y'all going out.
He's a very authentic kid. He's very authentic. I get authenticity across from him.
Calling everybody, you calling your family out, saying, they haters just because you got a passport. He like, bruh, it don't got to be like this. And he's 22 and doing the same thing. So my thing is, if y'all just want to support someone who's doing the right thing and show it's possible, why don't y'all support someone like Global CZ, who is
I do like Global CZ.
He does not have the mascot. He does not have the mascot feel. He does not have the mascot feel to him. He does not have the mascot presence. You see, a lot of these spaces I've got my finger.
Yeah. What I want to ask Papi Rico is, once he gets back, is Papi Rico, at what point did you become connected to Austin Hallman? Was this before or after his viral Brazil moment?
Oh, it was after, 100% after.
Oh, you don't say.
What do you have in common with him? Like,
exactly.
What do you have in?
Let me make sure it's clear first of all, right? Because Chris
it's not
says,
gonna be.
Chris says, "Oh, you don't say." Well, let me make sure it's clear. I didn't know of the Brazil. What happened? I didn't know of it.
You didn't know Brazil existed before Austin?
No, he said
the
Brazil moment. He's talking about the Brazil moment.
Oh, the Brazil moment. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought he said he didn't know Brazil existed before Austin.
That's very interesting.
No. I knew Brazil existed, but I never knew what happened to Austin in Brazil. I didn't really know about it. They made references about it, but I never knew what it was. I haven't even went and looked at the old videos if they even exist. I'm serious.
He may not know, and
like I don't need to lie about anything.
And I hate to support you in your delusion, but you may not know, because a lot of people don't know. And I've been in the space for a little while. He's in a group
chat with this man. He is damn
near
know
about it now.
Obviously. No, he may not know. When Austin first came on, this is what happened. The kid said some
Someone's
shit that was
asking
very
for a link,
provocative.
y'all, so they can join the panel. Sorry, go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
let me put it. I'll put
The
that in there.
the kid said some shit that was very provocative, and the shit went viral. Then he's like, "Damn, I got to do something with that virality." Then he made up some profile. He made up some fake profile. I was a high value barber with 3 barbershop.
And y'all just rode it with it,
I
man. All
speak
y'all older
fluent
guys, instead of just
Portuguese.
saying, man, you doing good for yourself. You got your barber's license at a good age. Maybe you can turn this into 6 figures. Maybe y'all didn't even have to speak on his money. You could have just let him live in his delusional world, but still,
No, it's
supported
the
him in a way.
cloud.
But like, this ain't cool, and I'm not supporting this bull crap. But
But
instead, y'all
Obi,
went on the page and like helping him argue with people when we all see it's delusional.
it's the cloud, right?
Hold
It's
on.
the cloud. What
Let's.
happened is they're using him. He doesn't realize he's being used, because I used to think that Austin was using the space, but I've realized, because all these people never really talk real. Well, they say that he doesn't take advice, so that's another thing. We can see that he's very arrogant. He doesn't take
does
advice.
take advice. He
But
just
a
doesn't
lot
always
of
take advice.
a lot of people, it gets down to O'Shea, because I was very shocked when I saw O'Shea. He fired a video shaming people. Why y'all not signing up to Austin Holloman's Patreon after his first trip? I'm like, what the heck this guy got to offer for me to go sign up to his Patreon for
Come on,
on
Mr.
his
G,
first trip
sign
to
up.
Brazil?
Sign up.
After his first trip. But you know what? You know what O'Shea was doing? He was sucking up, no Diddy, but he was sucking up some of that clout, sucking up some of that popularity, some of that virality. It's all, nobody is bigger than the algorithm. Nobody is bigger than the algorithm. So if you go viral today, there's a motherfucker that's ready to make you feel like you're the president, like you're the king. And that's
Hey,
what they're
G.
doing to him.
Gee, and this is something else too. So I found Sin City on Man Tuition or whatever, and he's another one who went on Austin Page and was like, "Man, I think you're a good-looking guy, but I don't really think you're applying yourself to get these women." And he also told him, I'm not hating on you. I just think you really ain't trying. But to downgrade or talk about American women, that don't make sense to me. Cincy on his page has 4 videos right now, and they're all pay-for-play places. I mess with Cincy though, because he don't cap, he don't talk down on American women. But the point I'm trying to make, all of these guys made such a big deal about Austin getting 100K followers. Cincy has 275,000 followers, and he only has 4 videos up. So it's like, kind of like you said. So why they keep trying to act like Austin is Mr. Miyagi is just beyond me. Like, he doesn't even have a lot of followers, really.
Yeah, and that's one thing I couldn't understand too with the numbers, because he doesn't have the most followers. Like there's a guy here named KBS Travel, and now he does a lot of creepy cam. I think he has at least 500,000, if not plus. This kid, like he got videos within a month that got like a million a million views and things of that nature. Like Austin is not the most, like, he doesn't have the most subscriber, but Austin fit that nice like cookie cutter, angry at the black women. He's gonna get at the black
Right.
women for us. He's gonna make them feel our pain. He's the perfect mascot, just like they were trying to make the plumber the mascot, because the plumbers put these black women in their place.
Hey, Mr.
Yes,
G,
sir.
And look what happened.
do you think do you think Austin would date it like if an attractive black woman in America came up to Austin, do you think he would date her or not?
Why would it be that an attractive black woman come up to him? And that's the problem. Wait, you say something. That's the problem. And obviously you've been watching him very much, and you've taken some of the ideology. You have sympathy for him. Men are natural, and sorry, I don't mean to go into my cookie cutter red pill bag bullshit narrative, but men are, as we've known, and I know there's a brother on here, he said he's married. I have a woman, who has my I pursue That's his biggest problem. So why does a woman have to come up to him? He got this whole thing about choosing signal. When you're overseas, depending where you go, if you go to Sosua, of course you're gonna be chose. That's what he really want. He want 3 or 4s.
He
So
don't
this
want
is the
no, no, no,
thing.
no, no.
So
He
this
does
is the
not.
thing,
He's
G.
not
You
really
always hit
interested
on good
in
points to
Sosua.
make me. Go
Believe
ahead.
me.
Sorry.
Sorry. Go on. Sorry, dude.
No, you good, boss. You good?
No, I'm just saying seriously. Austin doesn't want to go to Sosua. Believe me.
No, I'm just saying though, why does a woman have to come to him? What doesn't he pursue? He approach a woman, good morning, good evening, how are you doing? Why can't he do that? Why does they
No,
always
he
have to?
does.
Because it's bad for his business.
He does cold approach, right? He does walk up to women and
Why do you keep calling that shit cold approach, man? Y'all making my ass
it is
itch
what
right
it
now.
is. It's cold approach. She's not giving you signals. She's not approaching you. You approach them. That's cold approach. That's what it's called. What else do you
It's
want to
just
call it?
walking up to get to know someone, man. He's saying y'all making it way
Yo,
too technical and just
Rico,
yeah. I get it, G. I get
Rico,
it.
Go on.
Rico, are you a Republican?
Hell yeah. What do you think?
I just wanted to know has Austin Hallman or any of his businesses ever cut you a check or paid you money?
Hell no.
Are you sure?
I don't need money from Austin. You know, like that's the difference between me and other people that maybe go on his panels. Other people might be trying to get followers or subscribers, right? Other people might be trying to sell consultations.
So
I
wait.
ain't trying to do anything.
So let me ask you this: do you have a YouTube channel? Are you a content creator?
Hell no.
Then why do you follow Austin Hallman? Why do you help him? Why do you stay in his inner circle?
Because I think he's actually a nice guy, and I do think it's cool that he's like just like the other guy was saying, CZ. I love CZ's cool as hell, dude. I love his personality, and Austin. I only know CZ through Austin because Austin had him on his show. He interviewed him. I do think CZ's cool. I think Austin's cool. I know Austin better, obviously, than CZ. I just think Austin's a better person than you guys think he is. Let's just say that. I can guarantee you that.
So let me let me hop on what you're saying. So one of the things, he says, like, he walked up to a black lady in the mall. He tried to holler. I didn't see nothing wrong. She didn't holler. But then at some point, he's saying, well, I tried to talk to this girl, or where he recently left, he said, the black women aren't giving me any play here. But if you're doing a social experiment and you're trying to pick up girls as an experiment and they dish you, that's a good thing. Like if I have a daughter and a man's trying to talk to her as a part of a social experiment and she's in her 20s trying to get her life on, like I hope she catches it, and that's not a bad thing. So in a community where black people are already marginally behind financially and in so many other ways, like, I don't understand why we knock that. Like, that's what we've been telling these girls. Or like Zed Nim has been saying, HIV is the highest among the black community. So we should be praising, really, we're asking the wrong question. We should be praising these girls for not going after that. And maybe asking some questions on that. Like, what made you not do it? This dude's just running an experiment. Is it something off, or were you just literally, maybe he just needed to ask you one more time? I think sometimes the right questions aren't even being asked. But like I said, we got to quit acting like that's a bad thing when a guy who's saying, I don't want a long-term relationship, I'm just traveling the world, and black women won't give me a chance. Good. Because if I have a daughter, I hope she's talking to someone who's trying to pick up a trade or go to school or do something to just help her progress as well. Level her up. Like, in my eyes, men are leaders. Help level the woman up.
Obi, I had this conversation in WhatsApp groups where guys revere, I would say many guys revere Austin, and you guys can already tell what my feelings about Austin is at all time. And
you love him, Mr. J.
Somebody that pushed back, on something I said, and then I said this: how many of y'all cannot wait or would love for Austin to date your daughter? And they were just laughing, and they was like, no, and because none of these guys, these passport bro guys, I don't think even some of their followers, none of them, and I don't even think Rico, if he had a niece, a beautiful niece, that just graduated with her MSN, Master of Science in Nursing or whatever, or you know, or whatever, or bachelor degree or whatever. I don't think Rico would let his niece, would love to see Austin with his niece. None of these guys. You guys know what's up. Y'all just lying to yourselves.
Gee, that's
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, I do actually have a beautiful daughter. Yeah, I don't. You know, I agree with.
Yeah,
It's
I
starting to
don't.
unravel now.
You know,
but-
like I think
Enrico, you
Austin-
on something while you go ahead. While you garnering your thoughts, I just want to say, man, I appreciate you coming on here, keeping it real. And if that's your guy, man, like I say, I think you should, you know, I'm gonna just leave it at that. But I just want you to know, man, like we don't wish bad for the guy like that. We know that's your guy, man,
Oh,
but it just got to be some level of accountability to some of these things, because we just worried about the youth, the people who don't know. And some of us older people don't know. If it wasn't for my wife taking me traveling, I probably wouldn't go nowhere. But it was her who said, spend the money, let's go see something. Don't save everything.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. I don't think you guys like. Let's just say this. I don't think either one of you guys, right, would want something bad to happen to Austin. I don't think you're that kind of people, right? There are people that really do want something bad to happen to Austin, and that's not cool. But I do think Austin, you know, I think what's going to happen, and this is what I think is going to happen to him. I think he's going to end up meeting some woman, you know, probably girl, because you know, his date's young, you know, he's 25, so he's going to be a younger than him probably. I think he's going to meet someone that I actually said it in the WhatsApp group the other day. I said, dude, I'm waiting for a woman to conquer you. And I think it's actually going to happen. I mean, you know, I think he's going to find
you make it sound like he's a little girl and the woman is like the man.
No.
You just but go ahead though, bro.
This word conquer it's sort of interesting. In Colombia, they use the word conquer, right? The women expect, and I understand what you're saying, Mr. G. I'm sort of agreeing, but it goes both ways. The women want you to conquer them. They want you to be, they call it detallista. They want you to be detailed, right? They want you to do little things that are that show you care. They want you to conquer them, for them to fall in love with you. Like I've got girls in Colombia says, "Oh, if you're really nice to me, you know, I would be at your feet, basically, right?" You know, I think she's exaggerating, but whatever. But then,
Do you realize you're telling a lot of truths right now? Because what you said about Colombian women, that's true. I agree with you. But what you said about Austin, when I give that pushback about you, you know, as if he's the little girl, he's a little girl, and he's a girl, and the women is the man. What you said is the truth. Austin really want women to conquer him, like he's the. You know, there was this big controversial with Simone Biles with the whole price thing. Austin really see himself as the, excuse my language, bad bitch prize. He's a bad bitch.
Yeah.
But
Enrico, it sounded like you were saying, man, that you wouldn't let your daughter talk to him either.
Right.
But
you gotta feel really bad for any woman that gets with him. Like Rico says, tries to conquer him. I feel sorry.
Is a like, just because like this is really serious, right? Like, believe me when I tell you, I've experienced all types of women in Colombia, right? And I've dated women in different countries like Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam. No, not really Cambodia, but Vietnam and Thailand. I used to date a doctor, pediatric cardiac anesthesiologist, right, in Bangkok. But I met her in the United States first. And but the point is a man needs to be conquered as well. Like you don't just, like, the man just doesn't conquer the woman. The woman needs to also show him and show him how like how much she wants him, and make him make him want her. It goes both ways, right? So that's why I said, and that's what the Colombian women mean when they tell me they use the word conquer. But they want you to conquer them, obviously. But it goes both ways, man. regardless. Like you don't want to be the one who falls in love with the woman and you're doing everything for the woman, but the woman's not putting effort into conquer you back, right? Like show her feelings and show that she really cares about you back. That's ridiculous, because if you did that, if you allowed that to happen, then you're going to become a simp. That is guaranteed, because if you fall in love with a woman and she's less in love with you, she will, especially some women, they could manipulate you. And especially in Colombia, they will then try to extract money from you or things from you.
Hey, Rico, I agree with you 100% on that. But as once, and I'm not even all religious like that, but as TD Jake said, it's hard being a man. I agree with you, but I think that's part of being a man. It's hard being a man. Like I said, man, we the leaders. We lead the home, and if you go lead, that come with certain responsibilities.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like once again.
Agree.
Yeah.
I wish I remembered the conversation we had with you when Global CZ was on. That had to be funny, man.
Yeah.
You want to know what's funny is you brought up Sin City, and the time Sin City was on Austin's panel, B-Dub got on, and all I could say is I was just watching Sin City's face, and he really didn't like B-Dub, man. And I got to a point and I said to him, I said, "Hey, Sin City, do you know B-Dub?" And then he basically exited and he basically said, "F you, B-Dub."
I remember that. Yeah, I think Sid, man, I think B-Dub is funny. He's a funny guy, but I just think Sid, he's just a good guy. Like I say, whatever he does at his pay-for-play places, that's all the places he's got posted on his thing. I think he's traveled more than that. That's his business. I don't agree
that's
with
what
it
is. You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
I did ask about the Sin City guy, right? And the background supposedly on him is he's the DR guy. He basically blew up DR originally. That's how he got into cars.
Gotcha.
So he didn't get the type of people that are following him are not the right type of people that you really want to be associated with. Let's just say.
Right. But my thing is, like I say, I'm not judging anybody. Let people live. Let live is legal over there. My argument was only one thing, and that's as Zed said, and created this panel. Quit bashing just American women and black women. And I'm gonna go as her panel. I'm gonna respect it like it is. Black women, quit disrespecting them, and all women in general. And like I said, I don't think that's coming from a racist standpoint. I just think that's coming from a standpoint, hey, I'm already 10 feet behind. I gotta make sure my people good first. And then after that, I'm taking care of all. I'm with you. I like diversity. I like learning from different people.
I prefer diversity, but yeah, I don't think it's right to be rude to. I don't think it's right to stereotype anything, right? Like, so I don't like stereotyping American women are bad, and I sure to hell don't like stereotyping that black American women are bad, right? And I mean, I just think it's rude, right?
Well, but that's what pays the bills, though. If you don't, in case you don't know.
People
going.
I get what you're saying, but let me make. I mean, yes, Austin has made. What Brenda G, right? He was on that show, right? Like, come on, man. We all know the comments he made, right? So Austin has made comments that were not appropriate, right? But he has changed, and he does not make those types of comments.
Man, it's only been 3 months. You talking about he has changed? Like,
trying.
What?
He ain't changed.
He's trying. That's what I can say.
It's kind of like someone said, he's not even respectful to the men on his panel that try to help him out and want to see him do good. People will just give him an idea, just say, man, maybe that's why people are coming at it like this. And he cuts them out. Like he closed-minded. I got to call it what it is. He closed-minded.
Let me ask you something, Rico. If Austin ever loses his channel or get demonetized, do you think he'll be able to still do what he's doing right now?
At this point, I would say no. I have to assume no.
And the thing about Austin is, like, he does not, and again, though I don't watch all his stuff, he does not even produce like travel, like Indeed travel. It's like overseas hookup oversee, hook up, overseas, multiple box
No.
sampling content.
Be patient, Mr. G. He's got some new content coming out, baby. I mean, he's been. I mean, he like. Believe me when I tell you, like it may really sound hard to believe, right? But let's make sure this is clear. Austin does actually go into different countries to actually learn about different cities, different countries, different culture, different food.
About the boxes, yeah, I get it. We get it.
We believe that, but the problem of it is, just because you can't afford it for today, don't give you a right to go out here and spread disingenuous lies about people so you can afford your vacation. Like, I would have loved to travel too as a youth, but I had to wait till I got on my feet and I could afford to do that. I didn't go out here and slander my own people to help myself for today. Like, and as far as you saying Austin changed, he did just make that questionnaire, and that was only like a week ago, saying, well, the black women don't give me no play here in Brazil or whatever. But
yeah, just check out his Twitter feed, his community tab.
We ain't going with that one again, okay? Because let me make sure it's clear, right? Because I was on, I don't know if Mr. G or who the hell brought that one up when I was on a panel, right? And we brought up the damn tweet, and I know Zed was there. We brought up the tweet, right? And I read the tweet. It was really nice to read because it was basically disinformation on the panel saying that Austin was saying that he can't date black women in Brazil. No. He said he couldn't date black women, and it's true. He actually dated one. I know what she looks like. Right? He actually went out on one date with one black woman.
Rico, even though you are a white guy, I remember I was on that. I think that was Primo's panel. But listen though, as a white guy, you should know this. But even if Austin, he's not a white man. But I think that little basic common sense, you should have it. If and when I go to Africa, and I see some girls, they may not give me as much attention as some raggedy bum with white skin that left the United States. I understand that. I don't need to go on YouTube or on Twitter, post it on Twitter, then post it on YouTube. You know what? The girls in Africa, they worship white men. Like that. That's kind of like common sense. Like it's stupid to me.
Really though. So what Austin said, let's just get right back on that topic, right? What Austin said was he didn't have any like black. It was I don't know the exact tweet, but it was specific to Sao Paulo, right? Like he didn't generalize Brazil that he can't find, but Sao Paulo is mostly white. Sao Paulo is a richer area. And it's more difficult to date there. But for some reason, whatever the reason is, and I think this is valuable information from his perspective, from him being a young black man who prefers black women, he could not find somebody to have, just say.
But you in Brazil, see what the point I'm trying to make is.
But that's important for other.
A lot of guys, they don't have the ABCs, the 101 of the pulse, the dynamic of those countries and places. I know if I go to South America, a lot of places, I know they're anti-black. I ain't gotta experience it and jump on Twitter and be like, oh my God, I know. Because check this out though. When I go to these places, when I'm in DR, I'm entering these places with my baby mama. I know, they probably they can tell I'm American, but people will have a certain, maybe looking at you like, can he afford this? Is he a local broke black guy? Like, it's the same thing. If you enter a certain places in Brazil as a black American, people will look at you a bit funny as if like, can he afford this? That's big. You already know they're anti-black. So with that dynamic being said, and you should already know, the whole blackimento, blanqueamento, major la raza. Like these things are things you should know. I don't think you need to go on YouTube and on Twitter saying these things specifically after you've gotten in trouble already.
I mean, I don't think, first of all, like, I do think it's important information. Like, the thing I like about Austin, again, is he's a younger dude, he's black, and he's traveling. He's 25 years old. And to me, we talked about like educating, giving some knowledge to other people. Let's just say other black people, right? You know, why would I think it's good information because guess what? When a lot of people heard that Austin was having difficulties dating, even just dating. I mean, he did date in Sao Paulo, believe me. But they were all white, and they were whiter than me. Like, they were white as hell.
But here's the problems. Sorry to jump in.
But the point is I'm just trying to say.
Yeah, can we let Passport Blueprint jump in? He hasn't said nothing. What's up, Passport Blueprint?
Hey, what's going on?
Why can't other black men learn from Austin on his experience? He's just sharing his life. Because then when he said that, other black guys said, "Well, I'm not going to travel to Sao Paulo."
But that's his experience, because
that's his experience, right? And yeah. I'm not saying everybody's going to be the same. I agree with that.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I just came back 3 weeks ago from Brazil. I was in Rio, and I had a date with a black woman.
Different place, man.
Yeah,
whole
still
different place.
But yeah, it may be a whole different place, but still, I had a date with a black woman. I'm black. So when you, and this is circling around what our host had just said about influence, you know, when we get on these lives and stuff like that, yeah, Austin's an influencer. But we got to be careful about what we're saying out here, because people can take it in the wrong context.
Facts.
And that's very important. Because if you're saying this, and that, everybody's going to probably follow along. It's like this, and I forgot the name of the comedian. He said something about television. You know, they visually telling you how to program you. We have to be careful of stuff like that. So that's why we got to put in positive, accurate information and stuff like that. Like earlier, I was talking about, you know, our black men and stuff like that, and retirement and stuff like that. Should they be going out traveling? You can go out and travel and still have a job here.
Thank you.
You can still, like myself, I'm in cybersecurity. I can go travel. My schedule gives me an opportunities. I can go out and travel, all right, and still work and earn money and pay my bills and do all these nice stuff. And I put it on my YouTube channel. You can do all these things, but if you're gonna sit here being young, and I feel bad for the guy, because the thing is, this world is getting technologically advanced, and he's really falling behind the curve right now. That there's so many opportunities. If he really likes traveling, get yourself a job in something that's traveling, where you can go and just travel the world and earn money and put money in a 401k, so build up Social Security, and you can retire and do stuff like that.
Who's falling behind? Who are you talking?
Is falling behind?
Huh?
Austin. Austin.
Yeah, I mean, I think the hard part about that, I love what you're saying. I'm definitely rocking with that statement. Is we don't know how lucrative this grift is for Austin Hallman. We don't know. What we have addressed, what Papi Rico has addressed, is outside of the people who are doing this grift as well as Austin Hallman, these other dudes aren't going to be able to. They're not going to be able to keep a lot of money doing what they're trying to do. It takes a special type of person, it takes a special type of grifter to be able to pull this off. And I think that's why Papi Rico is attached to Austin Hallman, as opposed to Floyd, as opposed to some of these other dudes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even like me, I'm trying to get monetized, but you know, that's been an upward battle. And guess what?
It's not that easy, man.
It's not easy. Being a content creator is not easy. That's why I have a regular job that I rely on, and that's my thing to go and travel. That's why I'm not really focused on monetization and stuff, because I spit out.
If it happens, it's great, dude. Right? Obviously, it's great.
But how long it's gonna last? You got big YouTubers getting demonetized and stuff.
Thank you.
Get for stupid stuff. Fresh and Frick got demonetized.
Exactly.
Pearl, Scented G, Obsidian, and Austin. Speaking of that, since I mentioned Obsidian, and I'm very surprised that Austin, I'm sure he's dialed back his tone a bit. But if he had kept on, and if he go back, and if certain narratives, he will fuck his shit up. I'm really shocked when somebody trying to legitimize the way he's doing things, because you can lose monetization, and that's all he got. And we can see this kid, right? He's truly what they call the generation, a Gen Z. Isn't that a Gen Z?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's a true Gen Z at heart. Because Austin, if you really observe him, he lives through his platform. The few people that he sits in front of that camera and talk to, that's his entire life. He tried
Yes,
to
sir.
base it around.
And the one thing you lose in this whole game is time. And that's something you don't want to lose. Because you got so many opportunities right now, especially in this technological world that is advanced. Like me, I have to constantly keep up with the newest and latest things in cybersecurity, because what I learned last year is outdated. So I gotta keep up with the stuff. So you can't afford.
Austin is keeping up too. He's upgrading his box usage very often.
What usage? What usage?
His box usage.
Oh Lord.
Oh.
What the hell, man?
At first I thought you were saying bots.
No,
I
box.
don't know what
BOX.
Hey, but
Yeah.
back to what Austin said about, like, believe me.
No. Let me ask you this, Papi Rico, because this is something that's been burning on my mind. With the money that Austin Hallman is grifting, why
I don't want to call him a grifter, so
you need to, and I'm not going to hold back. Are you advising him to maybe get a college education?
No, I would never.
Wow. Why not?
In all honesty, if he could do the boot camp thing, I mean, I don't even like he might not even be in, like, first of all, you have to know what he's interested in. I don't know what he's interested in as far as a college education, right? I don't even know what kind of job. Like, I can only mentor people, based on what I have done. I can mentor people easier. I could probably help a little bit in some other areas, but like, I'm an IT guy, man. I could just say what I've done, how I became successful, and that's my blueprint, and I could share my blueprint with other people, right? And what it's really like to be, a software architect, right? Working in different industries. I've done it. That's what I do. That's how I made my money. And then I was smart enough to live up below my means and invest my money. But yeah, I'm not, at this point, if somebody told Austin to go to college, he ain't listening to that at all. So it's irrelevant.
Wow. That's pretty sad.
Well, it's not really,
for me, even if you don't want to do,
because seriously, I think it's disrespectful to judge other people. Like, everybody has a different path in life.
That's true.
I agree.
Like the damn plumber. That plumber dude, how much money? Like, he was making his money. Like, I can't, just because my father used to do business with the mafia. Do I really care? Like, I don't care if somebody does whatever the hell they do. I don't judge them, as long as they're taking care of business, they're not affecting other people, and they're, like, in other words, if they have a wife, they're taking care of their wife.
No, but I think what you're getting lost on, Rico, is it's not to say that he has to. But when you say stuff like, oh, he's like 25, 24, and he's just not going to listen to anybody, that sounds sad, because it makes me think about what else is he not listening to? That's
need to go. The question was around college.
Correct.
Right. And I'm telling you, I know him well enough, and there's no reason for him to go to college right now at this point in time.
Yeah, but isn't that losing time?
It is.
Yeah, but maybe what he's doing, and again, like what Chris said was, like, we don't even know how much money he makes. Maybe
no. Stop it. Stop lying. Stop lying.
I don't know.
I will tell you this. I know a YouTuber with half his subscribers, and he's making way more than Austin.
How do you know what Austin's making, though?
Yeah, how do you know what Austin's making? Exactly.
I know how much Austin's making. If Austin's gonna go get a loan, that's a problem.
Throw out a number.
I don't I don't know the number, to be honest with you, but
You don't know.
I
No,
don't.
I'm just, no,
I will,
I'm
I will
saying
be
throw out-
honest.
Throw out
I
a
don't
ballpark.
know.
Throw out a
Austin's
ballpark.
number.
I'd love to have this conversation.
I don't know the number, but I'm not going to talk about the other guy's his
But,
number.
by the way,
Yeah.
guys, there are websites now. They are not
Yeah, there are
very
websites.
they are not
Definitely
very
documented.
accurate, but there are websites where these datas are. They may be off by a certain percentages or whatnot, but I doubt that, Austin, because we all know his grift portfolio. His grift portfolio, his grift portfolio consists of a few bullshit chat GPT AI generated pamphlets, some bullshit outdated job list, remote job list. His grift is very obvious. You can tell he's struggling. So he's not making that kind. I don't
Thank
think
you,
he's
G.
making that kind of money.
Yeah,
You don't.
I
G, I
have no
gotta
idea.
agree with you
I never
100%.
asked him. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta agree with G 100%. Some stuff, man, we just gotta, use our common sense. Not saying that we're not, but I mean, some things just is what it is. Like, we know most drug dealers don't make a good living. We know most drug dealers would probably do better off just working any job, and they'll make more when you add in the hours that they put in to do it. Like, we don't have to kind of look at that. Like, we know no one who is 21 years old saying he makes six figures in 3 barbershops, but saying he's struggling with women in Texas just isn't true. Like, 6 figures after that, that's 6,000. That's like 6,500 a month. You can stay in one of the best apartments downtown Dallas. Now that shit's high, maybe 3,000. Yes, you can find cheaper than
No,
that. But I'm
I
saying
think
with good
that's way
square
more.
footage, 3,000, 3,200, something like that. A good car note, $1,000. You still got 2,500 left. You're a kid. What? Electricity bill, $80, cable, 80. So I mean, we all just got common sense on basically what I'm trying to say. As G said, it's obvious he ain't making a lot of money. We see the change in his attitude when he's not getting the super chats. The views are declining now. Yeah, he is changing, but those views have declined tremendously now that he's not doing that anymore. And like I said, Paraguay, he lived there. I showed y'all the income for Paraguay. The average citizen in Paraguay only makes $5,000 a year. Oh, 6,000. It was 5,800. So I mean, and I seen here and looked at him on a super chat make $150 in one day. So if the average citizen in this country only makes $400 for a whole month, and you can get $150 in a day or $150 in 1 week, you can make rent. And it's not like he's just living some lavish, just over the top life. I've looked at those Airbnbs where he was staying in Brazil. They were only $700 a month. Not only, but I mean, it's not just crazy price. No, it wasn't even. Yeah, it was like it was either 4 or 7. I would have to look again. Don't let me
He
tell
was
any
definitely
lies.
not paying 4, man.
It's obvious. Okay,
He
7. I'll give him 7. That's fine. I mean, that's fine. But most people don't want to go live somewhere and spend their last dollar just for a piece of poontang pie. And then something I want to get on to the fact of, like, so I seen in the comments, this is no shade. I got gay family members, so I have nothing against gays, but I'm gonna have to just say what I see. Also, when I first started watching him, he was saying a lot of times I'm walking through the African streets and guys are just hitting on me as if I'm gay. I'm not gay. He's made that.
To get hit on by other men in
In
Africa?
Africa, all the way there. He said it before that, but that's Africa.
Bro.
And when I look at Floyd, he has Social Loaner giving him money. Social Loaner says, I visit gay clubs. He's came on this panel and said he visits gay clubs, right? Floyd says he likes studs. Jay Rello openly admitted, said, that's my guy. I like him, but the guy really likes studs. Studs is a girl who looks like a guy. So once again, it falls into the realm of some gay stuff. Jabbar was just saying in the chat that, I don't think he's going to lose a lot of his followers because a lot of his followers aren't even heterosexual. And someone in the chat, he can pop back up again. Like I said, I got nothing against gays. I'm just saying, he said, yeah, I'm bisexual. So it seems to not talk about that. I think it just seems disingenuous. Night Jade, who sponsors Floyd, she looks like she's a dyke. She dresses like a boy.
OB, what's your point? What are you trying to say?
So my point is the same way people said about Kevin
He got
Samuels.
fruity
let me
energy,
finish.
fruity
So the
energy.
Go ahead. So the point that I'm just trying to
He's spewing. He smells. He's spewing. He's giving fruity energy.
So right. So my point that I'm just trying to make is, like I say, nothing against gay people, but I feel like it's kind of like people said about Kevin Samuels. You're spewing all this hate towards American women, but then they catch you on your live cam and it's a man laying in your bed, and they were like, "What man has another 40-year-old man laying in his bed?" And you in there in the room with him, like talking on a chat. Like, if my homeboy is down and out, his ass know he gonna have a couch. Like, had a couch, and if you just in my room because I ain't there, that's one thing. But we ain't chilling in no room at 9 o'clock at night. And I'm just saying, I've seen when Austin is talking in his chats, I don't sense it. But when I see stuff like, I go look at Check's old video where he met up with Austin, and Austin is walking, he has a twitch to his walk. And like the way he dresses in that video that Floyd posted of the last one in Brazil that Austin would never post because he had on those shorts that were too damn tight and those grandpa shoes that are cool for an older man but not someone of his age, so he would never post it. He was walking with a twitch on there. So just to kind of, basically what I'm just trying to say, man, I'm just waiting for it to come out when it's just like y'all been listening to a guy who don't even like women the whole time.
So now you're
he's giving up a lot of questionable behavior, and I wouldn't say he's gay. I'm not going to accuse him of that because I don't. But he does give enough. There's enough what's called probable cause, right? He loves coming on the screen, and I don't know what. I've never seen any YouTube except the guys that work out, the guys that are they do what's the thing, calisthenics, the guys that do calisthenics. I know, one of them, it's multiple of them, right? And that kind of workout is kind of free weight workout or whatnot. It seems to make sense or whatnot. Even them, I feel like sometimes they do too much. If you got your nipples pierced, as a man, and then your body, I know you're trying to show us your abs and all, and you're trying to show other men. It's not like your content is geared towards like, a women. Like, I think that's too much. I have a guy in mind. You guys probably know who I'm talking about. The guy that's always like, do these.
I don't even care who the hell you're talking about.
And he got a nose. He got his nose pierced like a cow. He got. It's a bit questionable for me. But Austin, he's not showing people how to work out. He's not doing push-up or anything. Wait. Stop.
Does.
Oh, my goodness. What?
Yeah.
So you tell me Austin is a fitness influencer now?
His exercise routine. He has done it.
He's a fitness influencer now.
He actually calls a training guide on how to exercise because the dude is in good shape.
Rico, you are not that dense. I'm talking about fitness influencers, and you're talking about a guy that casually come and have a talk, even if he did, right? This one time he showed people how he work out. But we talking about he's having casual live stream. He's coming there with his tank top. He's coming in there shirtless, showing up all his chest or whatnot. And there was a brother of mine. He lives overseas, in Africa. And we had this discussion on the back end. He's like, yeah. When he said that, he's like, yeah, man. Austin probably is aware that there are some people that watch him that are probably of that community or that kind of like those things. Austin kind of like that stuff. This is what they say about guys that do OnlyFans. Most of the guys that do OnlyFans, their subscribers or their followers, they're not like, you know what I'm talking about. They're of that community. Come on now, we're not stupid.
I seen someone in the chat saying they're from Texas.
Seriously, Austin's not gay. He doesn't care if gay people follow him or subscribe to him because he's not offended by gay guys. Like, he doesn't care. Like, if a gay person is attracted to me, just say, what do I care? I'm not gay. It's a compliment. I move on. So Austin is not, he knows he's a man. He knows he likes women. And if other gay men are attracted to him, he doesn't care. Who cares?
But you don't really know that to be true, Papi Rico. You don't even know how much money he makes. No, seriously, you don't know how much money he makes, so you're not really super that close to him.
Well, I don't need to ask him the question about how much money he makes because I really don't care.
Then you haven't asked him about sexuality either.
dude, I know he's not gay. I know it. Like, but we know each other well enough. He's not gay. How could he be?
I'm just telling you, it's questionable, and he's brought it up himself. And like I said, to go way to Africa and you just walking on the streets on your live and you say, man, these gay guys keep approaching
believe me,
me.
that can happen. That can happen. Believe me.
I've been to Africa. I've been to Egypt. I ain't been to South Africa, but I've been to Egypt. I didn't have anyone
And
walk
this
up to
is
me,
not
man.
South, the most liberal or the more flamboyant country in Africa, I will say, is South Africa. Austin has never been to South Africa. He said that shit happened to him in Ghana.
I don't research this.
Wait, hold on. Feel the pulse. Feel the pulse in the weight of what I'm saying. The most liberal and the most alphabet community in Africa is South Africa. They're very open and proud. It's kind of like little United States, damn near. Austin has never been there. That happened to him in Ghana, where people are not out like that flamboyantly. So that means when he's amongst, Africa, we like men that are very masculine, like he exude fruitiness. You probably can smell fruitiness through his pores.
Yeah, I mean,
And I just want to say something else. If you live in this Dallas area, well, first off, I'm with Jason, the boy on steroids. I work out and I don't look like that because I'm not in high school anymore and I can't work out like that all the time. But one thing I can tell you, like in college, I was a vegan for 5 years. So like I know how changes happen to your body. And based upon the alcohol he drinks on his lives, he pops up on his live eating ice cream cones. I've seen his workouts. Like those workouts don't produce 12 packs. And we've seen what his body looked like when he went to Thailand. When he was in Thailand on Travel with Paul or whatever, Austin was chubby. And he was tired and gassed out just from the little light workout that he did. I don't know how you can sit on a live for 8 hours, then get on here at 2 a.m., then go to the gym and talk on your live while you're at the gym for 30 minutes. And you don't naturally have that body type. We know because we've seen you with your shirt off doing Thai boxing when you were in Thailand. And now all of a sudden you have a 12 pack. So, and hold on, let me finish one more thing. So the thing that I'm trying to say is, and I know gay people, they're really meticulous when it comes to their looks like he is. The haircut, the open t-shirts. And if you come to Dallas, our biggest gay street is called Lower Greenville area. When you go to those gay streets, all those guys are bigger than damn near NFL football players. When you look at Brazil videos, you see a lot of them gay guys, all of them be swole like that. Am I saying all swole men are gay? I'm just saying it's a lot of red flags, a lot. Not
gay men love working out. They really care about their image and their body. Not that I'm saying you shouldn't. Everybody that care about their image and their body, that means but there's something, they are extremely self-conscious. Extremely self-conscious. He has let
me ask a question, because I know we're drilling in on Austin Hallman and the sexuality. I want to ask this, Rico. First of all, how old are you? You're like 50,
56.
North of 50, 56.
56?
Yeah.
56, baby.
56, and you on a daily basis are circling in the orbit of a 25-year-old.
Jesus Christ.
How old is your daughter?
My daughter is 16 this year, in November.
Okay. Do you know?
My ex-wife is 39, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
Do you need any more numbers?
Oh, I'm gonna as I come to me, I'm gonna ask for them. Do you know Austin Hallman's? Do you know Austin Hallman's mom? I really wish we had B on this panel. He would really dig in.
Do I know her?
Yeah.
Like, let's make sure it's clear. Like, I know.
Shouldn't be that hard to answer.
I've seen her.
No.
I never talked to her.
We don't need. No. Do you know her? Yes or no?
Like, how would I know her? Like,
do you know? Let me get clear. Do you know her in a business? Have you ever done a business deal with her?
No.
Have you ever done a business deal with Austin Hallman?
No.
I don't know if I trust all this, but what I'm trying to get to, I just really think it's really peculiar why you, as a middle someone in his mid-50s, north of mid-50s, is orbiting a 25-year-old?
Because I started traveling when I was young. I like traveling. I think it's cool. I think like really the experience of like I actually like exploring, like traveling to places. It was harder back when I traveled, right? Or when I started traveling. So I just think it's cool, and I like to see a young guy do it, right? I think it's cool.
But you're like, but you're not like you saying it's cool, but you're not like a casual fan. You get first class premium membership type shit.
I can
Wait.
answer that.
Wait. Hey,
I can answer the
Mr.
whole
G,
question.
remember they were calling you a fan the other day.
No, yeah.
No,
yeah.
I think the better way
every
to
time-
call it, Mr. G, is he's like he's one of the 5 horsemen for Austin Hallman.
No,
He's that close.
whenever you criticize,
Yeah,
and I remember Razor was playing interference, and one of these days somebody gonna drill Austin the way they need to drill Austin. Come and ask them questions and things of that nature without anybody playing interference. But whenever you, whenever you start criticizing Austin, they say, "Oh, you a fan." Nah.
I
Well,
love they
let
called
me
you a
jump
fan.
in and
That
answer
was
that
funny as
question that
hell,
the
man.
host. Let me answer the question that the host answered, and that's a very good point that he brings up. Why are older people and all these people circling around this 25-year-old, and we supposed to be
And there are
the
older
leaders? We're
even
supposed to
older
be
than
the
me.
one leading them, and we just gave up the reins and let them lead us. That's the blind leading the blind, basically, at this point. Because a lot of these guys that are traveling don't know how to travel. First and foremost, because they're getting
let's make
themselves
sure
into
it's clear.
trouble.
I know how to travel. Okay.
Yeah, you know how to, but he don't. That's the problem, and we're circling around him, which is wrong. I think that's the point the host is trying to get at. Why are we circling? Because I'm older. Okay,
You got a job and a daughter, but you got time to orbit a 25-year-old on a daily basis.
That's what he's trying to say. We should be the one.
Sometimes it's beautiful that I have a good job and I don't need to work that hard.
No. It's not about that, because I got a good job too. But like your time, I know people say time is precious, and it sounds corny as fuck. But
Dude, I'm bored as hell in the United States. These are facts, right? If I was in Cali right now, right, what happened was I had to come back on December 31st because they put me in the office 3 days a week. I wasn't sure how serious that was going to be. It's not that damn serious. I'm going to go 1 day a week this week. I went 1 day a week last week. I hardly go in the office. So I came back because of that, right? Also, they got stricter on working remotely from an international location. Yeah. I'm actually set up. I can still do it, but I'm not going to take a chance.
Papi Rico, they're not talking about your schedule. They're talking about why you have so much in common. Why you feel so identified.
I'm telling you, I'm bored as hell in the United States, right?
So
the only thing I do is go to the gym, go to Costco, go to work occasionally, and work from home. That's it.
So you don't have any hobbies? You don't have any friends in the States?
Dude, I lived in New Jersey. I moved to North Carolina for my job. So when you move from New Jersey your whole life to a different state, right? What happens is what you do is you make friends at work, right? Then we had the pandemic, then we had a merger, then we had people move into different roles, different parts of the organization. So now even my friends got scattered around. Especially during a pandemic, you hardly could hang out with each other.
Here's a common thread. You and Austin don't really have friends.
No, dude, I go to the gym.
That's what you should have led with. Is you don't really have friends. You don't have any hobbies. You don't really have any friends.
Hey, Rico, let me ask you a quick question. When Austin came back,
we're at the gym.
When Austin came back in the States, because I didn't watch all of it, did he ever have a homeboy, maybe it's like, yeah, my homeboy Marcus, I'm gonna go check him out. My homeboy Marcus about to slide through.
No, what you need to ask Papi Rico is this: do you have any brothers or sisters?
Who, me?
Yes.
I have a half brother and a sister.
Do they know that you're doing this shit?
My sister does, yes.
What does she think of this?
She doesn't give a shit. See,
she doesn't know the in-depth.
Everybody's judgmental, man.
She doesn't know about Austin and stuff like that.
Who cares? Hey, let me tell you something, right? So let me tell you something. So my last girlfriend or the last girl I was dating is 22 years old. Do you have a problem with that too?
No, can I
I
share?
really think it's weird because
Like you're judgmental, dude, right? Like
I have every right
like
to be.
you
do
probably
too.
don't even have as successful as a life as I do.
I have a
right?
better life than you. No matter
Who
how
the
much
hell
money you
knows?
make,
I
I
don't
have a
know.
better life than you.
You're online a lot too. Like
Hey.
this is part of your life, right?
I'm doing this as a hiatus. I actually have friends. I actually have a hobby. I'm going to Vegas. I'm a pool team captain. I have friends.
Wow, you're going to Vegas. Wow,
Yeah.
that's so amazing.
It is.
Hey,
it's better. It's
hey,
better than orbiting a 25-year-old.
Do you actually have a passport, and have you actually traveled anywhere? Or do you just hate passport bros because you don't have a passport and you don't have the money and you don't have the time to travel anywhere?
Buddy, I drive a Tesla. I can travel.
Oh, wow, you drive a Tesla too. This is so impressive.
It
Dude,
is.
I'm getting more impressed as we talk.
Hey, can I jump in real quick?
A Tesla. Wow, that's so special.
Hold up. Now, I forgot this YouTuber's name. But let me just give you an example.
Sorry,
there is a
YouTuber. I know you don't like that point. Sorry.
There's a YouTuber that I follow. I just can't think of his name right now. He's about Austin's age, and he did the same thing. He traveled. But the different thing about this YouTuber, what he did, he worked in he was a Canadian. He worked in the business industry. He left. He got fed up with it. He decided to travel and do his thing, and he vlogged and do all his stuff. But the difference with this YouTuber is he started a business based upon his traveling, and he was teaching people how to do photography and build YouTube channels based on, filming, and stuff like that, where he was doing seminars and things like that. And he became really popular. And then he started his own, teaching academy and stuff like that. And he made so much money that he's actually in Bali building his resort.
Well,
that's the thing.
Let's just say this, right? Like, let's just say this. It's real simple to say, right?
But Austin's not doing
there's
things
better,
like
there's
that.
better ways to do it, right? There's better ways to do it. We know that. Come on, man. Not everybody would be lucky like this, like Austin. Not everybody would be lucky like this damn.
But it's no big deal, though.
These dudes are weirdos. That's end of story.
Young people. There's so many people that are young that pick up and travel around the world. There's a lot of them.
Well,
I don't really special about what he's doing.
No, wait. I want to drill one more time. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Papi Rico, you don't have any friends. Does that make you feel sad?
Dude, I have friends.
I want to be honest. I want you to hold on.
Like, for example, when I live in Colombia, Cali, right?
Put the charades
I walk down the street every day. I know so many people. I go out with people. I have and that's in
that's
a different
not true
country,
if you use
speaking
pandemic as a
language.
fucking social excuse. You don't have friends.
I go to the gym, dude. Let me explain something to you. I just spent like I had a huge storage shed, right? I had all this stuff in there, and if I didn't have friends, I wouldn't have been able to empty it, right? Because I took 4 different days. I rented a truck 4 different days, and I took just say a quarter of the stuff out of time. And without friends, I wouldn't have been able to empty it. I could have done some myself, but and one day I did. But the other days, my friends helped me. I go to the gym, dude. I sit in the sauna. I preach, man. I'm like an evangelist, right? I talk to a lot of people. I have a lot of friends at the gym. So don't tell me I don't have friends.
You don't. It's a fact. No, there's no 50-year-old man that orbits a 25-year-old man that has friends that has a productive life.
Why not?
Because they have better things to do with their time.
So if I didn't have a productive life, how would I be making the money that I make?
That's just your job, buddy. That's not your personal. That's not your personality. Your job is not your personality. Is not your job.
Wait, actually, I think my investments probably earned more than you'll make all year.
You're deflecting. You're deflecting.
6 months.
You're deflecting. You're deflecting.
Real quick,
the focus is on you.
You can say I don't have friends, and I can say I have friends. And what are you trying to prove?
Because
just like trying to say, hey,
about 10 minutes ago, you said you don't have friends.
You're trying to say Austin's gay. You're insinuating he's gay.
I didn't say anything about gay. The other 2 guys on the panel said that.
You insinuating he's gay. You guys insinuated that he took steroids or takes steroids. Come on, man. Like, you guys.
I work out, Papi. I ain't got no 12-pack like that, and I don't eat nothing like that. Boy.
I don't know if there's such thing as a 12-pack also. But the point is you guys make claims. You don't know how much money he's making. You don't know shit.
I agree with that.
You make a lot of claims that you don't know shit about. Oh, wait, Austin don't make no money. Oh, wait.
I never said that.
You insinuate he's gay. Oh, wait, you insinuate he's does steroids. Come on, man. You guys are, I mean, you're just judging somebody, man.
The fact is, you and Austin Hallman, a lot of his, probably his entire fucking subscriber base, you guys are socially awkward, no friendless dudes.
Oh man.
Oh,
you are
just
friendly. Huh?
real-
Say that again. Passport traveler.
real quickly, the guy that I was talking about that I follow, his name is Lost LeBlanc.
But I don't
This
care.
guy
who
is
I don't care
young
what his
and
name
he-
is.
He builds a business when he's traveling, and it's positive stuff. He's not talking about black women or American women at that. He's, you know, we all focus around Austin, and I'm not throwing any shade at Austin whatsoever. You know, God bless him.
Why not?
You know, I don't want no
Everybody
harm
else
to him.
is.
But the thing about it is, we're orbiting around this dude
Right.
that's traveling because he's young. That's it.
Yeah,
that's nothing special.
We're not saying he's
Everybody-
the only young black man that's traveling. Obviously, there are other young black men who are traveling.
But why are we surrounding ourselves just around him?
Because he's part of this
know,
grift
man.
somehow.
I don't know. People just like to talk about Austin. That's why he's got 106,000 subs. That's why he's successful on YouTube. That's why he's an influencer, and he obviously is making money.
Oh my God, 106,000 subs. You acting like that's
That's not hard to do when you're on the right side of the
50,000
man.
subs. If he's making enough money to do what he's doing and he's having a good life, why do you care, man?
It was CNN too. Let's just say that them subs, it's not even hard work through his videos.
Facts.
Those subs just came through because people was curious on why a young man had
Who
any
cares?
connection to sex
cares?
trafficking or whatever else in a different
Right.
country. That's what you said caught your attention, and that's what caught my attention
No, it
too
didn't
when I
catch
was
my
watching.
attention because I didn't know about it before I started following him.
Obi.
for whatever reason.
Obi, that's one of the biggest misconception. A lot of people think that the subs equates to viewership and then equal to numbers. It does not automatically always work like that. That's one of the reasons a lot of these so-called passport broke content creators, they kiss his ass. They think if they're
Right.
nice to him, they're gonna get a bunch of subscribers, and then the subscribers gonna equal. It does not always, because if you really watch, you follow a few other channels. There are channels that got a fifth of the amount of subscribers that Austin got, and they make
Oh yeah.
way more money. They got more dedicated
Again,
followers.
I wouldn't say way more money because we don't know how much money Austin makes. But yes, other
Austin-
YouTube
Oh, God.
channels with less subscribers can make more money than Austin. Whatever that money is that Austin makes, I don't know.
Man, Austin live stream, one of his recent live stream, I'm saying, he got like 300, 200 people. Man, I've seen people that got like 5,000 subscribers, and they get like 1,500 dedicated people watching
That's
them.
crazy.
Well,
I mean,
it goes
that's
back to Papi Rico's
extremely
point. We
rare,
don't know how
dude.
much
That's
Austin makes.
extremely rare.
We
But
don't know how
once
much
again,
Austin
though,
makes.
but
Papi Rico
Chris, that's
probably
not
does.
100% true, because I mean, yes, different niches give a different amount, and we don't have all the numbers.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have a generalization that we can all Google, and they say for 1 million views, that's between 5,000 and 10,000. When Shannon Sharp did his interview that made so much with Cat Williams, that's the same method that people used, and Shannon never said his exact
True.
amount, but
That's
he said,
true.
yeah, I made just as much as I made more on that one video than I made my entire NFL career, because
Right.
it had so many
Wow,
millions of
that's
views.
crazy.
How many
But, hold on,
videos
let me
with
finish
500,000 views Austin got?
Oh,
Well,
I don't
Well, I'm
think
saying,
any.
Austin's
Obi-
videos have been averaging about 2,000 views live.
Wow.
And his video, since he went to the vlog, because he's trying to switch over to go to Austin Vlogs, because he feels like no one's going to sponsor his videos because of the things he says about black women. So now he's doing Austin Vlogs to try to switch it up. No one's subscribing to it. So the videos on there only have like 300 views, 400 views. 300, 400 views provide absolutely no money on YouTube.
I don't even that one may not be monetized yet. I'm not sure. I don't.
Okay, but it's still just the same thing. He's not even, and on his live page, his actual page that he came up from, he's only averaging now every video below 10,000 views. For every one that's below 10,000 views, he gets one that maybe does 13,000 because people think he's going to say something new. And if you look at his last video, we can all go to it.
I don't know if that's true.
How do you make money with 10,000 views? That's common knowledge.
He could be getting super chats. People could be buying.
Yeah,
his
he
courses.
does.
Yeah,
Super
he
chats,
heavily relies on super chat.
Sorry, Chris. I sat there and watched his lives. I sorry to
I agree. I agree with
I
you,
watched
OB.
his lives, and yes, some days he's gotten something like $200 in one, but that's not an everyday. And even if so, I mean, okay, you getting super chats. The same amount you getting in super chats, you could just go work at Walmart.
Well, I'll say this. OB. I agree with you 100%. But I'm saying for this dude, Papi Rico, to leech onto a 25-year-old, he ain't broke. Straight up, he ain't broke. Who? Austin Hallman ain't broke, because if he was broke, you wouldn't be leeching on him.
Hey, check this out. You know how Austin is not.
Idea how much money Austin
is
I just said that, Rico.
Zero.
I said exactly that. I said I know he's not broke.
Check this out. If you ever happen to be scrolling on YouTube, you see Austin's community tab, those posts. I remember a post a couple of weeks ago, and this is how I know Austin is like, he's really grifting and thinking all kind of ways to come up with some money. He had this post. Y'all know the guy he's hanging out in Brazil right now, the red beard white guy. That guy who had been on Fresh and Fit. Yeah, Austin had a post on his content on his community wall. The post was, "Would you guys buy a course if I show you how to grow your Instagram channel or Instagram game?" And everybody was like, "No, we don't want it." He had a poll in there. The poll failed.
Yes, sir.
That's how desperate he is to make some money.
This is going back to Obi's point and your point too. It's like he might be his little brand might be crashing now, but I'm saying he's been doing this for 2 maybe plus years, and he's been pretty viral.
Almost 2 years, not even 2 years.
Yeah, so he's been doing this, like, let's just say rounded up to 2 years. He's been doing it for 2 years. He's amassed some money. He's not living in a car. He's not buying a car with blood-stained seats. He's doing pretty. He's not broke.
Is that Floyd?
I'm not going to put names out here, but I'm just going to say.
So let me just. So Chris, I'm going to Austin. No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go, because I agree with what you're saying. Okay. Like his views might be paltry right now, but for someone. But I'll say this. Let's just ask Rico this. Rico, are you orbiting any other influencers to the same degree that you're orbiting Austin Hallman?
No. I only support like Austin. I don't really want to. Like, obviously, I like some other YouTubers. Like Kurt is like ridiculously awesome. Like that dude's awesome. I don't like Czech. I think he's a goofy. Ace is okay. I think Marwa's cool as hell. Marwa is cool. But I almost could have linked up with Marwa in Colombia back in his Colombian days. But Marwa's cool, man. He's just a genuine dude. So, out of all the YouTubers it would be Marwa and Austin that I like the most, but I don't associate with them like I do Austin.
This is really interesting.
OB, so I'm on Austin's last video. The only game you need abroad.
That's 2 days,
5,000 views. Let me read these comments really quick. Austin trying to leech on to a white audience, not realizing it will be the same result, just different Pooky ethics. Why should a white crowd support you? This is not switching up topics. It's the same turd. Seems like you're limited. No growth, just same content over and over. Next comment. It amazes me Casey bashes Mexico City and praises paper plate in places like Medellin. Mexico is not a place to run game or manipulate tactics by filming women unknowingly. Otherwise, they will ban you like his buddy David Bunn.
Are you reading
I'm reading Austin comments. So basically, I can go down this whole list and tell you he's got 32 comments. And out of 32 comments, 28 of them are people saying, I'm on to you now. You're a grifter. People are catching on to it now.
Yeah, I was trying to find the comments that you're looking at. Are
So
you
the
saying,
video is called The Only Game You Need
yeah,
Abroad 2 days ago.
I was on that damn video, dude. I was on the panel, so I know what I know what it is.
Okay, so then to go even further on that. So what y'all don't realize, Rico, is kind of like I was saying, Austin he's not even really respected in his own community. You can't talk about black women in the way he do and go to the black community. Right. And from what it looks like, everyone clearly sees you guys when you're white and you go on his page in the manner that you're going on, not necessarily because you're white, but the topics you're covering and how you're going about covering those topics. It clearly looks like, well, why when he gets a black person on the page, they get 5 minutes to talk? But all of his white guys who come on here, they ain't really bringing no information that we want to hear, but they get to be on this page all day. And that's what people are also saying in these comments. Like, Austin, quit thinking that because you keep these white guys on here, you're going to gain a white following all of a sudden.
There's a lot to be learned from conservative men and their passion for grifting. We need a TED Talk. We need a 30 for 30. We need a who's the space dude? God damn it, who's that space dude? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson needs to do a fucking series on grifting and learning from these guys have no shame, none. It's disgusting because I wait till I want him to come back because I'm like, he's doing so much fucking media PR support for Austin, but he's not telling the truth.
Yeah, but here's the thing: when is this going to get really old and he's not going to make any money? Then what? What is he going to do? I think
it's we're there. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. I've never seen his page. He's got 32 comments and 28 of them are talking about. Listen to this. Damn. I never knew how bad Austin game was. No offense, but dude got zero game or charisma. It looks like watching paint dry. No wonder he don't be pulling. 15 likes. Damn, I never knew how bad Austin game was.
A girlfriend
same thing, 17 likes.
When he's going overseas?
No, because it's bad for business.
This is the next one. Redbeard is realizing how little to no game Austin has. Austin's fan base is so mad at him for keep bringing white guys on here and keep trying to sell them on it that they're like, fuck it, we'll choose the white guy over you. So now they're saying Redbeard is realizing how little to no game Austin has. This has 34 thumbs up. And I remind you, 32 comments and 28 of them are like this, and this is the result after Austin is kicking people off when they disagree with what his views are. So imagine if he didn't block people 24/7 and delete comments 24/7, what it would look like.
Right.
And people on to it.
And that's the point what the whole said. It's a business. It's not the real deal like a lot of these guys want to do. They're treating it as a business, not as, the actual lifestyle and what people are actually wanting to do. They want to find, a mate. They want to find love. But you treat it as a business, and if you treat it as a business, it's inanimate. There's no realism to it, and everything you come out your mouth seems fake.
And that's what I was trying to say. And I talked about this on the last one, like you said. I said, a lot of people, even seeing this today, everybody thinks they want to be a content creator and do this, and everyone talks about Check and Ace, but I'm like, a lot of people really don't know what that life comes with. And, I explained to them, like, if you look at Ace and Check, they wear cheap clothing. Check started wearing fake designer because he's like, it's popular over here anyways and no one cares. And she save me some money. I can't travel heavy. And Ace quick to tell you, he'll go buy a girl some tennis shoes or something like that for views. I'm going to take this chick on a shopping spree and see what she can get with $1,000. But I mean, people been telling him, cut your beard, Ace, redo that hair. He ain't looking like that because he needs to be broke. And I'm not knocking him saying, oh, well, it's a problem. You're not a millionaire. But once again, a million views only gets you $5,000 to $10,000. That's general knowledge that even Shannon Sharp has shared. This 200,000-300,000 views they get is good. And it allows them to travel around the world and not have to be like Austin begging for money all day.
But is there a consistency with that?
With that life, like a lot comes with it. Like I don't want to be, I'm the same age as Ace and Chet, and kind of like I was saying, I don't want to be 38 years old staying in a $60 Airbnb to go record footage just to show the world because I can go do it on my PTO. Is that bad? No, I'm just saying that's not everyone's cup of tea. Like, they got to get on their Facebook and see their childhood friends who have homes in the States and are traveling on vacation, and they're not having to wear the cheaper clothing. You know what I mean? They're actually getting to put something back on 401k instead of build the 401k. Like, a lot come with that traveling stuff that a lot of people don't realize.
I mean, Check obviously is happy. Ace is obviously happy. And I think they're making a hell of a lot more money than you probably think.
But that's the thing. You're talking again from a white perspective, too. A lot of black people, that's not what they inspire to do. You saying he's happy, I think I got a better outlook on it because I'm coming from the same age as them, for one, and I'm an African-American. Like, so
you don't think they're happy?
Check worked for an energy drink company when he left. So if you work for an energy drink company and you're getting paid $21, $22 an hour to walk around and sell energy drinks across the state, it's not like he's at a big loss if he can just travel the world and take care of himself, because $21, $22 job in the States only gives you enough money to take care of yourself. And I reiterate, I am not talking down on these guys because I don't think anything's wrong with it. What I'm getting at is that some people who travel, they just really love to travel. Not this for women stuff, not that type of stuff. Those guys just genuinely love it. But what I'm saying is a lot of people who watch them and think they want to be them really don't love travel like they like it. And if they had to go through what those guys go through, they wouldn't do it. Does that mean that they one day won't blow up? That's not what I'm saying.
No. One thing I would agree with you. I think Ace loves it. I think Check loves it. So I agree with that. But one thing I want to emphasize that you sort of said, but maybe not exactly said, you didn't say it, but I would say this. It can be boring traveling alone. Like I know for a fact, Austin gets bored occasionally, right? And I'm sure Check gets bored occasionally, or Ace. You know, you're not always with people. Like you're traveling alone. You're with strangers a lot, right? You don't know anybody. You're going places you don't know nobody. I mean, that can get pretty lonely at times.
Right. And like I said, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I want to reiterate that again. I'm not saying that they don't like it. I'm not saying it's not the thing. I'm just saying most people think they want that life, but if they really live that life, having to get on planes, you miss flights, all the stuff that comes with traveling like that, cheaper hotels to make the money stretch. So maybe when you get to a place like Cape Town, you can get the lavish place you want. It come with a lot. It ain't what people think, you know. That's all I'm saying.
Well, one thing I don't want to ever glamorize it as a real option to earn money, right? Like I said earlier, like I don't think we should be promoting, hey, it's a great idea to be a YouTuber and you could travel around the world. You know, like what the other guy's doing, the one has a YouTube channel and travels, but he works as a cyber guy. That's smart.
Exactly.
I want to ask you this, Rico. Do you think that the passport bro space is? Hey, Zed, can you go on mute? Rico, I want to ask: do you think that the passport bro space is majority degenerate?
I would say yes.
Then why do you associate yourself with it?
Because I don't.
As a 50-year-old man,
I don't care what other people do. I mean, that's part of, like, we were on a live the other day, right? And we were ripping up this black dude who we were calling the victim, right? Matter of fact, we eventually gave him a name, and you some of you guys might know him, James, the guy that's living in Germany. He's always on Razor's show, right? I think Zed, you know who he is, right? You know James, don't you? But the guy's always he talks like this victimization kind of stuff, but then all of a sudden he eventually says, "But I'm having no problems." So he wants to talk generalizations about things, but it's not even talking about himself. It's really weird.
I'm saying, what brings you to this space, Rico? I'm trying to really dig into that. Why? Why are you so enamored with this?
That means I wanted to say I just come on because I wanted to remove my channel from the live stream, but I'm not. I'm not here to participate.
Oh,
You wanted to do what?
I think she was simulcasting. I think she was trying to remove her channel.
Oh.
But yeah, I want to understand this. I'm trying to do a being John Malkovich. Like, I'm trying to be inside your head. Why are you so? Is it entertaining for you? What keeps you in this space, like, on a weekly, daily basis?
Let me think. How can I say, like, so I was, we call these things passport bros now, right? And like we said, there's all different kinds, right? But I was doing this stuff before there was a such thing as passport bros, and before you can make money on YouTube, or even before probably there was a YouTube, right? So I can sort of, and plus, I guess you would call me, just say I never traveled when I was younger. You would now call me a passport bro regardless, because I worked remotely in Colombia, and I worked from Colombia, and I lived in Colombia. So people would just label me, oh, you're a passport bro. Some people would, right? Some people would just label me as a digital nomad, right? And then some people might even say I'm an expat. Everybody has different labels, right? People like to label people. People like to judge people. But, and plus I like to meet people. Like when I'm in Colombia, I don't really like to meet too many, let's just say, passport bros or foreigners, even in general. Because I do think most of them are losers. I think most of them don't have money. I think most of them are just, they're I think a good portion of them are going to Colombia, for example, doing bad things, not good things, right? Going there with bad intent. And I don't want to be associated with those people.
You are, though.
Well, I don't know how I am, but
you're in the passport bro space, so you are in that same
I just don't associate with them in person, right?
I don't, but socially you're grouped with them.
Well, that's fine. And in all honesty, if somebody wants to go, just say somebody wants to do pay for play. Do I really care? I don't really care. That's not my problem. They can do whatever they want. If somebody wants to live off their damn pension or Social Security, or think that they're actually a remote worker struggling, making little money, that's their choice too. They can do whatever the hell they want. It doesn't affect my world. Like, but I don't associate with losers. I don't associate with victims, and I don't associate with people that are going there for ill intent.
That's super weird though, because I don't think you realize, like, you kind of are though.
But I'm not in person. I would,
you're rubbing shoulders and razor
you really don't want to do
panels.
that. Let's just say, like,
these same people that you're talking about, you are on panels with on a daily basis. You surround yourself in the same company that you talk about.
Well, if I was on a panel with a person, like, first of all, I wouldn't judge. I don't really the people that go for pay for play. I don't really care. They can do what the hell.
But you just called them losers, so you did judge them.
Well,
yeah,
I don't
exactly.
know. I don't really want to judge them like that. But I don't even like judging people that don't have a lot of money, right? Like, because I really don't care, But I think people acting like they're doing really well and faking it are more losers. Let's just say.
Sure. I mean, they're losers too. We agree on something today.
It can happen, Chris.
So what I'm trying to say, man, is I want to drill into, let me ask you this. Do you think the majority of Austin Hallman's subscriber base are incels?
I'm sure.
Do you think that he is teaching them something to better their life?
I think they can. Yeah, I would just say yes. Just.
And what is that?
Again, like, I think he is sharing knowledge. He's sharing knowledge from his perspective on what it's like to be young and black traveling, right, to different places. Now, the fact that he's black helps, because there's a racial aspect sometimes to it, right? Sometimes he will go to a place and he will feel there is racism there. Sometimes he wouldn't. So I think that's information for a black guy to understand. That's what he felt. Doesn't mean they would feel the same thing. But so I think that's good. But even just people in general, you can learn. Like, put it this way: he's gone places I haven't gone, so I actually can learn from Austin on what those places are like, because I see him in the vlogs or on the IRLs.
So let me dig a little bit deeper. Are you're not familiar with his Brazil, maybe to the fullest extent? Are you familiar with some of the slandering, the negative things he promotes about women, Western women, Black women? Are you familiar with that?
I've heard some of that, but he's not doing that anymore.
Not doing that anymore. July, he was doing that in like May.
What do you mean? What was that when he was in Dallas?
No, this is like I
don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't track it and write down whatever he like. Believe me, like let's just say, well, I would give him feedback if I thought he was doing something that would damage.
I don't believe that to be true.
Oh, believe me, it's true. Believe me.
Can I throw this out there?
Yeah.
Who would you listen to, Papi Rico? Who would you listen to? Someone who's traveled somewhere or someone who lived somewhere?
I would prefer to listen to someone that lives somewhere.
Okay, because here's where I'm getting at. Austin's traveled to various places. He hasn't lived there. I lived in Israel for 3 years. I can tell you a lot about some of the stuff that goes on there because I lived there. I was going to school there. So I spent extended amount of time there. Why would you want to listen to somebody who only spend maybe 2-3 weeks, maybe a month there? What can you possibly know in that length of time to be this travel expert?
I would just say, if it's a place I haven't been, like let's just pick Lima, Peru, right?
Okay.
I know a lot more now because I watched Austin, his time there, right? So I do know more about it. So I can still learn from the person that's visiting, even if it's 2 or 3. I don't know how long he might have been there a month. But the point is yeah, I could still gain something from it and see, and which I think is cool. But yes, if somebody lived there, obviously I can learn a hell of a lot more from the person that's actually lived there, for, I would just say at least minimally a year, right? Like it takes time.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
True. But see, the problem is that, we're focusing on someone who's bouncing around, but don't spend an extended amount of time in certain locations. How can we listen to that person? How can we say a lot of the stuff about the country is factual? I mean, I'm not saying that maybe some of the things he's reporting is not true, but do we get a whole concept of this whole thing?
No, I get what you're saying. I mean, yeah. First of all, you can't you can't make generalizations about like a country if you only been to a few cities within the country, for example, right?
Exactly.
And then you can only so you almost have to take it like city by city, like a country. Which cities have you been to, and what's your specific experience there? And plus, how long were you there, right? Like, so, if you, the longer you were there, the more credibility you have, the more experience you have. So I think Austin can only give his opinion on places where he's actually been, which cities, and you can't generalize a country. Like, especially like one of you guys said, I don't know who it was, said they've been to Rio recently, right?
That was me.
Okay, and Rio is totally different than Sao Paulo, right? It's like totally, and it's like in saying like Salvador, right? Salvador is very different than both of those, right? And Manaus, whatever, however you say it. Sometimes I say it right, but so he prefers Salvador because it's mostly Black people. Like, he prefers to date Black women.
No.
So,
but
go ahead, Opie.
No, go ahead, boss.
No, you go ahead.
All right. Papi Rico. So I don't know if when I first talked to you in Austin, like I said, and I was kicked off the show, y'all talked to so many people, man, you probably don't remember it. But I tried to tell him, and I wonder if it clicks in your mind when I say it, do you have any type of memory of it? I said, traveling the world, I've been to all these places, and going to Germany and stuff is not going to make dating and stuff easier for you. And sure enough, Now he's in Brazil as an older man and not a 21-year-old where girls have 21-year-old expectations. They got 25-year-old expectations for him. And now he's saying, it's hard to get women around here, man, or I'm getting out of Sao Paulo, but we know Austin like the nice areas. Sao Paulo is as nice as it gets. But now that the women got them older expectations, it's not working. And I tried to tell them that, man, go to college and you can get you a good woman in college. Can you get 15 good women? No, I don't think so, because the women are smart and they're not going to be played like that. They got options, but you can get you a good woman if that's what you truly chasing. And it was just, oh man, you already married. You don't know. But all I'm trying to say is now we see he's traveling the world, and so far, every place he's gone to, he can't pool anymore. And it's just like that for all of us. We all could get more women when we were 16,
right now.
17, and
he's
18.
Pulling right now. He's pulling as we probably speak.
You talking about the
I mean?
Amazon? I didn't watch the video.
Yeah,
I just seen the crime
right?
videos.
And let's make sure it's clear again. Sao Paulo, he pulled the. I've seen the receipts. I've seen the women he dated. Right? I know who he's dated. He's definitely met women. He's dated women. Whatever. They're white as hell. Like that was his point about the damn the tweet or whatever.
Talking to a woman in a restaurant ain't a pool, though. Is that what you're
No, not that kind. Not that time. That was that actually turned out to be sad because.
But you talk about he's dated, but
cool girl, like she was so cool, and she was really pretty, and she was cute, but she did not go out with him again after that day.
Wonder why.
So that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been seeing. So that's why I'm saying which only one I know now that
but
recently
he has,
might
be. Like you don't. I can't. I'm not gonna say like who he's dated, right? Like, but the point is he has dated women, and
so he has. So he hasn't shown the women since he's been gone.
He's not trying to show the women.
But that's his whole thing. You're gonna say it's easier to pull women, clear, right? But you're struggling to pull women over there, and then you go to say, "Well, I can't pull the black women over here," and then
it's all smoke and mirrors. It's all smoke and mirrors.
Papi Rico, here's a question. Here's a question for you. You say he's been on all these dates. How many relationships has he been in?
It's not good for his business.
Well, no, that's different, right? That's and that gets back to the DM.
And that's the whole thing. There's a lot of guys that want to go over there to be in relationships to hopefully marry. Not
what?
There's a lot of people who want to go overseas to be in relationships.
Oh, yeah. Like I would say, I agree. I know what you're saying, but who the hell is like he could show you the different types of women. He could show you how to date women. And then if you were seriously wanting to have a relationship with women, you could take it to the next level. He can't do that right now, right? Like, I mean, that's why I joke and I say eventually he's going to fall for a woman. There was a woman in Brazil that he did like a lot. It just turned out she was a pain in the butt to re-link up with. So
hey, Chris, somebody want to join the panel, boss, if you want to drop the link. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
So he just basically he just stopped. And actually, I think when he left Sao Paulo, she wanted to link up with him, but the point is it was too late. Like, and this was actually a girl that he was somewhat in a relationship with.
So you say he doesn't show the videos, but he showed the video where he took the young Hispanic girl to the mall, and then he was talking about buying her some tennis shoes, and he bought her some beads, bracelets, which wouldn't pass with a college girl in college, buying her some $2 bead bracelets. Like I seen that. So my thing, if he shows that, then what would stop him from showing the good wins that you say he's winning? If the whole purpose of his platform is to say, I'm going to show you how to pool. To say I'm going to show you how to pool, but then don't show you the pool. That's crazy.
That's not the whole purpose of his platform. That is a false statement, dude. Like it's not like that's. Let me make sure it's clear. I mean, I can't read the personal like messages from him, but I can just summarize right now to make it clear to you, because you guys just think this stuff that's just totally wrong. He does not want to be wasting his time showing women. That's not what he wants to do anymore. He doesn't want any of that crap. He doesn't want it. Believe me when I tell you, that's not his main thing. They talk about like.
So then my question is, why did he just make that post saying that I'm not having any luck pulling black women here, only white women? Let that set in. if he doesn't want, because see, Ace did that same thing too, and that's why I say this whole grand dose on these guys too. Ace just came out with a video. If anybody wants to go watch it, it was just yesterday, and he was saying, guys, quit saying that these women that I'm with, I'm dating, they may have husbands and such and such and such. And then he turns around and says, I only got 150 people in my life, and calls a girl to the camera to come. And then all of his thumbnails are Brazilian butt lifts.
Well, that's unfortunately the sad. You know what's really sad is you could take a beautiful Filipina girl and you could put her on YouTube, and within a few months she'll have 100,000 subscribers, and she'll have all these simps sending her money.
But see, that happened to Game Abroad too. But when Game Abroad did that, then guys came and said, I had that same girl too. I had that same girl too. And then they started showing the girl in his room when he wasn't there.
I believe it, man. I mean, and that's what happens when you go to pay for play areas. You go to pay for play areas, guess what? You're going to have the same broad, and it's only your turn. That's reality, and that's sad. And that's why I don't really associate with the pay for play scene. And
so I like what you're saying. So then my only thing is, I've been to 24 countries. I've been to the more expensive places because I just went during PTO breaks from college. So I just haven't had the other places, which I want to do now just because I want to stretch my money. I'm older and wiser. Plus, after you see London or something like that once, you're good. But the point, I guess, I kind of lost my track of thought. I had a point to it, man.
Yeah, I've been to London one time. I got in a taxi. They took me from the taxi, took me up to Stratford upon Avon. I was at a global PricewaterhouseCoopers conference. That was boring as hell.
Hey Z, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, give us your thoughts, man.
I just think there's a correlation with Austin. I feel like anywhere, any city that's not Dominica, Susa, or Cartagena, or any places where the women have money, he struggles in dating. So Sao Paulo, places like when he went to Europe.
Okay.
So I just feel like Austin, man, it's not really it's not really like, it's an issue with him more so in terms of dating.
First of all, the European cities he went to, right? None of them were rich, so that's wrong. And Sao Paulo is a difficult dating environment. Like, dude, that's like saying like New York City. Do you think it's easy to date in New York City? No, it sure the hell isn't. And let's make sure we're clear again. He did have success dating in Sao Paulo. So
we haven't seen any receipts.
We haven't seen any. Trust me, if Austin if Austin has success, trust me, Austin will be the first one to show us.
No, you think you know, but that he's trying to get away from that stuff. Like, you know what?
Sorry.
Like, you know what happened? You know what happened? It was really bad. He was on a live one night, right? And he was with this Asian dude with a man bun. He was with this Colombian guy that was I think he's half American too, with a man bun. And then they just happened to meet these women, right? They just met these women, right? And Austin showed one of the women's phone to live, and people took her Instagram, and then some idiot in the chat messaged her and said Austin is XYZ. And like, so I told Austin, don't ever do that shit again. Don't ever stop sharing the people's contact information that you're just meeting, because the wrong person all of a sudden messages the wrong message to that person, and now all of a sudden Austin's getting his butt beat on camera, right? Like things like that. He puts himself at risk doing that kind of thing, right? But he's basically he doesn't have to.
But listen, but how is it possible to travel around the world and not have one relationship?
He's had relationships, man. What are you talking about? Yeah, maybe I answered it wrong, because I'm
not talking about like a fling. I'm talking about like a long term, more than a month, more than 5-6 month relationship.
He has had it more than a month actually. So that has been done.
So I'm
Um,
looking at Austin Post 7 days ago. It says, I've only had luck with white girls, Sao Paulo. How ironic is that? Literally every black girl has either turned their nose up or just wasted my time. That doesn't sound
that's
like
true.
someone who's traveling for traveling. That's 100% all about women.
Yeah, he's a
It,
sex
it is
tourist.
it
Let's
is
just leave
about
it up.
women. Sorry guys, I was getting some stuff at Walmart.
Oh, you
But
went to Walmart?
but hey man, I'm a dusty low six figure guy, man. I ain't got it. I'm not a high value barber like Austin, dog. I ain't got it like that,
You'll get
man.
there one day, man. You'll get there one day. Keep on
Yeah,
grinding.
there one day. But it's very disingenuous if anybody said Austin travel just to travel for like adventure of traveling or whatnot. Like if that happens, that happens. But we know the primary motive of Austin, the entire thing that triggered Austin to travel. Austin will tell you that. That's why Austin went viral. Austin
Yeah,
went viral on the criticism of dating
Black women.
lifestyle here, the women here. The dealings he had with the women here were not working. And he even showed you even when he came back,
yeah.
he
When he came back
highlighted
to
it
Dallas,
again.
yeah, when he went to
And, le-
Dallas,
and let me read this post 9 days ago. Austin Holloman. Now that you guys have seen one day in Manus for Sao Paulo, you can see that the location really does affect your dating experience. Now, shut the fuck up. So as we said, you're telling your followers, shut the fuck up. And if you're just sharing information, why are you so triggered? Is your money low? And once again, if he's only traveling for traveling, then what does that have to do with the dating experience? This was 9 days ago.
Well, part of traveling as a 25-year-old man, I could tell you, man. I graduated college when I was 24 years old. I took my time, and let's just say I was very interested in women, right? And so I would hope that at 25 years old, that Austin is still, even though he likes to travel, explore different places, he still is interested in women. And guess what? He's going to date women when he travels. Why not?
But that's not what you
So
said. You
bad?
said
that's a
Austin is getting
cap.
away from this content. In the next post, Sao Paulo has a good number of clubs where people are there just to be there, not to socialize. I found a few places that are actually good to meet people. Download the guide here. Once again, dating with some chick blowing a kiss in the air. And he's talking about his dating guide. So once again, he's a dating coach.
He's a
He's
grifter,
selling a
man.
dating guide.
I don't really, I don't really like.
So
the
he's
dating
not traveling.
person.
So that's just not true.
Oh, he is traveling. He went to the Amazon. He swam with the. Wait, be a little patient. The content's coming out, but he swam with the pink dolphins. He did touristy
No
type
one
things.
wants to. I'm not trying to cut you off, but no one cares that you go do one nice thing with
Exactly.
females when that's how you portray women just in general.
No,
And
he
like you
wasn't
said,
with.
I liked women too at 25, but I was more focused on getting myself together, putting myself in a position so when I get a woman, I can keep a woman. Because that's the thing too. Some people can get a woman.
That's
You can lie to a woman for with a car or pull her because this apartment that don't last long, but can you keep her? I was
that's the
focused on
problem,
being a
man.
good man, not just pulling for today and then being, no woman tomorrow.
You know what the issue is with Austin? He can't keep a woman. That's the main issue with Austin. I think a lot of chicks realize after a few conversation with Austin that he's a bit off, and that's why all the girls that Austin ever talks to, they flake on him eventually.
And then let's go to
Well,
Redbeard. I like
that
what
was
who said
really
that said
you were
earlier.
speeding. That brother that I was speaking with, he was speeding facts. That's true.
And
Go ahead.
If
and
you
as who said that said earlier, as a white man to have trouble dating women in America is a problem. The fact that Redbeard is trying to sell dating advice and you're a white man and you got to go all the way to Brazil just to pull women, that's some nasty work.
that's a red flag.
So Redbeard's
But
36 years old, and he.
36 years
Um,
old white man and you struggling to pull women in
but it's
America
the
is
several.
nasty
Well, to
work.
be honest with you, though, I mean, I don't mean to be. I don't like to be on people's looks like that. Even though I mean, we already been all in the look. But when you look at the red beard guy, because earlier I was looking at a thumbnail between Austin and the red beard guy. The red beard guy literally, and excuse my language, Rico, close your ears. He literally looked like a nigga. with white skin. Like you like and I'm sorry to say, look at Austin. Find that thumbnail with him and that guy. He literally looked like exact same copy as Austin. Look at his nose and everything. He looked like a nigger with white skin. I'm sorry. I mean,
but see, my thing is more so socioeconomic. I remember watching an episode of Sopranos, and on the episode, the son was crying because dad wanted him to quit dating the black girl or the mixed girl who was Latin and black, who had a child already. And he was crying, and the dad slapped him and said, "I'm gonna slap." He slapped the shit out of him, and then said, "Man, you up here crying? You're a white man in America, and you crying about a woman?" Like what I'm saying, that's common knowledge. Like who said that, and that's common knowledge. Like you see it all the time. It's a little bit easier to date when you're white, just for socioeconomic standpoint.
And not only that, man, I just feel like with Austin, man, it's like if you really look at it, when it comes to casual sex, that's usually stuff that happens in America. You know, other countries, I feel like it's more relationship, slow process,
yes,
getting to know. Casual
yes.
sex is Dallas, Houston, Atlanta. that's
Even though
what.
Brazil,
Hold on.
they
So I
are they are
told Austin, when Austin was here, because we stay in the same city, I said, Austin, why don't you go to a strip club? Because my thinking is, I'm still kind of trying to thinking you can speak some sense in them. I'm like, man, if you go to a strip club, like girls there care about this stuff that you're doing. Your Instagram following might get you a woman
strip
just on
club
that, because
where
most of
strip
these
club
girls just want
where
to smoke weed and have
In
fun.
Dallas.
But you
Austin's
know,
exact words to me was,
in
I can't
Dallas.
afford to go to a strip
and
club.
even
Come on,
and even
man.
same and even I checked. Like I've never been to Sao Paulo, but there's clubs where it's kind of easier to interact. You know, there's better clubs to go. Like the places that he's going, it's not even a vibe where it's like mostly like a very slow pace. If he wants to go, like Sao Paulo has 20 million people, you can't find few girls that fuck with you. Come on, man. That's to me. That's just like
Well, listen, if you Ob don't read the well, I know you probably on the community. You have to go to his Twitter. That post about the black girls, you have to read the Twitter feeds, right? That's where he screenshots that comment from the
Okay.
master teacher or that Skyler the wearing guy, and
Skyler.
like he got cooked. Like Austin got cooked on his Twitter feed. There were black guys that tell you, like, I've been to Sao Paulo, I never had these problems. And again, I've never heard anybody, I've never heard of any of the brothers that I know that travel, that are
No,
Brazil heads, that ever
no.
complain about having problems linking up, hooking up with black or white women. I've never heard any complaint about getting women
but
in Brazil.
but let's
That's the
say
This
ultimate
is your same
fail.
talking point.
but let's say even
These are your same talking
let's say
points that
even
you
you
had
had
on the
let's
other
say
live.
let's say even if you had problems, let's say if I'm a black, I go to Sao Paulo, I struggle to maybe link up
Are
with
you
4 or 5
black,
girls.
dude? See, are you black?
Yeah, I'm black. I'm black.
Because you talk a little weird, so I wasn't sure.
I'm Canadian. Maybe it's my accent.
Nice,
That's probably
nice.
what it is.
But if I'm black, right? If I go to Sao Paulo and I may strike out with a couple of black girls, I'm not gonna blame it on black women and be like, all these black women don't fuck with me. It's a me thing. Okay, the girls that I ran into just don't like me, and that's okay.
Thank you.
But I'm not gonna go on Twitter and be like, yo, the black women here don't really fuck with black men. What?
Thank you.
That's
Well, I don't.
crazy.
Did he say
you.
that, or did he say they didn't fuck with him?
No, he said black women don't check for black men in St. Paul. Am I correct? Anybody can
I don't
correct?
know. I don't think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I
He
thought
basically say it's all around the world. That's the
D-
issue.
Yeah, dating is one of those things where it's individual. You got to blame yourself first. If you can't just blame a whole group of people.
But Austin
Talk that
wants
talk.
you. He's looking for that same. Not that only he's looking for that sympathy. He wants people to identify with them and be like, give him that confirmation. Yes, what you said. Yeah, I can relate. Yeah,
Right.
because you said it. Yeah, that's all of us. Whatever you
Yeah,
go through,
don't speak
that's
for
all
us.
of us.
Hey,
Right.
hey, Mr. G. So, you said the same thing on Primo's channel that day, right? And let me tell you something. I know a guy that's living in Rio, right? And he was actually on Austin's panel with me just 2 days ago or a few days ago, right? And his name's Marty. Like you could watch the live, right? And he basically said that he experienced a similar thing in Rio, where he's a black man in Rio, and the black women in Rio aren't as interested in dating him. He specifically said that if I'm there, the black women are going to be all over me, right?
Where is this?
He feels that that for whatever reason, he felt like the black women are racist towards him because he's a black man in Rio, but he has no problem dating non-black women in Rio. So it's not only, everybody has different experiences, and I've never been to Brazil, so I don't know how they would react to me, right? But Austin had his experience. This guy Marty had his experience. So people had their experiences. I'm not saying other black men can't be successful. I'm not saying that, right? But it's just everybody has their experience. It is what it is.
This is Austin's comment 1 month ago. I keep thinking something is wrong because I'm not going on as many dates, but I keep remembering I'm not spending any time looking anymore since I'm working. You cannot do both. Like, this is just kind of grown people. Like, it's just common knowledge type stuff. And I mean, what does he mean he can't work and he can't date? Like, so I guess everyone who finds a wife, they find a wife when they're not working. Like, I think it doesn't make sense. And then like the thing of, we keep saying dating, like, he's grown. You're not Steph Curry. Like, you're grown. That's the world telling you to man up, find a wife, get a good woman, build on something, make the world a better place. That's the world trying to tell you something.
Yeah. If every girl keeps flaking on you, man, that's when you gotta self-reflect.
I mean, he doesn't need a wife to be
trying to tell you something.
He doesn't need a wife. He needs a better circle of friends and mentors. That's what he really needs.
He doesn't have it. He tries to like right now. He's trying to.
You should offer your services, Chris.
Hell no.
Right now.
No. You couldn't pay me enough for that.
Yeah, he's trying to leech off the dude from Brazil right now. You know what?
I'll take this. I'll raise you, Papi Rico. If he lets go of his grift, which I don't know, he's like that little golem from Lord of the Rings. He doesn't want to let go of the ring. If he lets go of the ring and he comes over to this side and he lets go of his grift, I'll think about it.
But you know what Austin really wants to do though, because the brother just said he's trying to grift off the guy in Brazil. I'm assuming he's talking about the red beard guy.
The red beard guy, yeah.
Listen,
guy in Brazil?
Austin is desperately. You know that guy is friend with the Fresh and Fit. Austin got guys who follow him, kind of like the Papi Rico type of guys. They were in the chat, putting comments and super chatting. Can you put in a word with Fresh and Fit for Austin to? Austin's goal and dream is to go on Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, that's his
I
goal.
swear to God, if I'm lying, I'm flying. Am I lying, guys?
No, he's also leaning. He's leaning toward the right too, man. All his MAGA
he's there.
posts.
He's Republican.
Wait. You think he's leaning towards the right? Come on, don't be confused. He is on the right.
I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I can confirm. So that's
exactly.
fine.
It makes a whole lot of sense.
It makes sense, man. Guys who struggle with women, you tend to lean to the right.
Facts.
And when I say grift, I mean he's trying to get close to that space, the Fresh and Fit. You're right. He's trying to get close. He's
desperately trying to get on Fresh and Fit because he feels like he will blow up.
They talked about it yesterday. All you got to do is watch the live. It's on there. His last live.
I saw that live. It was actually cringe when Austin kept talking about all his failures. It was actually bad. Like
he kept talking about what?
He kept talking about all his dating failures, and the other dude kept. I could tell he kind of felt sorry for Austin. Like, damn, you're struggling like this.
So it goes back to what y'all said earlier. He probably meet women, and then once he started talking to the women, he turned them off. And I'm not gonna lie. Look. I didn't grow up having game like these guys talk about. I was a lamb church kid. I can relate, and I had to learn. I had to learn I'm gonna say the game for lack of better. I had to learn the game
Yeah,
off the mud.
but you
So
know,
I can relate. I understand. I can understand. I meet a chick. I'm spitting and everything good, and then I say too much, and I will become corny, and I turn her off. Like I can relate, and Austin is probably at that stage. I don't know.
but you know the issue is the difference is you got to look at Austin's age. He's 25, right? You from the period of like 2017, 18, 19, the red pill, the alt right, the AMS. I think that's what fucked Austin over.
What is AMS?
AMS,
Alpha male
alpha
strategy.
male
It's a
Oh
strat,
content.
shit!
It's a
like he,
content creator. If you
I'm
ever seen
familiar with
him when
that.
he come on
I'm
the
familiar with
street,
him.
yeah, like
yeah, he rub his hands. Yep.
Austin kind of grew up in that era. Like he was just a young
You're
guy at
right.
home.
You're
He
right.
didn't really he didn't really go out clubbing, dating experience, failures. All his failures are like from that COVID era. You feel me?
You think so?
Yeah, because he at that age, there's a lot of guys like that in the red pill. They all got fucked over because of the timeline. So they were
Well, it
just in
depends.
Yeah,
college,
he may have a point there. That's right. Pre COVID, like a year and a half pre
pre-COVID, like
COVID, and going
2018.
right into COVID.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was like
kinda.
that was a
But I
Trump
wouldn't
era.
say COVID though. I wouldn't just so COVID because doing and after COVID, doing COVID, that's when the whole PPP came, and that's when
Yeah,
he did that grift and everything. So you may have you may be right on point. He was already in that bubble, and then
yeah.
the PPP came. He got his PPP and go to Brazil, and then he was already jacked up
And
on
then
the
there was
red pill
the whole
shit.
gender war, and don't forget the gender wars and stuff like that.
Yes, and he was
Um,
already jacked up on the red pill shit, and then he went to Brazil, and then he lost his mind.
yeah, because you told me, you were talking about your experience, but you probably went through your experience. There was no I mean, there was YouTube, I'm sure there, but there wasn't like gender wars and stuff. So you had to like go through the learning experience, and you came up to. Where Austin, he did it all over on YouTube. So it's kind of messed up.
I
Like
mean,
that's the reason why when he talks to even watch when Austin talks to the girl, the way he talks to girls, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, he always. You're right because I mean, I'm 39. I'll be 40 in November, and trust me, like when I was coming up, there was none of that, man. None of that. I had to learn it. I had to go out there and get rejection. Like
Yeah,
coming up in the military, I'm telling you, I used to have this one of our best friend. He's from Alabama.
yeah,
So I'm coming straight out of high school, and this kid, this guy, he had been to college. He didn't graduate college, but he had been in college. He was a basketball player, like six something. And like I used to go to the club with him, right? We're in the military. We stationed in England, and I used to watch this guy. He was like, when I say smooth operator,
yeah,
he'll just say one thing to the girl, and I'm like, damn, Jay, what you said? I remember one time I went to the club. There wasn't that many girls in the club. There wasn't that many people. That was it's like, damn, Jay, there ain't that many people in there. It's like, damn, G, what the fuck with you, man? I don't care if there's two girls in here.
yeah,
If it's just Beyonce in here, I know one of them girls mine. And when he tells you that shit, he got that confidence. He
yeah.
got that confidence. So I had to learn from off the muscle, go and get rejection and things of that nature. But I know this one thing about Austin. He
He
does
doesn't
not
like
like
rejection.
rejection.
He doesn't like rejecting.
He hates rejection. And that's why he does this little, he'll go on his live stream and then he's sitting there, he's
Because
swiping on
ego. He's
Tinder.
got too much
I'm
ego.
like, what the? Go outside.
I'm telling you, he's got
I
too much ego. Like
yeah,
like he expects girls to just fuck on the first. Sorry for that.
Yes.
Smash on the first night. Like,
And Rico was right. He wants girls to concur him.
yeah, he wants the girls to be right away there. Like, I'm like, bro, like just
I'm not sure honestly if Austin Hallman is like just really bad with women. I've said on previous panels on this channel, I think we need to nominate him to the Academy Awards because
You think he's acting?
He's acting. He's
I don't know, bro.
I think he's acting.
I don't know.
I think he's
Mm-mm.
no different than Sneeko. He's no different than a lot of these red pill grifters. He's just like that's what I think he is. I think he's acting. I think he
There's
saw an
just too
opportunity.
much. there's just too much to gain.
No,
If
I
he
mean,
actually has the skills to show you to hop out the car. Remember that one time he was sitting in the parking lot and he tried to talk to, he's sitting in his car and he's trying to holler at these girls and then he's like, oh, fuck you anyway. Like,
Yeah,
like
that's
that
the
was
true
funny.
Austin right
That
there.
was funny.
there's too much to gain. If
Mhm.
Austin have some skills, talking about walking up to a girl, good afternoon, how you doing? You usually come here often? Oh yeah, it's your favorite spot. To spark a conversation with a woman.
But Mr. G, I think
Like,
that's
there's
that's
too
his
much to
grift.
gain, bro.
I think
Yeah,
that's his
it's
grift. I think he's trying to almost like the movie The Thing. It's it's my favorite horror movie of all time. He's trying to infiltrate, assimilate these incels and look like and make them think, oh, he's just like us. He's struggling just like us. He's not struggling.
And
no,
no,
I
no.
think he's awkward. I don't think he's acting, but now he's realizing he leans into it because now he gets views and stuff. So
I think you guys need to really watch the video. Like even just like yesterday's live.
I
The last
watched that
one with
live.
Beard.
It
I mean,
was
he stated he has conquered 3 women. Just say right in the current city, right? He said it on the live, so I can say it, right? And he said he that same day yesterday that he was with Redbeard, he was with himself and another friend. Redbeard brought his girl with him, and a friend, and the friend chose the white dude. It was like another white dude that was there, right?
Okay, I want to fixate on this, Rico. So I was asking this maybe hours ago. Will you agree that, or do you agree that Austin Hallman is encouraging men to look elsewhere beyond the states to date and actually kind of degrade the dating situation in the states? Do you agree with that?
I would agree with the second part. I don't know what you said, but the first part, yeah, I would agree with that.
I want you to restate what do you agree with. Okay, I'll say it again. Are you trying? Do you feel like Austin Hallman is discouraging men to date in the states? Let me just ask it clear.
Well, I would say he's definitely encouraging men to date in other countries. Like it's because I could tell you, I mean, so me in America, I've dated American women, but prior to going to Colombia for the last 5 years, I was dating foreign women in America, right?
Okay.
Like, so from Nigeria, from Kenya, from Haiti, blah blah blah, right? And so I prefer women that are foreigners, right? I just think they still like. I think people that come here to the United States when they're first generation or even second generation, even if they're born here, but their parents were first generation, right? I think they have more cultural aspects. I like diversity. I like different, right? So that's what I like, right? And I just think it's more interesting to date someone from a different country. That's my personal opinion. And so now that I go to Colombia, and I've been going to Colombia for 5 years, I date mostly Colombian women, right? And you know, so I do think Austin is encouraging men to go to different countries and date women from different countries.
Now I want you to answer it because you've been dancing around it. Is he discouraging men to date in the States? Yes or no?
Come on. Come on.
I don't know, man.
Wow.
I mean,
okay. We know where you stand. It's
Right.
okay.
He's protecting the brand.
I get it. I get it. That's your boy.
Yeah,
I get it. It's
I
okay.
seriously,
cash
like, believe me,
cow.
I know he doesn't want to talk bad about American women. Believe me when I tell you,
Wow.
believe me. No, seriously.
I think there's a different Rico in
No, I'm
real life.
serious.
No. I think there's one Papi Rico who's around Austin Hallman. There's another Papi Rico that's on this panel. I don't think you're the same person.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you, man.
Man, we just
like,
seen the Dallas video.
Like I wouldn't. Austin definitely should not talk badly about American women or Black American women, more specifically, which is even worse. And I wouldn't want to do that either. Me personally, right? I just think it's rude. It's really rude.
Okay, so let me ask, since you're not going to give us a straight answer with that, do you think that he's felt any kind of heat because of this FBI stuff on the Manosphere?
FBI stuff. What is that?
Man,
Yeah, he doesn't know filming
Jesus
what is it
Christ.
called? What's the list called?
Yeah, they got I forget what it's called. Like here's nomadic something coming.
They're all the red pill stuff are all getting demonetized.
Yeah, all the red pillars are kind of changing. They're singing a different tune now that the FBI is investigating them for what they call like male supremacist behavior.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, that's crazy.
I can't like that's weird to me that you are so entrenched in these YouTube streets, but you
And
live
not
under
know
a
that.
rock.
Yeah, I don't
Huh?
know that. I didn't know
Okay.
that.
Interesting.
Yeah, he probably doesn't know, and I'd be very surprised because this is what we see happening right now. The line of questions you have for him on things that should be obvious shit that you should know surrounding these issues and these individuals.
Right.
And there be people, and I'm talking to like, oh no, I don't even know who that is. I'm like, what? You don't know that? Yeah, oh man, I'm not on the YouTube like that. It's like there's some things you probably should know because, and Papi Rico, I mean, he only know Austin like I guess probably within a year, but if you know
Yeah.
Austin when he first came on, and even now, Austin's still spewing all these red pill talking points. What is it called? Approach, choosing signal. That's all red pill talking points.
Yes.
No,
And you notice
it's not red pill. It's actually PUA. It comes from the pickup artist
That's a fact.
community.
it's from POA, but they're kind of the same now.
Yes.
No,
Yeah, they don't.
I don't
They're
think that's bad. Like
PUA
YouTube-
to Nomadic's point, PUA is consumed within the red pill. That's the funny thing about the red
PO
pill.
is more older. Is more older. The new.
You're right. It's
Mhm.
older, but I'm saying this is a evolved
Yeah.
Yeah,
parasite.
there's no distinction. They're all under the red pill
Because the
umbrella now.
POA guys failed, so they turned. Anytime they fail with women, they go right. So that's where the red pill all that comes in.
Yeah.
The MGTOW. But I
Think
want
he's
to say something quick. You notice the difference between Austin when a black woman from the U.S. rejects him versus when a woman rejects him or flakes him in other countries.
Mhm.
Look at his reaction. When a
Right.
black woman rejects him in Dallas, he goes berserk. He blames. But when a South American woman or woman from other country, he gives them a pass, kind of.
Well, Zach, I'll raise you this. Is he going to any countries talking shit about them saying, yo, the American women got y'all beat. American women, you ain't like these other women in this country. He's not playing like that in other countries. He's just doing that to America.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's definitely not. Yeah, he'll definitely not say that.
So Rico, help me understand why doesn't Austin just go to Salvador Bahia, that region where there's plenty of super melanated black women.
I know why.
Chocolate. Because let Papi Rico answer.
Yeah.
You know why doesn't he? Because Brazil. Listen, Brazil is the entire bag. This is why, even though he went through all these countries, Africa, he would have never gone to Africa. Trust me.
Without
If he didn't get in trouble. Trouble. The whole bag, the whole hustle, the whole grift is Brazil. He literally had a $1 million GoFundMe to build a compound in Brazil. The whole grift is Brazil.
Oh, the compound in Brazil.
You know that because you just got here.
Yeah.
When he first came, yes, he had a $1 million GoFundMe.
Yeah, he's not going to go to...
You see how comical that sounds? You're just laughing at it. But that's your boy.
How much money did he get?
I don't even know.
Well,
I know. He had one. The Western Man of Enlightened Western Man tour, Enlightened Western Man tour, which was he begging. That's another GoFundMe for $70,000. I think he raised only $700.
Wow.
This whole Brazil thing isn't really new. It's been going on since the early 2000s, 2005. They had Al Grease. He produced the Frustrated Black Man in Brazil documentary. I actually knew about black men going to Brazil when I was 8. I was like 8 years old. There was an article, because back in the day they had the
How old are you, man?
I'm 24 going on 25. I'll be 25
Oh, you're
on
a
the
baby.
23rd.
Same age as Austin, almost.
But he's way more mature.
But they were okay. You know, my uncle, he had these magazines in his bathroom. They were just jet ebony magazines, but you know, they had the centerfolds of the girls in the bikini, so that's what I would go look at them for. But they had an article in there that interested me, and it was about black men going to Brazil. So, you know, I knew about this shit at 8. You can ask my mother too. You know, I got busted one time looking up Brazilian bikini babes when I was 8 on Google Images. You know, but this stuff is old. Like, it's nothing new. It might be new for Austin, but you know, I've known about this stuff ahead of Austin because I was a curious kid. But yeah, you know, you had the PUAs. That's where the whole cold approach stuff comes from.
Right.
PUAs. You know, you had PUAs like Rouge V. I used to frequent his Return of King forums back in the day when I was probably like 14,
Wow.
you know, 13, 14.
Return
I was
of
like,
Kings. You talking about the online blog where that Obsidian wrote for, that O'Shea, that whole conclave came out of.
Yeah, well, they had Return of Kings, and then the Angry Man was with Paul Elam.
And that's where the
Paul,
Manosphere came out of.
yeah,
Black
Paul
Manosphere.
Elam. Yeah, yep. I actually remember that when they started the whole Negro Manosphere thing. You know, because that's what O'Shea was calling it at first, the Negro Manosphere, and then it became Black Manosphere. But I remember that was due to a bit of racism and prejudiceness from much of the white manosphere, or what I call the manosphere at large. So they broke off. They saw how the white guys really were. They broke off and they said, "Oh, let's create our own thing." You know, and I also remember when they did the whole pivot to Latinas. Before 2015, black men weren't really talking about Latinas like that. They weren't really talking about Colombia like that.
Nobody was, to be honest.
Well, they had a few. They had one black guy that I can't remember his channel name, but he's over in Belize now doing some whole Belize.
Oh, Passport
go
Heavy.
bicycle in
Passport
Belize.
Heavy.
Yeah, I think it might be
Passport
Passport Heavy.
Heavy's he's awesome. I mean,
Yeah, he's an OG. Yeah,
he's an OG.
probably
Yeah,
was him.
he's.
But you have to understand that this is why this whole thing's a grift. Some of you guys probably know or heard of Obsidian, right?
Well,
this is why other individuals in this space are grifters too, because Obsidian was grifting on the Passport Bro, on the Passport Bro cloud. And a lot of these Passport Bro, and I know there's a guy on here, I think it's Rico, he was shitting on Andre. And this is what I don't like about Andre. Andre was, booty clapping for Obsidian as if Obsidian cared about Passport Bros. Trust me, when Passport, in early like 2018, 19-ish, those Manosphere guys, Black Manosphere guys, they were shading on Passport Bros, on guys that will travel because they find them weak. They didn't like them, but now that narrative seems to be going in that direction, and now they want some more fuel in the cloud. Now they're clouding off of Passport Bro, but these guys don't really care about these guys that travel. They only even these guys that mess with Austin. They don't even care about Austin. They don't even care about his well-being. They don't care about when he turned 40 years old, 45, if he got a pot to piss in. They don't care about that. They sucking all the They sucking all the cloud out of them.
Yeah.
All they care is about the clouds. O'Shea don't care about Austin. You think O'Shea care about Austin? O'Shea, nah.
They're all cloud demons, man. That's what they are.
It's all about the algorithm and sucking
views.
cloud off of you.
Yeah, and to get back on the Bahia situation, I don't know if you guys remember, there was a video Austin posted. It was him and Fred, or is it Fred or Fred? They went out one night.
Fred, yeah.
Yeah, they went out one night in Bahia. They had like 2 girls, and I remember the video was they were driving back, and it was so weird because Austin got into a fight with a girl in the taxi, and then Fred was like, "Yo, Austin, chill. What's wrong with you?" No, I just thought of it. That's what I knew. Something wrong with Austin. Like, he literally got into a fight with the girl, and then Austin ruined the whole night. That was
Austin ruined the night. You said
Austin, like, they pulled 2 girls from the club, this is his early time when he went to Brazil, and then the two girls were in the club, and they were all in the car, four of them. And then Fred was trying to tell Austin, "You Austin, chill." And Austin literally got into a fight with the girl, like back and forth, and the girl, like the whole night, just got ruined. I just remember that. So
I can see that happening
So
because
even if he goes back to Bahia, the reason why Austin's not going back to Bahia, because I know Austin, he's gonna struggle, and that's just gonna ruin everything, because Bahia is like the last place.
I don't think he'd struggle. I
why
think
do you say that? Hold on a
He
second,
will,
Rico. Why do you think he'll struggle in Bahia?
because even when he was in Bahia, he was still struggling too. Like he was like even when he was in Bahia, he wasn't really pulling like that.
I don't get it. How? Why?
Because the dude is like Fred was able to pull. I mean, even Fred has a girlfriend. Austin was
Oh
not.
my God!
Like,
Do you see the girlfriend? Do you see that girlfriend? I think it might even be his wife at this point. Do you see her?
Yeah, but Fred is normal. He's a normal
Like, what-
dude
no,
around
no,
women.
What is it, Rico? She's beautiful.
No, I don't think so.
It doesn't really matter if he finds her attractive.
See,
That's all that matters.
that's the problem,
well,
though, bro.
Part of the
See,
point is,
he probably got there's a bigger picture to it, bro.
You know
yeah,
what? I'm gonna drop the bomb on this right here and then end this all right now. The reason why Austin is like how he is because he's never had a strong male figure in his life, and you can tell. You can tell with the argument with his mother.
I think you're right.
You can tell that's it. You know, because I mean, Austin and I, we're the same age. You know, same generation. The only difference is I grew up with my father. I know who my father is. You know, my father was married to my mother up until I was about 17, 18, you know, and then they divorced.
yeah, but wait. So Austin, obviously, Austin's father was in his life. First of all, that's a fact. Just because he lived with his mother doesn't mean the father wasn't in his life. He definitely was. And then obviously the mother had a second child with the father, right? So he was definitely around because they had a second child, right? Who's 15, right? Like I think he's 15. So 10-year age difference. I think he's 15. I might be off.
I'm going to stop you right there, Papi Rico. And I've been kind of even agreeing with you in some of the earlier things, but I don't think that's the case, because otherwise he wouldn't be going back and forth with women and talking about he's going to slap them and just being very catty. It's just it's not something that a young man who does have a strong male figure in his life would do.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. All I know is even his mother said Austin's father was in his life. I mean, she said that on live. So I can only say what Austin has said. He said his father was in his life, and the mother has said it as well. Because people.
Well, if they say that, then I'll take their word for it then.
Yeah, I mean,
But regardless, guys, now I've only been to Texas for military, and it was boot camp, and then I was in training. I wasn't out there like that, and even then, I was at the height of my lameness. When I finally got some free time, I was still able. I went to the club. I was the lamest. I was at the height.
Bro, Dallas is lit, man.
I was at the height of my limb. I went to the club. I still hook up with a chick, and then we set appointment, and then we got a room. I fucked all night. I had just came out of boot camp. You know, I had that thing in me, boy. 19 years old, lame as hell. I don't think Texas is the hardest place to date. It's not New York City. It ain't no Miami.
I don't know, man.
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm here in Houston, and you know, most of the people, period, men and women, they're not really attractive. They're not really in shape. You know, Houston and most of Texas is a place where there's decent food. That's all there is to do is really eat. You know, and get in your truck.
So you're saying the dating sucks?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah. You know, and the quality of people does suck here.
DC born Rob said he has no problem talking to women in the clubs, but he said that, but he didn't take any of them home. but he was so
It
proud
doesn't
of.
happen like that. I mean, the girl that I later link up with, I didn't take her home that night.
No, I'm not saying
I
you.
mean,
I'm talking about DC born Rob when he he was in Houston. He got on one of the panels one day and was he was offended by Austin making his
yeah, when he went on
conversation.
Kendra G and made a fool out of himself, yeah.
But yeah, that was interesting. All right,
I
guys,
think
I'm gonna drop, but it was nice participating on the panel.
all right, Mr. Austin.
but I appreciate it, and bye to Zed. See you guys.
Happy 4th, man.
See you, man. Yeah.
Dallas and
But you know the the cringiest things I heard. Austin had a live stream the other day with this Latino guy. Austin was like, "Oh, yada yada," in what is it, Argentina? You know, some parts of Argentina. He was talking about, or Huey Gray. He was like, "Yeah, dating sucks because the girls are not desperate."
yeah, that's any place where the girls have money and they know what they want. They're looking. It's gonna suck for him because Austin he just wants
But
to
why
go to
would you say
places
that out loud though?
because he's a cornball. I'm sorry to say it. He's just weird. You know what I mean? Like,
A buddy left.
yeah, Rico left because he's tired of defending Austin. But no, but if you think about it, like these places, man, these places are not like you gotta know the girls, and remember a lot of these girls they will date Austin. They'll meet up with him,
Mm.
and then they realize, okay, yeah, he's decent looking, he's American. But when that shit wears off, it's like, okay, this guy's something's off, or Austin might say something weird, and that might just turn. Yo, girls are the same everywhere. Girl, you can turn a woman off. Like you
Right.
date a girl,
Yeah.
your interactions, it happens to everybody. It's normal, but we're not going on YouTube and
And
letting the
he's
whole
trying to
race.
sell his little YouTube, not YouTube, but Instagram following. How many people he got on Instagram? He got a
40
whole
grand.
strat
40
40,
grand, I think. Yeah, let me check. I think it's 40,000.
40,000. He always try to, like he's like, oh, if the girls see your Instagram, they're gonna
Yeah,
think
he
you.
tries to go. He
What
tries to. I noticed Austin tries to use. He doesn't use himself like like
the
who
real
he is.
him? He try to
No,
hide
he
it.
tries like he'll meet a girl and he'll be like, "Yeah, come check out my YouTube," or come. He tries to use that. I mean, I get it. You know, you're trying to use clout to get girls, but bro, like that shit is not gonna work in those countries. It's not gonna work. That might work. See, all the stuff that he's trying to use, it actually works in America. But the problem is he has no patience and he gets angry. And then
You're
you know
right though.
all the
I
things
almost
that
say no, but you're right.
the stuff that he's trying, the tactics that he's using in South America actually works in America. But with America, you have to run numbers. It's all numbers. Like you gotta
Mm-hmm.
talk to like you gotta go through like 20 girls. You're gonna get 18 of them are gonna say no. One of them might be rude, but you know what? Regular guys who know game, who are good with women, they don't let that bother them.
Well, I'll say
You're
this,
right
Zach.
though. You're
Like
right
A
because
lot of these. Like, go ahead.
go ahead.
I'll go. A lot of these passport bros, they're going overseas because they're low effort and they want low effort women. They want to go.
Facts.
They want to meet up with women who are like, "Yo, I'm gonna give you your WhatsApp just for hollering at me on the street." And yeah, we're gonna fuck after one date. I'm not saying they're gonna sit and talk like that, but I'm just saying.
Well, he Austin talks like that though. He tells you he don't. He's like, what the fuck? I gotta go on 3-4 dates before I get some pussy. He was talking about that the other day.
Right. So it's men like that, men who are just like, I want to get. They're like fearless. Like fearless is like what I call like a return on investment ROI addict. They're men who are like, if I don't sleep with a woman by the 5th date, this is just not worth it.
yeah, and a lot of women, I notice a lot of women be like, "Oh, these men don't really like women," and
Right.
I can see when women say that because it does make sense. These guys actually ROI, return on investment. Yo, I'm
Well,
gonna
I'll tell you what.
I'm gonna take her
It's
out for 2 hours. I want her to give me some pussy. What?
So
Exactly. Exactly.
I was very surprised because I was on a panel. I was like, yeah, I hang out with this girl, it was in Cartagena, and I understand what Cartagena is like, so supposedly that place or whatever, and this chick here, she's like she's not none of that kind of stuff. Afro Colombiana chick. Like I never till this day I never did anything with her or whatever. When I tell guys that, like they start laughing, it was like, oh my god, oh yada yada. I was like, wow, I didn't know. Like, I mean, I have chicks that I have girls in my phone right now that in Cali. I met them, had lunch with them. It was like it wasn't that main thing for me. Till this day, I'm still friend with these people. But
Most
some
women,
people,
yeah, most women are not gonna sleep with you. The majority, overwhelming majority, women
Yeah.
are not. I don't care how attractive you are to them. A lot, I would say, 8 out of 10 women are not gonna sleep with a dude right off the bat. So
That's a fact.
to them, it's like, what? Oh, but you know what their rebuttal is? But yo, if I bet you if it was Chris Brown, she'll sleep with him. But you're not Chris Brown. You're not fucking
Exactly.
Yo, I'm telling you, the red pill, the fucking like the whole YouTube
Uh,
messed up a whole generation of men.
I'm telling you, Zach, like when these dudes, especially like Austin Hallman, are like, yo, these American women got bad pH. Tell me you don't know how to date without telling me you don't know how to date. Like
Oh my
you
god,
can't, you have no romance game. You don't know how to date, take women on dates.
you don't know how to court a woman. None of
Yeah,
that.
that's it. It's not that it's not like these guys think that the women are the problem. It's like, no, it's like you guys are low effort and you guys have no game. It's just
Yeah,
as simple as
well,
that.
the whole red pill, as the brother was saying,
Actually, I'll
I
take that
feel
back.
look, I feel sorry, very sorry for a lot of young men. Look, I have a little brother. No matter how much I try to teach that young man, he's not gonna get some people. It's hard for them to understand the certain things or learn a certain things. It's hard for them to get it. I get it, but imagine coming up in this day and age,
yeah,
and with the internet, all this shit these guys are spewing.
yeah,
The grifters. You got people because there are some kids that are listening to these guys. Their parents might got have money. Their parents give them credit card, so a fresh and fit selling courses for like $1,500 and these
Yeah.
dating coaches or whatnot. So you got a kid coming up in this day and time,
you
man. If he
you don't
doesn't
have a
have some
guardian. Yeah,
strong, well, male figures around in his life, play sports and things. I mean, even if they play sports, look at some of these NBA brothers. The shit they doing and the women they're having babies by, right?
yeah.
So it's really bad, and
It's really bad
man,
because a lot of these young boys, they honestly think that all the girls have OnlyFans. Like
Right.
I was talking to some guy, yo, all these chicks got OnlyFans, and if you really look at the stats, 0.0000001, the group of
Right.
women that have OnlyFans that are sex workers are so small. Majority of the women are just going to the gym, going home, not sleeping with 10 dudes. You know what I
Right.
mean? Yeah, like I was saying, man, the red pill, the YouTube just did a number.
It's got him. It's got him so messed up because I was talking to Femi yesterday, and I was like, the weird thing about these red pillar hacks is they want to get rid. They want to change the culture. They want to get rid of OnlyFans, but they don't give a fuck about strip clubs. They don't give a fuck about porn. They want to keep all that shit, but they don't.
Yeah,
They want to get rid of OnlyFans.
yeah, because OnlyFans, the girls are making money off of it.
And then if it's not that,
Not really.
it's like an inception of misogyny. It's like if you got rid of misogyny, if you got rid of OnlyFans, it's these girls are ran through because they had sex with 3 dudes, 3 to 6 dudes they ran through. It's like, come on, man. Like, so it's like, yeah, it makes sense for people like Austin Hallman, like losers like him, to travel and go overseas because like these women over. It's not so much that the guys care. The front is that, hey, these girls are ran through in the States because they slept with 3 to 6 dudes, but they go overseas. It's really the women are pruder over here. If the women were over here twerking in front of your face and giving you WhatsApp phone numbers, and give you access to them right off rip, they would stay over here.
They'll
But
be
they're,
okay with it.
yeah,
Yeah,
they'd be okay with it.
they'll be okay. It's just it's just I'm telling you,
it's
it's
about
just
access. It's about
it's just
access.
Yeah,
They're
yeah, it's
crying
about
for
access.
access.
It's about, remember, it's also about the currency difference. You got US, like, think about it. Austin, I remember he went on a date. He took that chick in Thailand. He spent like $170. I remember he showed the bill, and I'm like, yo, these guys are going to
And guess what? He still had to pay her to smash
just, yeah.
on top of
I'm
that.
like, these guys are going to the other side of the world to take girls out on dates, but they're not gonna do it in their hometown. And the reason is because it's a little bit cheaper when you do it in Thailand.
I
When
don't
you do
really
it
know
in-
if it is.
I know because I seen the bill. Austin posted $170 with that girl, the South African chick. I don't know, from Thailand. Like the only cute chick that he had from Thailand. And he posted a screenshot. And I'm like, man, these guys are okay with dating. They're okay with actually taking girls out. But it's gotta be, it's gotta be a little bit cheaper, and it's gotta be some kind of guarantee for sex.
But you hear about them talk about this, and they're like, even Buck Travels will say, I mean, the passport bros, they don't really want to spend the night with these women because they don't trust how what they'll do to them. And I'm like, who wants to live like that? Like, I want to spend the night. I want to wake up and be like, yo, someone's right over there on the next pillow. I don't want to be. I don't want to be like, no, you gotta. I'm sleeping with you, and I'm gonna kick you out because I don't know if you might knife me.
That's not true. Those guys often, matter of fact, even when you listen to many of their channels, it's one of their strategy in mango negotiation with the pros.
What's
right?
the strategy?
An all nighter, how many leches, oh yeah, oh man, 5,000 pesos for all night, yeah, man, that was a good deal, yeah, man.
The worst
So-
guy is the YouTuber In the Streets with, what's his name? In the Streets.
In the streets with keys.
That dude is. I mean, I'll give him props. He's upfront about it. He's not trying to be like some kind of. But my God, man, the
Yeah,
embarrassment.
he's really about that stuff.
But I think a lot of it comes from misogyny and not necessarily patriarchy, maybe that too, but misogyny and just male culture telling men that like you need to get something from the money you spend on these dates.
Yeah.
Well,
like
the whole narratives from male spaces, and
Yeah.
I don't want to just say just red
Let me say one thing. It's like,
go ahead.
They go and spend $100, $80 to $100 on a date, and then the men tell them, "Yeah, but she's going and fucking Chad behind your back, so you just wasted all your money."
Yeah, yeah.
It's
You take her to dinner.
Tyrone's
and it's the whole narrative. You take her to dinner, and she's getting something to go, or she's taking the rest of her food to Pooky, who's gonna break her back in, and would it take her out? And
They
and trust me, does that happen in real life? Yeah,
some guys,
that
yeah.
exists. That exists. But I think the problem is, my problem with these guys has always been the making it the default argument, the default excuse for every fucking thing. That was my problem. And I'm not saying it does not happen. Shit, that happens to everybody. That shit is life. It probably happened to your own fucking daddy.
I feel like they have a cuckold fetish, like somewhere throughout their life. Like Austin Hallman probably saw someone fuck his girl right in front of him. Maybe that's the reason why he feels like this. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, they have a victim mentality.
Yeah, the victim mentality. Yeah, that's true, man. Like, she's gonna go behind your back and sleep with a Chad or Pookie. It's like to them, it's like you're either a Chad or you're nothing.
Right.
Like,
if you're not sleeping with her the first night or consistently after if she's not willing to fuck every single date, she's fucking someone else right when she goes home.
and the funny thing is, just go in wherever city you're at, just drive around near a bus stop. You'll just see like regular couples on a bus.
Right.
No car, like they don't look rich, just regular. To them, regular people who date, in their mind, it doesn't exist. It's either your passport bro or your Chad and Tyrone in the US. Nobody else is getting anything. But then you go to restaurants, you see you go to movie theaters, you see regular people just dating. You go to the mall, regular average looking people. To them, those people don't even exist. So when they say, "Oh, dating is dead in America," you look at the stats. There's like almost 2 million people that get married every year in America. Like,
well, I think it's kind of like, how like the NFL and the NBA, some of these sports leagues have had a lockout all this Manosphere shit is just a male lockout. Like, these are low effort dudes who are just like, we refuse to take women on dates. We refuse to have to level up our standards. We refuse to have to actually give more effort. So we're going to hold out and we're going to hope that the women lower their standards and come back down to us. Buddies, it's not happening. Y'all going extinct.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing. Now, this is I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. I've been in those spaces, right? Like, most of us, like, I'm not saying most of us. Some of us, that's how we know about these people, right? Let's give it a G. What I've come to realize is that what these guys want and what these guys are complaining about, is and as you said, ain't nothing gonna change. The best thing to do is to be indifferent. Be about productivity. The thing that kills me the most that I never understand, especially around Austin and the guys that follow him, I thought you guys were saying these women, you don't want them, you're not dealing with them, and you're taking your ball, you go into a whole new environment.
Right.
But if you going over there, why are you still talking about these people over here? Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
Tell
That's
me this right
confusing
now.
as shit.
Tell me this right now, everybody. Would Austin Hallman be doing his channel if he wasn't getting money from it? Would he do it just for the passion? No. He wouldn't.
No. And that's
Exactly.
that again, as a guy who's been in the travel space, that's my problem with the brothers that embraced this guy like he was a god. He came in with this attitude. It wasn't about fellowshipping. All he wanted to do was use the community. And I say that loosely, community,
Right.
air quote. All he will, and it was so obvious. If some of you guys were here from the beginning to see when he first blew up in 2022, I'm like, it's obvious. The motherfucker is here after his first trip. You know how I know he was a grifter? After his first trip. First trip where he did not even show you, not even a Brazilian stop sign. This motherfucker doesn't even show you what a Brazilian stop sign, what a Brazilian meal look like. He's already asking for fucking Patreon. He made the grift so fucking obvious.
Yeah, and you could tell, like, I guarantee you, man, if he goes to El Salvador, Bahia, I'm telling you, give it about 3 weeks, this man will be complaining. You know what the next song is? Oh, Bahia kind of changed. There's feminism now. Anywhere where the women resist to, like, it's feminism. It's always feminism. Oh, the women. I don't
But
want to
that
see
should be good though. That should be good for him though.
exactly, bro.
See, some of these guys are idiots, man.
I don't think Austin Hallman's an idiot. I think he knows his subscriber base are idiots. And he's
Because you're coming from America where shit is like 1,000 times harder. So it should be good. Okay. Yeah, and you're right. He's gonna have a problem. So Austin, when he went back to Brazil, I think the second time, you know what this motherfucker was doing? He's on the beach. And this is how I know he was completely disconnected. He had no understanding of the dynamics of classes and poverty in other places. You know what he would ask these women on the beach?
Yeah.
You don't like education, right? You don't like education, right? I'm like, what? This nigga don't understand in those developing countries. See, people in the United States, y'all got it so good. And if y'all don't want to go to school, y'all don't want to go to school, y'all don't want to study. You know, in some countries,
You have to go to school.
third world or developing countries, you know, education is their way. It's either if you don't become like a Ronaldinho, like a big a soccer player, you know, your only way out of life is education.
Yeah, he's anti-education.
Who is?
Stupid.
Austin.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
And I actually met a Chile lady in my city a couple of days ago, and I asked her about Chile. She's like, "Oh, the country is not really doing well. It's kind of dangerous. It's getting dangerous after COVID." And Austin is making it seem like it's the greatest country. I'm like, come on, bro. Just because, and you notice the reason why Austin likes Chile, I'll tell you why. Remember that video where he was at the dinner with those older ladies?
Mm.
And the guy was just like he was on a live stream, and he was with those 4 older girls, and one of the girl was feeding him or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yo, literally, man. Ever since that, he's like, "Yo, Chili's the goat. Chili's the goat." I'm like, "Come on, bro." It's funny. His highs are high. Like when he's with a girl, he's the most happiest guy. When he's not with a girl, he's failing. He's the most angry guy. It's just so funny. I kind of feel bad for the guy, man. I was like,
Well,
oh,
one of the worst thing he did when he left after his, long vacation, a long break from traveling, so-called traveling. Um, I forgot what country that is. You guys will remember. You remember that waitress that was serving him, and then he had this Twitter post, I guess supposedly went
oh,
Oh
viral.
yeah,
that was so
with the green
cringe.
eyes.
That was so cringe. That was embarrassing. But continue.
That tweet is so out of touch and cringy, so delusional. And the worst thing, he's the icing on the cake. He's the cherry on top.
Mhm.
The girl literally said, "Yes, I'm married."
Yeah, and, and he
And then
tried to
he took that
interview her.
picture. He took that picture. He made a post on Twitter. This is what women who get married or women like. It was so stupid.
Bro, and you know the funny thing is he made it seem like that's the most beautiful. Bro, I'm not from America. I'm from Canada, but I see girls like the girls that he keeps showing us. I see them every day. They're like everyday girls.
Yeah,
I bet you there's like I
Canada
bet
got a lot of beautiful women.
yeah,
Mm.
I'm like, yo, these are just regular women. Like, yeah, they're pretty, but I'm sure you could find different variation of girls like that in New York City or
Mhm.
in any big city in America. Yeah,
But
like
Texas,
Chicago.
bro, Texas got a lot of beautiful women,
But
though. But I
Texas.
don't even know. I don't even know what Texas got a lot of beautiful women, bro. Like Austin is just,
it,
Austin is just
you gotta
incapable.
you gotta create something like sensational to get people to buy into the grift, like the brick lady.
Yes.
Oh my god, someone hit me with a brick. So his brick is, oh my god, we gotta leave the whole country. Everything's greater over here. It's perfect.
Yeah, yeah. It's a brick lady dynamic.
It's just it's weird, man. It's just I feel so sorry, and like you saw like Papi Rico. Just I mean, this he was so media
He's
trained.
It's
enamored by the
I
guy.
feel like you guys notice a trend. It's all these older dudes that are like defending Austin all the time. Like, where are the guys his age? Like, I don't get Austin going to all these countries.
Facts.
How come you never chill with guys your age? It's either a white dude or some older
He
black
could
dude.
not answer that. Like, why? What 50-year-old dude? We all got fathers. We all got mothers. Like, I would be weird right now if I said, "Hey guys, let me try to find something." My best friend, he's in college right now. He's like 20, 22 years old. People would look at me, and I'm 41. People would be like, "What the fuck do you have in common with a 22-year-old? Like, what?
Yeah.
Why? Every single
And
day?
it wouldn't be that bad if he's just a subscriber,
Does
you
he
know,
know
because
your
I mean,
brother?"
we're subscribed to people that are like, they maybe they're like tech reviews and shit like that, or even travel, whatever, right? But he's like in Discord and talk to him on WhatsApp and like in the
Right.
group's discussion, like, nah.
I think he's like an angel investor.
Even when he went to Kenya, he was chilling with some older dude. I'm like, bro, like, don't you have? Yeah, it's just it's just feel bad because I know this is how it's gonna crash. Eventually, it's just gonna crash because you
Yeah,
like
the crash is gonna be bad. The crash is
Mm.
gonna be bad.
the crash is gonna be when he fails in Bahia. That's when he's gonna be like when he posts that, yo, Bahia changed, feminism has taken over. I just know it.
I mean, I'll play contrarian. I don't think he's gonna ever crash. I think that he's gonna pivot. He's gonna pivot. He's gonna be one of the very lucky.
But he's struggling to make the pivot. Though, will he be able to? Though he's
Well,
desperately trying to pivot.
he's got angel investors like Uncle Papi Rico who are gonna make sure he's good.
Yeah,
He's
you're
gonna
right.
be he's gonna be able to land. Now
Yeah,
Floyd's
there are people. It's interesting. It's the angel investors. They are now. We don't know, but there are people low key that just like send him money. Like Just send him money.
I'm telling you, Floyd, he's gonna be like that Deontay West in about 7
Oh, talking about
years.
Delonte West.
Yeah, he's gonna be like Delonte West.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
You could see like Rico abandoned that man. I mean, they should be helping him out.
Yeah, because Austin has one thing I give Austin. Austin has a presentation, the look, so people are more willing to join his side because he takes care of himself. You know what I mean? Versus Floyd, where he just looks like a bum. That helps too.
I think, and Austin Hallman's not a felon, but I just think that Austin Hallman, I think he's got more angel investors. I've said my hot take is I think he's a Republican industry plant. I think he's got some serious money.
Talking about Austin?
Yeah, I think Austin's got some money.
No, and you think you're so serious.
I think he's got some money pumped. That's because it's conspiracy theory. I got my tinfoil hat on.
But he's not that big though. He's black.
No. I'm not saying he's big, but I think that he is. The reason why I say I think he's an industry plant is I think he's a tool to try to like destroy men and sway men off the path, so that society can't really stand up. Like women are trying to stand up and improve their lives. Men are like floundering. So now this is a new struggle for.
You're giving him way too much credit.
Maybe.
Yeah, way too much credit. I'm shocked when Peso is the person that revealed his mom. Yeah. I don't even know how Peso found his mom, bro. Man, these YouTube people be crazy, man. They will find. Hey, you be sitting over here, you don't even know your blood type. Motherfucker, YouTube know your blood type than you.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I wasn't really into it that deep back then, but like, did he really just kind of like dox her mom? I thought her mom just stepped up, was just featured on his little live streams, and now she's been trying to I think she's cooled down.
I think because he probably went through Austin's IG followers. He went through
each probably, yep.
Mm.
And then you can kind of put one on one together. She's following Austin, they're following each other.
Yeah, it's probably like that. Yeah. I don't know how you found her.
Well, I think
that's some good work, boy.
Again, to kind of beat the dead horse, like these angry mans, these fresh and fits. Like I said, I could be wrong, but I think that a lot of these other people are tools to have men voting Republican for this election. I mean,
yeah,
I think
it's already working. You got black people who are straight up pro-Trump supporters.
You think that's their purpose? I think it's the narrative sort of goes along that way, but I don't think that's some sort of like strategic planning. I don't think it's that deep.
It's not. It's okay. Well, but what they're doing is they're not really like shutting all those channels down. They're letting it go.
Right.
Yeah. After November, it's happening too in Canada. Canada's about to have their first conservative wipe. North America is going to be all conservative. America and Canada.
Man, if Trump get elected, man, I don't know.
It all leads to men, because young men are just not getting. They don't have a healthy relationship with women, and it's just a result of it. And this started back in 2017. They were warning about this, saying 2017, 2018, that there's a group of young men who are just not.
So you're saying a lot of these red pillars are going to be voting for?
Yes. They're all
Kevin Samuels is a Republican. Angry Man is a Republican. Papi Rico just admitted he's a Republican. Austin Hallman is a Republican. Fresh and Fit, they're Republican, I believe.
Andrew Tate is posting Republican. He dropped the N-word just a couple of days ago. It's anybody who struggles with women is going to lean toward Republican. Because you tend to hate women, you tend to hate minorities, you blame everything on.
If you're misogynistic, you're Republican.
Okay, remember Austin? You know the weird thing about Austin? He's telling all the brothers to come to South America, Colombia, but then he went to Medellin. He's like, "There's too many black men here." I'm like, bro, this man really hates competition. He does not want to. He preaches and tells brothers to leave America, but then when they come to Colombia, he was so pissed off. He's like, yo, there's way too many brothers here.
because he wouldn't stand. He when compared to other guys that are capable, he's not. He
Yeah,
looks small.
yeah. He doesn't want. He wants to stand next to an old man or a white man. He
Right.
doesn't want to stand to next to a guy like his age, like in his type of look. He doesn't want to do that. He always has to have an advantage. Like you'll
Mm.
never. That's why you always see him with
That's
old
why he
men.
keep using his little IG account. But I don't know what the fuck he think people overseas. You go to Africa, you meeting some girl in Tanzania. Like about your, I mean, what the heck that's supposed to mean?
I
Yeah, that
mean,
Because you got a
that's
couple of followers, that means nothing to them.
it's all pyramid scheme in my opinion. It's all funneling all the way up to the influencer, but they got
Good
the.
morning, gentlemen.
Hey, I was about to say, Richard.
Man, that voice sounds like a newscaster.
Yeah,
Man, he sounds like whoa.
we used to be one. I think I mean, not a newscaster, but he used to be a radio guy.
All of that aside, I've been listening for over an hour. This is probably one of the best. This is probably one of the best streams
Really?
that I've listened to on this particular channel in a long time.
Okay.
I say that I'll say this in the words of Willie Hutch. Brother's going to work it out, and I see you brothers are doing that. I was drawn by the title, Culture Vultures. I was being a passport bro, not cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
And I saw y'all had Vlad from Vlad TV up on the panel. I see he shaved his beard.
He's a culture vulture for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about Vlad. I'm talking about Papi Rico.
I know.
That was a joke.
I got the reference.
I bet. So I saw y'all had him up, and I was wondering, like, wow, is this the idea, like, to have Papi Rico up and let's bake him,
right?
Damn, cook him, but let's bake him. Anyway, I came up also because there is a site called Social Blade, and I wanted to add some context and data to the discussion. And I'm on Austin Hollerman's page. He has a total grade of a B, and his estimated monthly earnings is $199 to $3,200. And one of the panelists,
what's the source again, my brother? I missed that.
Socialblade.com.
Oh yeah, yep. Social Blade. That's what I was telling the brothers. Yeah, there are a website that tracks that. Mm-hmm. And you said he makes what?
I was going to reference your reference when I came up today. I watch this page all the time, this channel, not Austin, but I go to this site. He makes from $199 to $3,200. Let me just say it like that. So from $200 to $3,200 is what, and as you mentioned, my brother, earlier, is what is estimated by Social Blade. Now, that doesn't account for the super chats and the cash apps. So anywhere in that range, I would imagine that traveling as much as he does with the cost of airline tickets these days, that even if he doubled that, if it was, let's say, $6,400 a month, I would imagine that that's living pretty close to the bone if you're traveling, airline tickets, moving around, hotel rooms, mistakes that you make along that global journey. I would imagine that he's living pretty close to the bone, meaning that he actually is not living his best life. But at 25 and being curious about life in the world, and we live in a global economy, a global, a new world order, let's call it that. People move around. Papi Rico said something I think was on point, and that is that Austin is changing up. He's flipping the script on what he's doing online. He's trying to do more travel content because that attracts more CPMs or better CPMs, or paying CPMs. The whole CPM game. And I know, Chris, you know what I'm talking about. in and of itself, it's really tough to make money on YouTube nowadays.
What does CPM mean?
Clicks per million.
Oh, clicks per million. Okay, gotcha.
Yikes. So 1 million views, one of the brothers said earlier, I think he's still with us, 1 million views isn't really worth that much money. I watch a lot of YouTube content. That's all I watch. I don't even have cable. I watch a lot of YouTubers talk about their first check. It's pennies on pennies, not even pennies on a dollar, but pennies on a penny. It's a percentage of a penny. We willingly give our hardly curated content, as hard as it is to be on YouTube and curate content and create content, we willingly give it to this platform, and they make the billions. So Austin's not making that much money. I was on his page and I looked up his subscription count compared to his view count in recent days. The math ain't mathing, as they say these days. The same thing with Zoom to Thailand. The math doesn't math. The fact is that if you have 100,000 subs, but only a couple of thousand views, yikes. I would not want to be overseas living my life, or what I would consider to be my best life, chasing girls and trying to be a macking overseas and living off the pennies that YouTube throws you. So just for context and clarity, I thought I would pop up and talk about that. I've been to Kevin Samuel's channel before he passed away, and I looked up what his potential earnings would be on socialblade.com, and it wasn't that impressive. And God bless his soul, but he died a shameful death, an ignominious death. I would not want to die with a strange woman calling the cops after I had had a heart attack trying to hit it first thing in the morning. Men our age, best thing to do in the morning is get up and drink some cold water. That hydrates the body, and that cold water, decreases the core temperature of the body, and you're less likely to have a heart attack. He tried to hit first thing in the morning, and now he's gone. God bless his soul. But all that aside, this YouTube stuff, man, I've been to YouTube's LA campus several times. I used to have an internet radio station. I started in 2009, ran up to about 2019, then I retired. I took a pack of my own broadcasters, independent broadcasters, over to the YouTube campus as well, to learn what we could learn to win the algorithm game and put money in all of our pockets so all of us could eat. It's all bullshit. YouTube is not a platform where you can just come up and throw up your content and do all that editing work for free for you to make money. It's there for them to make money. They make the billions. Content creators make at best the millions, like a Mr. Beast or somebody. But in the end, it's a good place to come and do your thing. And somebody said, you think Austin would be doing this if he weren't getting some money from it? I think he started with passion, because I did as well back in 2009. I started creating content out of passion. I wanted to talk my talk, play my music, all that stuff. But it's become so gamified that even the game of love could be gamified online. The notion that someone could travel the earth, walk the streets of these foreign countries, chasing women, and then putting that online is completely not the intent of the internet. The internet is a foundation where all known human knowledge can be found. So you can learn how to cook, you can learn how to drive, you can learn everything on the internet. But what it's become, what people are turned on to, people are cutting their cable just to get on the internet and watch incredible conversations like you brothers have been having, it's changed the world, and it's made it, you know, even if you live in the basement of your mother's crib in New York, shout out to Razor Rays, you can become a star. So Austin has carved out his own star, and he is changing up his content as he sees the need to. This is how this game works. This whole internet broadcast game works. All of us are broadcasters. If you've got a channel, if you can bring up a panel, man, you rival TV. I know this game. I don't make any money off of it. I never did. It's fun. It's free. But the whole discussion about Austin is kind of fascinating to me because I've been watching for a couple of hours and everybody got an opinion on the kid. You know, he's created his own internet niche, being like Maury or any of the old school TV oriented reality TV show host. Because it is kind of weird that y'all spent this much time discussing Austin when the topic of today's show is culture vultures. And you had a culture vulture on. I can't believe Papi Rico. First of all, what's his real name? Because Papi is Spanish and Rico is Spanish. Why you call yourself that? You're a white guy from Jersey. Where is he coming from? Why was he on the panel so long? Because he certainly did culturally this show called Keep Africa Passport Road Free. Well, the white guy appropriated the entire conversation and all centered around this 25-year-old kid, grown man, yes he is, but underdeveloped, obviously, grown man who has the opportunity to travel to Earth.
So, Richard, I want to ask you that. I want to let you rock out to what you were saying in a second, but I just want to ask you, when you were in your 50s, were you orbiting any 25-year-old men and kind of like hanging on, living vicariously through 25-year-old men? Do you know?
To be frank,
yeah.
Well, to be frank, if that's a question, I have an answer.
Yeah,
I was.
Okay. And
here's how. I had an internet radio station and a studio with microphones and headphones and a board and could stream live. And 25-year-olds, 22-year-olds. Hell, Chris, I even had a show called Kids Talk Live to give kids an opportunity to get on the mic, stream live. All those kids are adults now. It's youthful energy. If you're not in your 50s, you might not grasp the concept that tying into young people's aspirations not only continues to motivate you throughout life, but provides those mentorship opportunities. I still hang out with young people. Not so much these days, because you know where I'm at. I'm more, a lone wolf. I'm very stoic, stay to myself mostly. But I've met some younger brothers out here, and I do kind of glom to them for their youthful energy. And it's mostly because I feel a passion nowadays to contribute some insights. I'm not smart enough to offer knowledge, and grown folks don't want to listen anyway. But I can offer my insights from my past experiences. So no, that does not in any way shock me, surprise me, seem weird to me. I just think that is an older man who is attracted to youthful energy. If you consider who Papi Rico is, your average white man, seeing a young black man move like Austin is moving, even for me in my 60s, is pretty fascinating. So no, that doesn't seem weird to me. And I know Papi Rico is a troll, but he likes to come up on black panels and be the only white guy in the panel if that's what it is. And he never gets ruffled. That's one thing about Papi Rico. There's nothing you can say to him to ruffle his feathers. He's very calm. I almost want to think that he's a spy in the Passport Pro community on part of the FBI, which I didn't know was taking an interest in red pill conversations. I think it might be fed.
That's a good statement. I mean, the way he was playing stupid, and it makes me think that maybe you could be. There could.
That
be
was my cue too, Chris. That was my cue too.
Oh, I didn't hear about the Brazil. Oh, I didn't hear about FBI. Oh,
yeah. That was my cue too. That's plausible deniability, I think they call that in court. But anyway, hey, Chris, I wanted to suggest something. And thank you, Zed, for the opportunity. Well, Chris, and to the brothers who are still tuned in. I see everybody left. I guess I talked too much.
No. It's just a little bit late. I was gonna lay down for 30 minutes.
That's good. Yeah, you can lay it on down.
No. I want you to keep talking because like you've been on the panel for a while. But you just started talking a little bit.
I'm always going to support you. I'm always going to support Zed, and I do always something. I always pass out subs for free. Nobody subs to me, but I give away subs to everybody. Anybody talking sense on this panel, I'll go to your joint. I'll pass out subs like they, free. So please do the same if you can. But go ahead.
OB, I want to apologize. Rico got under my skin a little bit. I was a little out of character, but I just want to say that.
Chris, you are a character, brother.
Yeah.
And you have character, and you know what character is, and you carry it. You carry character, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You ain't got to be a stoic.
No. I'm just like he kind of got under my skin a little bit, and like I said, I broke kind of character a little bit. I usually don't talk like that, but he started trying to flex on me, and I started trying to flex on him. I usually don't try to do that.
I'm always confused when you do that. As a semi-pro host myself, you must express yourself and be yourself. The one thing that I find interesting about YouTube these days, people like storytelling. They don't care about the quality of the content in terms of the video and what it looks like. You don't have to be on stage. You don't have to have this elaborate background like Angry Man. That's all beautiful and sexy, but a lot of expense. The juice ain't worth the squeeze to me to do all that in the background. There are lots of different ways you can do green screening and all that kind of stuff. And all that's fake anyway. Be yourself, brother. That's why I'm still here. This is why I wanted to come up today. Other than the stuff I talked about earlier, I wanted to commend you. You're doing an excellent job. I wish you would put your what do they call that? Your image up, the little image thing that we put up. What do they call that?
Oh, you don't see an image? You just see a white thing?
Your avatar. Yeah, I wish you could put your avatar up. But don't worry about it. Look, I'm going to let you go. Y'all been on the air for over 4 hours now, it seems. 5 hours.
I hate when my picture goes away.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah. But, hey, listen, brother, keep this conversation going, man. And it seems that what you guys are drawing, you're drawing a more high-minded crowd. A more high-minded conversation to the channel. My only suggestion would be, because you already are where you are in terms of numbers, is look at the name of the channel.
Yes.
And consider, I mean, if that name with its inflammatory implications continues to draw the crowd, keep doing what you're doing, keep getting what you got. If you like what you're getting, keep doing it a lot is my favorite motto that I say to myself. Not so much these days because I'm retired, I'm lazy. But if that draws the crowd, keep the name the same. But
I'm thinking about it. I mean, I've thought about one of them was like keep Earth Manosphere free or whatever. But I don't know.
Hey, man, I've done a lot of internet broadcast production, brother. I've advised a lot of hundreds in my tenure as a internet radio studio owner. I've coached, I've taught, blah, de blah. But I think that last name, let's call up the panel, all of the usual suspects, and have them come and join you. I will, when you announce it. You are in my all subscription. So every time I always click notify. I'm with you all the way. You got something here. You and Zed, especially, and Zed's being the founder. But I would consider a subtle name change.
I'm open to suggestions. I really am. Like it could be crowdsourced. I'm thinking about it because, like, to be honest with you, Richard, like I'm hosting this in the interim for Zed, and I'm using it like I made a community post, and I'm trying to do an all women's panel. I'm going to do an all men panel at some point and talk about focus issues, probably less pass pro bro focus, but with a little bit of a bit of that. That's because like whenever I stand at my own channel, like I don't want it to be pass pro bro focused. I want it to be if it were to be anything, I would like to talk about relationships and like how do we improve, things between men and women, because I really don't think they're as far off. I don't think they're as far off as men want to claim they are. So I'm trying to get a little bit of practice of how to run a channel, how to, do all the things. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions. Like I said, I'm trying to use this as a learning experience.
When you say those things, Chris, it always fascinates me, man, because I know how smart you are. I've been listening to you.
I'm really not. I just work really hard.
Yeah, you are. Stop it.
Took is very smart. OB is really smart. You guys, I'm a really hard person. I'm very tenacious. But I don't. Yeah.
But you're taking this channel to a whole nother level and a whole nother conversation. I commend you on that. I commend Zed. And all the effort that all of the panelists put in and the chat puts in.
Yeah.
This is a thing, man. What you have here is a real entity. It has its own legs now. It's a living, breathing entity.
What's like? And I think I don't know. Like it's at like less than 1,100 subs. And it's like, and listen, I appreciate like all the subs. Like we have some really great people. Even though Zed makes a good point that like a good portion of these subs are red pillar / pass pro bros, but it's just like I'd like to see the channel grow. But like I said, I'm gonna just try to infuse different things to try to pour more content and build more community. Like I just starting with trying to get everybody's emails and or socials to try to pull y'all back to different topics or whatever. Like last one we had Femi lead it, and that's only because I reached out to Femi before it started and said like, hey, listen, she's the guru on this pop the balloon dude. I'm not. I wasn't really prepared to lead it. So
not the pop the balloon dude.
Yeah, the pop the balloon dude. But like I said, this is all like great experience, and it's like I'm still trying to learn, and I'm kind of like a how do I want to say it? I'm very persistent. I like to go above and beyond. I'm kind of like impulsive, so I'm trying to figure out how to do the most at YouTube and do it well. Because I think there's a space for me to do something here in YouTube. I just haven't figured it out yet. But like I said, I'm trying to work on getting the hardware. I've been had a mic. I have an audio control. I think it's an audio controller or something like that. And I have a Rode headset that I just got today or whatever. But so I'm trying to just like invest into doing this and doing this well.
So I'll say this in conclusion. I reached out to Zed first of all to say, hey, I might do a live. I want to do a live myself, America Talk Live. I wanted to do a men's open forum, so we can talk these things out. I remember being on the panel, some months back, and I got pretty beat up by some of the ladies saying, "Oh, now you want us to come and help you with your problems," and I'm like, "Yeah, I do."
Wait, what were they getting on you about?
They I think it was Femi and maybe Rai or Riri, I forget how to pronounce that, were kind of beating me up about, why don't you host a panel and talk to your brothers and work it out amongst yourselves because we're done with you.
Yeah, we
I thought that was pretty cold-blooded, but that's all right. Listen,
we're gonna do it.
I'm bereft of emotion when it comes to being on the air because I've done it so long. I can talk my talk and speak what I want to speak and be passionate at times, but the fact is, it's broadcasting. We're broadcasters out here now, and if you own that and accept that, and then find that little niche in, the global, manosphere of things, if it's manosphere or if it's feminism of things, whatever it is, you can carve a place out for yourself on this platform. But all that said, in conclusion, you're onto something, and it's all about algorithm, as we all know. You are men, work it out amongst yourselves. Who said that? And she's
I want to address something that someone said before this though. Shoot. This. I was gonna get around to saying this. Who said that? I did press him about this because he's like, I'm a 50-year-old, 56, I think actually. He's like, I don't know if he said his girlfriend is 20-something-year-old. And I was like, man, that's I was like, I do have he's like, do you have a problem with that? And you're kind of judgmental. I'm like, I actually do have a problem with that, man. Like,
that's nasty work, brother.
But because his daughter's like 16, he's dating a 22-year-old.
Yeah,
like,
I saw that comment. Yeah, I saw that. That's nasty work.
But we learned something today. It's like there is something wrong. Like Papi, I exposed it a little bit. Papi Rico doesn't know. He has no friends, but then he kind of like changed it. He did an about face. He changed his tune. But I was like, why are you orbiting? It's like when I asked you, why, have you ever orbited like a 25-year-old? And you said maybe for like a business purposes, but he's doing it personally. He's living vicariously. Well, yeah. He's living vicariously through Austin Hallman, but I think there's a business element. I think he's a liar. I think he's doing there's something else that he's not telling us. But he's a weird dude. He's got some issues. And I'm like, you don't have any hobbies? You're not like, he wants to just be like, yo, I got plenty of time. I got my job. I make a lot of money. I'm good. I ain't got no worries in life. And I'm like, but you're a whole father. Like, you don't have things to do. Like, I got things. There's plenty of things I could be doing. And I do, but like, but it's just like these guys are super weird, and I think I don't know. It's just like I said earlier. I'm like, someone needs to Neil deGrasse Tyson, Lester Holt. Someone needs to do a documentary on like this grift. And I wish there was like a hotline for this FBI probe because I'll put Papi Rico, I'll put Fearless.
Now, Chris,
yes,
that would not be nice.
I would.
That would not be nice.
We need to clean the streets up. The same thing. Hey, I'm gonna press you. When they had the drug epidemic, would you keep a no snitching rule, or would you out them?
Well, I was saying I'm gonna take a little loop-de-loop on this in terms of explaining myself or answering your question. All right, so people criticize Joe Biden,
for kissing the girls
because he promoted and pushed through a bill to create mandatory sentencing for drug dealers.
Yeah.
And he gets a lot of criticism for his position back in the mid-90s or so when, drug dealing in the Black community was at an all-time high. Mm. I remember being an adult in the mid-90s and thinking the same thing to myself, like being a Black man, like I wish they would lock these little N-words up.
Who specifically?
You meaning from my perspective, what Joe Biden was promoting and what Kamala Harris promoted is trying to find a way to civilize these drug-infested neighborhoods where little Black boys and Black men made drug dealing so popular that one of the wealthiest Black men in the country, in America, made rap songs about it and became a billionaire. No one, when I talk to Zed about, I understand where you're coming from, the divestment thing I don't agree with, But there's stuff that happened to us in America that we all lived through, who are on this panel, who've ever been on these panels. There's stuff that happened to us that you might not be able to figure out. Meaning that I was an adult in the mid-90s when drug dealing was the second trade for black men only to basketball. I saw how drugs impacted my old neighborhoods. I saw all of the damage that we inflicted upon ourselves in the black community. This did not necessarily happen in Africa, not with drugs at least, but it happened in the ADOS community. So I understood where Biden was coming from with that. And I know this might be a little bit off track, but
no,
to me, we've got to step up, and I said this on Zed's panel the first time or two I came on, we've got to wrangle this problem in our own, we got to sort this out. We got to figure this out in our own community. We've got to step up and step out and get on the streets. I don't know if you've ever heard of New Era Detroit. They've been moving around the country now, walking through the streets, shutting down drug corners and trap houses. These are things that we have to struggle with in our own community to get fixed before we can be advised by anybody outside of our community. This is why I'm really happy that an ADOS man is now, has stepped up, as difficult as it may seem to you, because it's really not that difficult, my brother. You're doing a great job. It's just a matter of consistency. That's the toughest part of this YouTube thing.
Yep.
But that you are willing to step up and call out these issues. Now, when it comes to these password bros, got long-winded on this. I apologize.
No, good. No, keep going.
I'll tell you something that feels
love
good,
it.
Chris. I'll tell you something that feels good to me. Figuring out how to leave America.
Mm-hmm.
Coming from my mother and father, I've mentioned before, were born and raised in the Jim Crow South. That's one generation past slavery. Like, wow, I can actually get a passport and go? That was fascinating to me. And I had a passport. I'm joking a little bit, but going overseas, being a stranger in a strange place and having the heart to do that, figuring out the currency, learning a little bit of the language, all of those things were done, almost a century ago by black men. The Marcus Garveys, the James Baldwins, the Richard Wrights, Muhammad Ali changed his life when he went to start traveling. These are things that we need. That's the positive side. So you're on to something here. And I think that the blessing that our beloved sister Zed established 1,000 subs deep will grow. It's all about that algorithm. And I was trying to get back to my conclusion, and that is this. It's CPM, clicks per million. How many, mainstream companies, Fortune 500, Fortune 1000, and then on backwards, who have money to advertise would place an ad on your discussion? Here's what was beautiful about today's discussion. Not a lot of profanity, a lot of truth, a lot of knowledge. If I were to liken this YouTube platform to anything, it's almost like Juneteenth when they went to Texas and said, wow, 1863 was the Emancipation Proclamation, but was signed. It's 1865. Y'all didn't know you were free yet? You can go somewhere. Some of those people didn't know where to go. Some of them did. So we have this mass ADOS exodus occurring out of America now. My parents ran from the South to the North. Now, in our age group and younger, we can run from America to anywhere in the globe. How do we educate this new generation of travelers and expats? Why can't there be a show every now and then that just talks about how to get your passport, where to go first, not for sex, how to learn a little bit of language before you go, how to figure out the money exchange before you go. That's kind of how I came upon being where I'm at now. I was stuck, Chris, all them years. I traveled, been off the continent a few times, but I was stuck in my mind because we thought America still owes us reparation. It's like being in a bad marriage. You got too much invested to leave. You can't stay because your heart is here, but you can't go out of fear. If there is an opportunity for you to do a show to have more positive conversations with some of the brilliant men and women that you have on this panel and in the chat, to provide some education for young brothers and sisters about the opportunities outside of America that exist. And Chris, you might have forgot, I lived in Atlanta for 1.5 years.
Nice.
I moved to Marietta first, and I have a joke. I moved to Marietta because I didn't know no better.
It's a nice area.
Yeah, but I didn't realize that the beautiful action was more like in College Park. And this was in the 90s, right before the Olympics came to Atlanta. I moved right before the Olympics out of Atlanta back to LA again. So I get it, man. We need to travel. My mother and father were born in the South. They moved to the North and lived the rest of their lives in the North. Well, it's beyond the North now. It's beyond going to Atlanta. It's beyond moving to LA or Miami or all this stuff for us now. We need to look globally. Malcolm X talked about this in the 60s. If all you watch is your local news or national news, no, you better know what's going on in Kenya right now and in Nairobi. People talking about go black to Africa. I got it. Not right now. There's a lot of turmoil across the globe. Look what's happening in South America. So, but if we can educate these young brothers and sisters and, maybe have a show one day. What is I apologize.
Oh, we definitely will.
Maybe have a show one day talking to these young brothers and sisters who are anxious to find a new way of life. I'm not going to criticize them as, you're young and you're horny and you go into places where you can just say, hey, how much does it cost? Let's go. Hey, we've all been young and horny. But if we can educate them beyond that aspect of it, that would be a great panel.
Yeah.
Especially with people like Strictly Travel, you, Norm, Michael, that is, Knack Measy, people who have actually traveled. I'd be listening to you guys like, dang, these guys have done way more than me. I live abroad, but dang, some very knowledgeable people. How do we cultivate that information and give it a better sound and look? One day, just one day. That's all I'm asking. All right, so look, kid, go to sleep. I know it's super late where you are. And when I say kid, it's just like an East Coast thing.
All good.
Listen, my brother, go to sleep. Get some rest. Yeah, I never mean anything disparaging about that. I'm not trying to sun nobody when I say it. It's just some stupid street.
I know you now.
Slang.
So yeah, I get it. But yeah,
we'll talk again, good brother.
Yeah, everybody have a great day tomorrow / holiday if you're in the States. Get some barbecue. And thanks for listening to the panel.
Picture me cooling out on the 4th of July. And if you heard I was celebrating, that's a worldwide lie. From the beginning. Peace, my brother.
All right. Good night. Bye.